Happy World Water Day, my friends.
Happy World Water Day.
Greg, we're here. We've made it. March 22nd. It's a UN recognized day. All eyes have turned to water, and today we have some big goals and some big dreams.
We do indeed. I'm Greg Allgood, Vice President of Water and Health at World Vision.
And I'm Lyndsey Deane Ratchford. I'm the National Director of Team World Vision. And friends, all day today.
So exciting, World Water Day. We have some birthday celebrations on World Water Day to observe, right?
We do. You have some special people in your family.
My stepdaughter, Madeline, is celebrating World Water Day with her 35th birthday. And my granddaughter, Zoe Charles, is celebrating her second birthday.
All right.
Seems appropriate for Waterboy to have two family members born on World Water Day.
Yes, and Catherine Brzezinski, if you are tuning in right now, our dear colleague, also your birthday. So happy birthday to you, my friend.
And go Hills.
Yes, go Hills. So friends, like we're saying, it is World Water Day, and friends, already today, we have seen $150,000 pour in, that's right, for clean water. And today, the UN around the world is really turning our eyes to clean water and the Sustainable Development Goal 6. So Greg, as our VP of Water and Health, can you tell us a little bit about what is SDG 6.
Sustainable Development Goal 6 is to end the global water and sanitation crisis. So all governments came together, and World Vision has been part of that. We are leading the way in helping solve the global water and sanitation crisis.
It's pretty wild. World Vision is the largest Christian humanitarian organization on the planet, and a lot of us know all about sponsorship and how we truly care about lifting children out of poverty, and we believe in every child. But also, it's really incredible to see the very complex and sustainable work we're doing around children and communities to help lift them out of poverty. So with that, we're excited for today, and we've got lots of updates, inspiring stories, interviews.
Yeah, at the top of every hour, we're going to start with an update, some content, and we'll go for 20-30 minutes every hour. We'll have stories that encourage us. We'll talk a lot about our water work. We'll talk about extreme poverty. We're going to give you an overview now of how the day is going to go. So the top of the next hour, 9 a.m. Central Time, we'll be with Alan Hollenbach. He's our technical director of our water work. We call him our beloved map guy. Alan will wow you with his sophistication of using maps. You'll see maps like you've never seen them before to show you how we are committed to finishing the job.
It really will blow your mind. And I was in June, I was at the Global Wash Forum, where there were wash experts from all over the world and partners from all over the world gathered together. And when Alan came up to present, some of the most brilliant minds in the world are all chanting. So we are in for a treat. Started off strong with Alan, and then at 10 a.m. Central Time, we get to hear from an incredible couple who are really newer to the World Vision family, but have put out an incredible challenge to us, Ryan and Holly Lambert, to see, again, every child with clean water. And after that really special interview, we will get to go live to rural Zambia to a school.
Yeah, with our friend Mutenta, a school that I've been to. It's very rural. So pray that everything works. We've tried it out. We hope it does, but we'll have a plan even if it doesn't work. But it's going to be special to be in a school and see the school children, see the work that we're doing in Sesame Street in that school.
It's going to be amazing. So coming out of Zambia at 11 o'clock Central Time, we're joined by Joe and Amy Wu.
Yeah, my friends and National Leadership Council members, Joe and Amy Wu. We recently went to Honduras together. The Wus and some of their friends. I was able to join that trip, and we'll talk about some amazing experience they had then that followed up a previous trip they had done, and we'll be able to visit with some of the same people we met from the previous trip. They've been incredible members of our Global 6K. And then after that, we're going to talk with one of Team World Vision's original runners, Anthony Halpern. He's doing outrageous fundraising today.
Outrageous. Yes, he has decided that he wants to set records today, and he is off to a strong start, my friends. So when Anthony gets here, we'll let you know where he's at and what's happening. But we're so excited to see, boy, the momentum in the morning already coming out of Anthony's household.
Yeah.
So, and then at lunchtime, we have a special treat. We are going to have an interview with our artist partner, Love and the Outcome. Jody King, the lead singer of Love and the Outcome, will be joining Jenny Simmons, who helps lead out our World Vision artist team. And Jody and her husband, Chris, will even be singing a song for us today.
I'm looking forward to that musical experience at 12 Central Time. And then at 1, we're going to connect with some people that are really passionate about our work in Honduras. And the company Refined Technology, Inc., RTI, will talk about their business mission, which is how eternal purpose fuels business excellence. Heather Broder of RTI will be with us, along with our National Director of Guatemala and Honduras, Jorge Galeano, and Amy Thompson, our National Director for the Southeast region of World Vision. She'll be interviewing Jorge and Heather, and that'll be an inspiring session. If you want to learn about how you can really use your business, teaming up with World Vision to drive business excellence.
Incredible. And then at 2 o'clock Central Time, we are followed up by the man who is doing what can never be done. Ultra marathoner Michael Wardian. Our very own Brian Frazier, who is our director of peer-to-peer fundraising, is going to have an incredible conversation with Michael. We're so excited to have him on. But I'm talking, if you want to be inspired by doing the impossible, that is an hour that you want to tune in, my friends. So following Michael, then we have an afternoon check-in. So 3 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Pacific. We get to hear from our Director of Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene, Jordan Smoke.
Jordan's incredible. He leads the team that we have. We have 1,300 water sanitation hygiene professionals around the globe doing the water work. And Jordan and his team put together the business plans that's led us to be the leading provider of clean drinking water on the planet. So it'll be great to hear from Jordan. Hear what's the latest thing and what's coming up for us.
Yeah.
Then after that, at 4 p.m. Central Time, we'll hear from Doug and Jenny Garrison. They're also National Leadership Council members and my friends. And we've recently been to both, we went to Rwanda and then they joined us on a trip to Zambia. And they'll help us understand extreme poverty. We'll show you some pictures of people's water sources and we'll hear how World Vision is overcoming extreme poverty with our work together.
And at 5 o'clock, then we get to hear about our global 6K.
We're still going at 5?
Yeah, oh yeah. Friends, this is the thing. We, like Team World Vision, right? We encourage non-runners. We're the orange party bus in the back type of people. 80% of our folks have never run before to actually say yes, step through fear, to move for half a marathon, full marathons, ultra marathons, climb the Grand Canyon, Kilimanjaro, to do wild things so that women and children can have clean water. And today we're doing a little bit of a different type of marathon. But Greg and I are on from 8 a.m. Central Time to 9 p.m. Central Time. So at 5 o'clock, we get to Zoom in Crystal O'Rourke, our director of the Global 6K from California. So we're really going to be all across the country today. And we get to hear about the Global 6K, what an incredible event that is, how you can be involved in it. But then also we get to hear the story of Pastor Steve Spear. And if you know anything about Steve, this is a pastor who had a 2-letter answer to, do you want to run a marathon? And that.
Hate that answer?
Yeah, that's right. No, we don't utter that word
Okay,
in this
he
studio.
didn't want to. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't want to. Yes, but those 2 letters became 3 and he said yes, and then ended up running across the country.
Across the entire United States?
That's right.
Wow.
Yes. So from California to New York and about 11 years ago. So you're going to hear that story.
It took him 11 years?
No, 5 months.
He ran across the US in 5 months. Wow.
That's right. About 11 years ago, April 8th, it'll be 11 years.
And now he's with World Vision, on part of Team World Vision.
Yes, yeah. He's our National Director of Church Engagement.
And then at 6, we'll welcome Jim and Sherry Funk and Steve Brannon. Now, we have been together on lots of different trips together, but we'll share some experience that we had in Rwanda and then in Zambia, some really holy moments that came about because of that work. That's helped us finish the job in Rwanda of reaching everybody everywhere we work, and is helping us do that now in Zambia.
Incredible. So, and then at 7, you do not want to miss a moment because we are zooming in with Sheila Johnson. Sheila is 72 and still rocking marathons for clean water.
That's impressive.
It is. And she's been to actually a lot of different places as well with World Vision, met lots of different sponsored kids. And she, my friends, is a fiery fundraiser. So you don't want to miss a minute of that conversation.
Neat. Well, you know my nickname?
What is your nickname?
Waterboy.
Oh, okay. Wait, like Adam Sandler, the water boy?
No, not like that, because I'm so involved with water. And so Jerry Rogers is also called the Water Boy. And Jerry and Jennifer Rogers are National Leadership Council members. And Jerry is passionate about reaching everybody, everywhere we work with clean water. In fact, he calls it the final hallelujah. So we thought how appropriate that Jerry and Jennifer would join us for our last full hour. And then, of course, we'll come back on at 9 and have the final tally.
Yes, the final hallelujah. And friends, I have to let you know that as we've been preparing for this, and even just over the years, Greg and I connect here and there, and I've gotten to hear the incredible stories of some of the trips that he's been on and the stories that we have lined up for today and these interviews. I'm just going to go ahead and warn you, you need to get out your Kleenexes, probably your checkbooks and your Kleenexes, your credit cards, your cowbells, because today is going to be a very, very special day.
Maybe we should explain our 2 different parts of one big orange, but how did this come to be? How did this event come to be?
Yeah, well, so you started with World Vision
10 years ago, 11 years ago.
2013.
Yes.
So, and I actually did right around the same time, which is pretty wild. And I was watching Greg from afar, inspired by just your history with P&G and what you were bringing to the water sector. And so Team World Vision, again, we run half and full marathons and do crazy experiences to raise money for clean water that Greg and Jordan and his team are funding in 42 different countries.
That's right.
Around the world. So, and can you say a little bit more about kind of your side of the house?
Yeah, so we work with foundations, corporations, and high net worth donors who are interested in investing significant amounts of money in our water work. And we thought, how cool would it be to team up with Team World Vision, bring both parts of the World Vision together for this fundraising event? And that's why we're having so many of our donors that I've mentioned, our National Leadership Council members and our new donors like the Lamberts join us for this event. It'll be fun.
It is. I'm gonna have hard time with words, I think, today, because when we really think about partnership, something that God's been teaching me recently is that generosity is the currency of the kingdom. And generosity begets generosity. And what we've seen, we just represent huge teams and huge groups of people who deeply care about ending extreme poverty, about ending the global water crisis. And we asked the question probably about 5 years ago, what if we teamed up these major donors that have hearts to see the end of the clean water crisis and our thousands of orange jerseys, Team World Vision runners who are going out and inspiring, mobilizing, and inviting friends and family all across the country to raise money for clean water? What if together we could challenge each other and really maximize our impact? So today we have a $1 million challenge on the table for today. And we really believe that that $1 million can turn into not just 2, but maybe even 2.5 or more.
Wow.
To see 50,000 people.
If we meet that challenge of $1 million, 1 plus 1, that equals 2, right? We're $2 million. That's gonna provide 40,000 people with clean water. 40,000 people. That's just incredible. We're gonna be able to do that in a single day.
Just today.
Wow.
I know. It's the power of your thumbs, my friends. The internet can be a wild place to be, but today it is a generator of generosity and life and hope. So invite your friends and family into checking out these stories and donating and giving generously, because we believe that the clean water crisis is solvable. And we are doing some crazy things to make it happen.
I definitely believe that. I believe that if everybody does their part according to their own abilities, then we will solve the global water crisis within our lifetimes.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So we actually have a very special guest just to show you how crazy we are. This is our first big test of our technology and our live stream. We have a Team World Vision runner from Grand Rapids right now today taking on a 6K all day, Greg.
All day, like 1-6, it's gonna take her all day to run 6 kilometers?
No, my friend, she is running a 6K at the top of every hour, and she started at 6 a.m. Eastern time.
And she's gonna run until
6 p.m.
Eastern time. 6 Ks?
6
In a
Ks.
single day, that's incredible.
That's right. So well over a marathon. So we're gonna see.
72 kilometers in a single day.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, and just for anybody that's swapping kilometers to miles, 42K is 26.2 miles. So
It's going more than a
Yes.
marathon.
yeah, she's gonna be an ultra marathoner today on a treadmill from her work to raise money for clean water.
Bless you, Courtney.
So by the power of the Holy Spirit, we're gonna pray that we can zoom in to Courtney in Grand Rapids and see how she's doing with her 6K. Courtney, are you with us? We hope. Oh, she doesn't have her video on, but can we hear her? Maybe, we'll see.
We can come back to
Okay,
her.
we can definitely come back to
Our
her.
producers will let us know when she's ready.
Absolutely. Yes. So, but like we said, Courtney is running the Grand Rapids Marathon this year. I believe this is her second year with Team World Vision, and she is doing a 6K at the top of every hour. And Greg, can you explain a little bit about why would she be running on a treadmill for 6 kilometers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we picked 6 kilometers for the global 6K, and Courtney's picked it for her dedication to us today, because that's the average distance an African woman has to walk for water every day, walking 6 kilometers. Women and girls bear the vast burden of the work to haul water to their homes when they don't have it near them. That's one of the biggest benefits that World Vision provides, is preventing that walk for water. And so people like Courtney, people that join our global 6K, are walking so that women and girls in Africa don't have to walk. We walk so they don't have to.
It's incredible. Last year, leading up to World Water Day, I did a 6K every day to just walk to my local water source and fill up a jerry can. And there was one day I actually shoveled snow into buckets because it had snowed so much that I was like, wait a minute, why walk to the lake when I could get snow here? But I mean, friends, not just the miles are we relieving from these women, but just the constant everyday pressure and burden and stress of those miles and of that time.
When I talk to women in the developing world, it's, yes, there's a physical burden of carrying what's typically 5 gallons or 44 pounds of water, and that's tremendous burden, and it hurts your shoulders, your neck, and causes many cases permanent disabilities. But it's the stress that you mentioned of thinking that they're going to have to do that every day, that their daughters are destined to a life like they were of hauling water every day. And there's no days off. There's no Christmas off. There's no Sundays off. If your family's going to survive, you have to walk every day for water. And so that's what we're about, eliminating that for millions of women and girls.
And today, like we said, every $50 gift is sustainable, life-changing clean water for one person. And you can change that. You can alleviate that walk and change that forever.
It's sort of mind-blowing to believe that it only takes $50, and that's our track record on average, $50 to provide clean water to a person that lasts.
So we're working on getting Courtney back.
We'll get her. We have a lot of hours.
Yes, we have a lot of hours.
And she's running a lot of races.
She's got a lot of miles. So we know that she is tuning in, but while we wait and while we're figuring this out, Greg, can you tell us about just a little bit about World Vision? So for those of us that don't know, and even some of you, you've been sweating and running and moving or giving generously for a long time. And World Vision is so much more than I even knew when I got started.
Yeah, we've agreed to have this sort of World Vision 101. We're going to go a little deep on World Vision for us here to close out the beginning of this first hour of our 13 and a half hours together. So who is World Vision? So we are the largest Christian relief and development organization on the planet. We have about 35,000 employees working in about 100 countries. So we're global. When you think of World Vision, where we typically work is in the far rural areas. We're reaching the most vulnerable people in the most fragile places. So places like DR Congo, Somalia, Sudan, countries of Central America like Honduras, Afghanistan. So we are really in the toughest reached places. And we have a holistic community development model. So we work with communities. We are in there. We dedicate ourselves to be there an average of 12 to 15 years to work with communities to build up trust, and then to do whatever is needed so people can lift themselves sustainably out of extreme poverty. So many times that's health that we bring, education, economic development, and in the places where we work, many times they need clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. So World Vision focuses on all of these things. That's why we call it a holistic community development model.
So you're going to be hearing more about that throughout the entire day. And what's really cool is as we go in and we hear about what's happening in Zambia or hearing what's happening in Honduras or Rwanda or all around the world, it will actually be talking about the different contexts, like you said, that we're doing this work, whether it be healthcare facilities, schools. It really is that holistic, rich, deep community development.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that, can you tell us a little bit more about the issue of water? Why is that first and foremost fundamental to
what's wrong with the water? Well, unfortunately, in today's world, there's still a lot wrong with the water. 703 million people don't have basic clean water access on the planet still.
703 million.
Yeah, so almost 1 out of every 10 people on the planet don't have access to clean water. So it's bad enough. That means a lot of people have to walk for water. Because of not having clean water, there are 1,000 children under 5 that die every day. So yesterday, today, tomorrow, until we can solve the global water crisis, there's going to still be 1,000 children that are dying. And if you look at the total number, those are under 5. But if you look at the total people that are dying every day, it's 4,000. 4,000 people that are dying every day.
And friends, just for perspective of that too, I was trying to figure out what does that even mean? And with the world and how broken and stressful and really turbulent it is right now, still more people every day are dying of the lack of access to clean water or complications from dirty water, sanitation, and hygiene than all like AIDS or malaria combined, than all of the warfare that's happening. And while we need to work to solve all of those problems, this is one of these problems that is solvable.
It is.
And we can change it.
It is. And the thing is that these deaths are so common and so frequent that we've become numb to them. They're not in the headlines. We don't talk about them. And this is something we know how to solve. So there's 703 million people who don't have clean water access near their homes. But that's not all. The schools, we're going to go to a school next hour. Half the schools in Africa don't have clean water there. They don't have hand washing or latrines. And so that impacts education. That, kids are sick and not able to get a good education. We don't have a safe school for them. and healthcare centers, the rural healthcare centers in the areas like where World Vision works. Half of them don't have clean water, and only 1 out of 6 have even basic hand washing. So
Can you imagine?
1 out of 6 people who go to a health clinic to get health end up getting an infection. Many times it leads to the body's severe reaction to infection, which is sepsis, which can be fatal. These are the things that we can address. And perhaps the biggest tragedy isn't that we're not talking about these deaths, but we know how to fix this.
Yeah.
This is something we don't need new technology for. We know how to do it. It's proven, it's scalable, it's cheap. In fact, providing clean water source near people's homes, water directly into the schools and directly in the healthcare center is one of the most cost-effective things you can do to save lives.
There it is. So friends, there was a Forbes article just a few years ago too, that this is basically the best investment that you can make. And I know a lot of people think, I'm gonna give money to a charity. Friends, World Vision is not just a charity. We are the largest non-governmental provider of clean water, the leading non-governmental provider of clean water on the planet, the largest Christian humanitarian organization on the planet. So, I mean, this is what we're doing together. And this is why your miles matter. This is why your donations matter. And Greg, it looks like we've got Courtney on a treadmill. I can see her running and waving. Courtney, your miles are not in vain this morning. How are you feeling?
I'm good. This is my 4th one. I'll slow it down a little bit so I don't sound like I'm completely done.
Oh my gosh. Courtney, this is your 4th 6K.
Yes, yep.
Wow.
So I'm not a big fan of treadmills, so it's a challenge for sure, but I definitely felt like the beginning of the year, God said this year is all about going big and doing challenges that you can overcome. So I signed up to do my first triathlon in August. I'm doing my 5th full marathon in October. And then when I found out about World Water Day, the 6K every hour on hour from 6 to 6 was placed on my heart, and I said, God, okay, here we go. So here I am, I'm doing it.
Oh my God.
That's incredible, Courtney. Thank you so much for all this. Wow.
Okay, so with all of that on tap for this year, what is your goal for the year in your fundraising, and what is your goal for today?
So originally, another big thing this year, I set it to legacy for my first time. And then,
What does that mean, Courtney? What is legacy?
$10,000 raised. And then, because this year is all about being big, I saw the $20,000 fundraising goal challenge. So there's another challenge. So I upped that again. So and then today I'm hoping to raise before the matching at least 2,000. So I'm almost up to 500 right now. So
praise God. All right.
Yeah.
That's right. So guys, remember, every $50 is sustainable clean water for one person. So Courtney, you're up to 10 people today, and you're aiming for 40, if I'm doing the math right, before the funds hit. Yep.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, and I mean, we're asking you a lot of questions, which is kind of mean while you're running. I mean, we're getting you going. Hopefully we're distracting you though.
You
Where
are
are
very
you in from? I mean, you were on a treadmill.
Looks like are you on a plane?
I wish. No. I'm doing it at my work. So I took the day off just to do this. They have a gym upstairs. So I'm looking out the window. So I have something pretty to look at. And I put a towel over my coworker cheering me on.
All right. I was going to ask if your coworkers know. It sounds like they definitely know. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I put a towel over the screen so I don't look at it and constantly have to see how much longer I have to go.
So I was going to say, so do you know how far you're into this 6K?
Let me check. Come up and find you after. Okay, thank you. I have 1 mile.
1 mile. All right, 1 to go.
Ooh. 6.
This is awesome.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
You got it. This is the joy of World Water Day, is that we want more and more people to be participating and inspired and encouraged, and you're turning heads, Courtney. So we are just proud of you. We're excited for you. We'll be praying for you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we're gonna tune back in to you later in the day to kind of give everybody an update. But friends, if you want to donate to Courtney today, you can go to teamworldvision.org/WWD24, and you can search just Courtney in that chat, and then you can find her, donate to her page, or any other runner that you want to support or any event. And if you actually just go to /WWD24, you can just donate to World Water Day and donate to Water Day. But this lady, we can't have her moving for nothing, friends. We've got to support her in her miles as she is just crushing it, taking on these big goals to change lives.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Courtney. Keep going.
Take care, my friend.
Will do.
Unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Can you do that, Greg?
No. Maybe one day, in the past, maybe not.
Maybe in the future, you never know.
That's true.
God's not done with
You
it yet.
guys got very persuasive. I've seen you get people that never thought they'd run a marathon and run a marathon. So I know there's a sort of science to it. You help people through the process.
We do.
You know, I love that, I love that people talk about a person who's an owner, right at the beginning, and I know you asked me to share about a person in the developing world.
Yes.
That helped. You know, I've been dual by my trips to the developing world, whether it's Africa or Central America or Asia. I've been doing this work for more than 20 years. And I take 5 or more trips a year. So I'm in triple digits as far as trips to the developing world. So there are a lot of amazing things that I've experienced. But to just mention one, I was in Western Kenya and met a woman named Naomi Malik. She lives in Western Kenya. She's a Maasai woman. She's married, she has 3 children, and she used to have to walk not 6 kilometers, but she walked 7 hours every day, collecting water, and then bringing it home for her family. And it was every day. In fact, she wanted to go to church, she couldn't because every day she had to haul water. And now she has clean water storage just within minutes of her home. And so we did a little video about her that we'll show during the breaks that we have about Naomi and her transformation that occurred in her family because of having water. But of course, I wanted to go and show her old water source. So she goes to the old water source, and it was this big open well. It was about 10 feet deep and about 15 feet across. And it was covered with green, icky slime. Some people call that blue-green algae, but it was green, icky slime. And so she started crawling down these stones that went to the surface of the water. And when she got near the water, she froze. And I could see the fear in her eyes. And I said, Naomi, what's wrong? Come up. And she explained to us that particularly after it's rained, that green slime gets on the rocks and people slip and fall into the water and they don't know how to swim.
Oh, Lord.
And she then told me that many people had drowned in that well. So not only are you walking 7 hours, you're gathering filthy water, but you literally might die collecting the water. And now all that's gone for her. It's all changed because of the water source. It's just minutes from her home. So now she has time to garden. She's raising goats for income. But maybe more importantly, we got to spend time with her, just loving on her kids and spending time with her friends. And so she has fullness of life now that she didn't have before. I'd like to tell that story of one person because we'll be talking about some very big numbers today.
Very big numbers.
So we have reached, just since 2016, more than 14 million women and girls like her that now no longer have to carry water. And this is a big deal because cumulatively women and girls spend more than 200 million hours every day hauling water.
And if you think about that too, I think, we see it on cards and, and it sounds cliche, but literally time is one of the most precious resources we have. And when you think that she's 7 hours a day, every day, that's all that she can do. That's what she has to do. Like you're saying, where is there space for life? Where is there space for relationship? Where is there space for peace and rest and just to enjoy life? And to know that there are millions of women and girls that are doing this every day, all day, but for their entire lives.
Yeah.
it's a prison.
And it's something we do something about. And one of the things I love, in the case of Naomi and the other women were able to, and girls were able to help, not only are they no longer hauling water because of the work that World Vision does, but one of the unique things about World Vision is we don't stop there, because while we're the largest provider of clean drinking water, the non-governmental provider of clean water, we don't just do clean water. So after we provide clean water, we then train women on business skills.
Yes.
We organize them into savings groups so they have capital to start new businesses. And then we provide microloans to support those new businesses.
And with that right there, friends, Women for Women, it's our groundbreaking, brand new, like all female event. It's a 24-hour relay. And this year we are partnering with Strong Women, Strong World to do just what you're talking about. We have a project that is affecting women in Zimbabwe, Kenya, Guatemala, and Honduras. And it's partnering and coupling, like you're saying, clean water access and economic empowerment. And the project is actually called Beyond Access, to do just what you're saying. So every dollar that all of those women are raising as we move for 24 hours in Santa Barbara this summer will go to the work that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's wonderful work. World Beyond Access starts with helping people have the right mind space, changing mindsets from apathy to one of success. You're made in the image of God and are meant to be successful. Then we provide the basis of clean water, and then we provide these economic development opportunities so that women are freed from hauling water, but then they have the agency to make choices they never were able to make before. It's some of the work I'm most proud of that World Vision does.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that too, is for some of you that do run with Team World Vision, or you're just hearing about it for the first time, like you're saying, that mindset shift, that's embedded into all of our work that we do in World Vision. It's called our Empowered Worldview, or our Biblically Empowered Worldview curriculum. But what's really incredible that we've seen more and more, and what really deeply, along with the water, that keeps me involved with Team World Vision, is the community. And that when we see people step out and do things that they never thought that they could, like you're saying, something unlocks in people's minds and their hearts when they're shoulder to shoulder with people doing hard things. And even with myself, after I crossed my first finish line of a half marathon, and I did it with my best friend, Sarah, I literally said, Lord, if I can do this, what else should I be doing? And 9 months later, I met a guy from World Vision, and I found out that those miles that changed my life could literally save lives in places like Africa and all around the world. And here we are over 10 years later, moving our feet and doing this work, like you're saying, that's so life-changing, not just for people around the world, but also as donors, as people that can give. As Americans, we can make a difference from right where we live, from our desk today, if you're at work, from your kitchen, if you're at home, even our kids. You know, we have tons of donors that have involved their kids directly through the Global 6K, but even them giving their allowance to change lives. And it's just incredible, the work that's happening.
It is. We can't mention the Strong and Strong World Access without mentioning Lonnie Delifka, who has funded that work.
Absolutely.
You know, it's amazing the way God puts things together. We didn't plan this, but Lonnie met Naomi, this woman, Maasai woman I just talked about, and that started her journey to create Strong Women, Strong World Beyond Access, which she matches. And then God gave her a number. She was driving what she should donate to World Vision when she sold her business, Watermill Express, and she had to pull the car off the road because the number that God gave her was a lot more than she was expecting. So God bless you, Lonnie, and Clean Water Here for supporting this really critical work to empower women and girls.
Absolutely. And empowering women and girls all around the world. So not just ones that need water or economic empowerment, but I mean, women like myself and others to know that we all have agency and that we can live on purpose and on mission and really powerfully. We don't just have to live day to day, but we can live with intention. And that's what today is all about, right? Is really living with intention and making the world better. So we have some God-sized goals. Can you tell us about what those look like?
Yeah, so World Vision has a tremendous track record of results because of our donor partners. We have now reached, since 2016, 29 million people with clean water.
Wait a minute.
29 million.
Okay, so, and Greg had just told you that story about Naomi. You got to keep that close to your heart because you're going to hear numbers like that.
Yeah.
29 million people, but every number has a name, every fact and figure has a face. These are stories of real folks that are their lives are being transformed.
Yep, and every $50 reaches one of those people with clean water. So that, 29 people, how do you put that in perspective? Well, that's more than the entire population of Texas. Of course, it's not a place with roads and good roads and easy access. We did it in the toughest to reach places in the world, reaching those 29 million people. But that's not enough, right? Because there's still a lot of people without clean water. So between last year, 2023 and 2030, we have committed to reach an additional 30 million people with clean water access. And we're going to finish the job of reaching everyone, everywhere we work in Rwanda, Zambia, and Honduras. Now, we've already finished Rwanda. We proved the concept that we could reach everybody everywhere. It was an aspirational goal initially to reach everybody in an entire country where we work. And that we were working in 39 sectors. It meant reaching 1 million people over 5 years.
And you actually met with the president of Rwanda.
The Prime Minister.
Prime Minister,
Yes.
yes. And,
Yes.
and he knew this going in, that this is what was gonna happen. And then fast forward, you met with him to celebrate this. And what did he say to you?
Well, the first time he said, your goal is our goal, because World Vision reaches the toughest to reach people. We're not just reaching a little ways out of Kigali. We're in the remotest rural areas, high up in the hills. And so we went back 5 years later. We had a tremendous celebration of reaching more than 1 million people.
Yes.
We had our president and CEO, Edgar Sandoval, there, enjoying the time with the kids. And we met again with the same prime minister. And he goes, a lot of groups come in here and promise big things. But you guys, because we told him we reached more than 1 million people, guys, not only did you guys achieve your goal, but you overachieved your goal. So World Vision is to be congratulated for this tremendous success, helping the Rwandan people. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and folks, you need to know that we didn't just start this work in Rwanda yesterday. We've been in Rwanda for years. We were responding to the genocide in 1994. God has been using us in powerful ways over the years to continue to build strong relationships and trust so that work like this can happen.
Yeah. And finish the job concept. Donors really responded that it's a disruptive idea. And what do I mean by that? Unfortunately, NGOs, including World Vision, many times ask for the same money for the same thing in the same places year after year after year. So we sort of reinforced that we're never going to finish something.
Right.
So we said, let's change that. Let's disrupt that idea. Let's promise to finish the work in these 39 districts and then be done, not ask for more money. And people responded. So we gave ourselves 5 years to raise $30 million. We did it in 3 years and finished the work last year. So we can't stop there. Honduras and Zambia are next. Together, between the 3 countries where we've pledged to finish the job, we have raised more than $90 million.
Praise God.
So it's a big idea and
That's
something
awesome.
we're committed to, not just in those countries, but we're committed over time to reach everybody, to lead the way in solving the global water crisis.
Yes, and if we are gonna reach everyone everywhere we're working, we need everyone everywhere. And you're gonna hear about partnerships today too. We work with a lot of different partners around the world. So this isn't just about World Vision. It really is about a global partnership to solve a global problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So friends, I mean, we've been chit-chatting it up for 45 minutes already today. We're gonna take a break here and we will be back at top of the hour for more. But what you do need to know is last I heard, we have already raised over $250,000 today. Friends, there might be confetti cannons, and Greg has promised that if there are orange wigs and capes and other things, the more money you raise, maybe the crazier we'll look throughout the day. I mean, it just depends on how much you want to be entertained. But again, the $1 Million Challenge is live right now. Every dollar that hits our fundraising pages up to $1 million, a generous donor through World Vision will be putting $1 on our fundraising pages. So if you are a runner, a 1 foot in front of the other, a getter-doner, friends, share your stories today, invite people in. Today is a day of radical generosity and impact. And if you are sitting at home and you are a donor and somebody roped you into watching these 2 clowns all day long, go to teamworldvision.org/WWD24 and you can give a gift that will change a life today. So
let's be historic. Let's raise $2 million in a single day for clean water.
It's a history. We're going to make some history today.
Okay, so at the top of the next hour, which is only about 15 minutes away, we're going to have something very special. Alan Hollenbach from World Vision US, he's one of our technical directors. He has created these amazing maps that are going to blow your mind to show you how we're validating that we're finishing the job and how we integrate our work with water with other sectors like economic development. You're gonna love this. If there's any teeny bit of a nerd in you, you're gonna be very, very happy that you tuned in next hour.
And I would say, even if there's just any bit of skepticism in you, you're gonna be really glad that you tuned in the next hour, because Alan is doing incredible work that really is showing how we're tracking with integrity that people truly do have access to clean water. So if you're one to have questions, you can fire up the chat, put your questions in there and comments. We want to be engaging with you throughout the day, but next hour, top of the hour, to hear from Alan is going to be incredible.
Right, you close to out in prayer, please.
Absolutely. Lord God, you are a God who does more than we could ever ask or imagine. You do incredible things. And right now, even in this space, Lord, we know that we are in holy ground, that we are in new space, that you are setting a new pace, that you are breaking records, that you are creating a new thing through your boundless love, because every person is created in your image, and you love us all, and you've created us to love others. Lord, so we pray for your peace, we pray for your love, we pray for your kingdom to come right here on earth as it is in heaven. And we pray that every child will have clean water. So Lord, have your will be done right here. Lord, we pray not just for $1 million to be raised and 20,000 lives to be transformed, but let that double come in and well over $2 million, Lord. What do you want to do today in us and through us? Will you speak to us? Will you challenge us? Will you open us up to do incredible things? We are so thankful for technology. We're thankful for our donors. We're thankful for our partners, and we're thankful for you, Lord, and what you're doing. So have your way in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right. We'll see you soon, guys.
It's a tragedy that more than 1,000 children die every day from diseases caused by unsafe water, poor sanitation, and hygiene. World Vision and our partners are committed to addressing this and reaching everyone, everywhere we work, with clean water.
We're serious about solving the global water crisis. And with the support of our donor partners, World Vision reaches one new person with clean water every 10 seconds. That's more than any other NGO. To show we're serious about solving the global water crisis, we committed to reach everyone, everywhere we work, with clean water in the entire country of Rwanda. That's more than 1 million people.
The wash infrastructure that we put all over Rwanda by World Vision, with the partnership with the government of Rwanda, has brought really a very big change.
We now commit to going even further by reaching 30 million more people around the world with clean water by 2030, including finishing the job of ensuring clean water for everyone, everywhere we work in Zambia and Honduras.
Not only do we provide clean water for each household, but we also provide clean water for the schools and the healthcare facilities. I'm 100% confident that we will finish the job.
Kayiok enare mabadiliko sapuk amu eng'as ninye aaku safi, neng'as imoyiaritin aipang'. Neeku ore enare neesa ilotu ake esaa niyieu amu ata ninye enaa saa nabo enkewarie nilotu aoku. Akajo ore paisumita nkera ainei naa kajo pee ore tenalo duo namoiuo naaponu nkera ainei aanap amu tenepuo netum esiai naa ina paashipakino paisumita. Thank you World Vision, thank you World Vision.
In 2015, World Vision and our partners made an audacious commitment to reach everyone, everywhere we work, with clean water and help end the global water crisis. We are on track with this commitment, reaching one new person every 10 seconds with clean water.
As we began developing the plan in each country, we had a game-changing idea. What if we brought one country forward and finished the job there in just 5 years? We picked Rwanda, where 1 million people needed clean water in the places we work. We created maps to track our progress, using the stoplight colors of red for less than half of the households having access to clean water, yellow for some progress, but still work to do, and green showing that we had finished the job. When we started, there was great need. And then each year, we reached more and more people until by 2023, all the districts turned green. We have finished the job. We're in Rwanda, celebrating finishing the job. We've exceeded our commitment and reached more than 1 million people with clean water. We reached people like Serafina and Alois and their family who prayed for clean water.
Urugendo twakoreshaga tujya kuvoma bawukoreshaga nk'isaha imwe n'igice cyangwa ebyiri. Byaratugoraga cyane kubera ko byatumaga akandi kazi tutagakora neza. Wari umusozi ushinze uhagaze, uzamuka bikatunanira, umuntu akazamuka yarushye kubera ko haterera cyane. Yewe buri munsi cyane twarasengeraga. Vanessa yabyukaga mu gitondo akajya kuvoma bikatuma akererwa amasomo. Ubuzima bwanjye bwahindutse cyane kuko nka Vanessa nabyutsaga kare kare ntakibyuka kare kare. Imyigire ya Vanessa yarahindutse, mbere yajyaga abona uwa nyuma ariko basigaye aba uwa mbere, yagerageza akaba uwa kane.
World Vision has finished the job in Rwanda, and it's changing the country. Clean water means life.
The wash infrastructure that we built all over Rwanda by World Vision with the partnership with the government of Rwanda has brought really a very big change.
Reaching everyone, everywhere we work, was a huge challenge for us, requiring us to develop new innovations. We can now reapply what we've learned to help us finish the job in other areas.
World Vision Rwanda is finished the job in Rwanda and it's changing the country. Providing clean water in all areas where World Vision works was a very huge challenge to us. Finish the job taught us very good lessons that together with other duty bearers like the government, we can actually make a difference and be more impactful. I think this is something that we can be proud of and we can share with other World Vision colleagues in the partnership.
Our success has created momentum in Rwanda so that funders, including USAID and the Rwandan government, are now funding other groups to finish the job in the areas where they work. We believe that Rwanda will be the first country in sub-Saharan Africa where everyone has access to clean water. World Vision is now focused on reaching 30 million more people with clean water by 2030, including finishing the job of ensuring clean water for everyone, everywhere we work in Zambia and Honduras. We believe that with everyone doing their part, we will solve the global water crisis together. We invite you to join us. Be part of a legacy that is changing the world.
All right, friends, welcome back. We know you got a potty break, we got a potty break, back at top of the hour.
Too much information.
Too much. Hey, we run for toilets, so it's okay. We can talk about potties
Okay,
here.
all right,
It's
all right.
very important.
Potty mouth, all right.
Yeah, potty mouth. I also have a 5-year-old. So, I mean, from the work that we're doing with Sesame Street to talking about, we actually talk a lot about how
We're still aspiring to do that with Zoe, our 2-year-old that's 2 today. So.
there you go. Step by
Aspiring
step.
for toilets.
That's right. We're aspiring. Yes. And I appreciate Elmo. I can't tell you how much we had an Elmo potty and an Elmo book. And so the work that Elmo is doing globally, he's a hero.
Yep, we'll talk more about that next hour and get to see our work with Sesame Street.
Oh, so good.
How are we doing on fundraising?
How are we doing? So friends, I know that we just told you probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago that we've raised $250,000, but as of right now, we have raised over $500,000.
We doubled in the first hour.
We have doubled in the first hour. It is,
This is exponential.
yes, it's 9 a.m. Central Time, 7 o'clock for our West Coast folks, already $500,000 into this, what we know will be a record-breaking day.
Wow.
So, and again, fast math, Greg, divide by 50, $500,000.
10,000 people.
10,000.
Yeah, wow.
10,000 Naomi's.
10,000 people that are gonna get clean water. It's gonna change their life forever. 10,000. Ooh.
That's right. Oh, man, I'm just getting more and more excited. We gotta settle it down a little bit.
Calm down.
Yeah.
We have, this is a marathon we're doing today.
It is, actually, and we tell everybody, keep the horses in the barn. At the beginning of a race,
I
keep the
thought that-
horses in the barn.
Never mind.
So with that, talk about other inspirational things.
Yeah.
We just saw Courtney. She's doing a 6K at the top of every hour, 12 6Ks today. She's in Michigan right now doing that, but we also have another fellow Michigander, Heidi, who is carrying a jerry can from what we've been informed all day long, which is absolutely incredible. So that is, I don't even know what to say about that.
And we have Anthony, who is in tears because of his work with World Vision.
So Anthony's gonna be with us later, but can you see that? 18 tears. 18 years with Team World Vision.
I bet he's had some tears and the number of Ironmans he's run and comrades and everything else.
Good, bad, and ugly tears, probably.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he actually trained for one of the marathons when one of the Adele albums came out, and he ran one of his longest runs to the Adele album. So there's probably a lot of tears there.
That's funny.
But did you see that slide? Anthony is having an incredible day, my friends. I believe it's over $50,000 raised. So from Anthony to Heidi to $500,000 in the door already today. I think it's time to bring out the maps.
There's Heidi.
Oh, there's
Carrying a
Heidi
jerry can all day today.
in the snow.
Oof.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm glad we're in here.
Yes. So
But
Greg,
thank you, Heidi.
yeah, thank you, Heidi. Greg, transition us a little bit. Let's dial us in here.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit last hour about this amazing idea we had to finish the job in a country. So our track record of results because of our donor partners, the people that are raising funds today is incredible. We've now reached since 2016, 29 million people with clean water. That's the population of the entire state of Texas. So we have this amazing track record. Our goal is to reach everybody everywhere we work and solve the global water crisis. And as we made progress towards reaching so many people, we had this God-inspired paradigm shift. What if we picked a country and proved the concept of reaching everybody everywhere we work? And we picked Rwanda. It meant reaching 1 million people in the 39 sub-districts that we were working
So
in.
this wasn't just in one area. You're
This was
looking
the
at
entire-
39
everywhere we
different
work
areas
In the
one.
entire country of Rwanda, it meant reaching 1 million people, and we had to raise $30 million to do it. We made that commitment in 2018. In only 3 years, we had raised all the funds.
Praise God.
Such a disruptive idea to finish the job and not keep asking for the same money for the same thing year after year. So we promised to finish the job, and then last year, we had the celebration of reaching everyone. It was a bold, God-sized goal to reach everybody in an entire country.
And with that, can we pause and just say, what are the rest of the people in the water sector? What are other professionals and other experts saying when World Vision's coming forward to say, we want to reach everyone everywhere? What's their response to that?
That's a great question, and we didn't like slide this under the door. We went out boldly. In fact, when our past CEO, Rich Stearns, retired from World Vision US, he announced this as part of his retirement. If you wanted to, many people wanted to honor Rich. Many people were brought to World Vision because of his book, The Whole in Our Gospel, and they wanted to honor him. And he said, if you want to honor me and the work I've been able to do, God's let me do at World Vision, give to this effort to finish the job in Rwanda. That can be part of your legacy as well as Rich's legacy.
Crazy.
And so people did see that in this sector, and people were paying attention to it, and they love it. No one loves it more than the people that are professional water professionals in the developing world. They want their country to have clean water. They want to work themselves out of a job. And the great thing about Rwanda is we're now seeing that happen, that what we prayed would happen would be that we would set the standard of proving that we could finish the job in these areas where we're working, and that other people would take hold of that momentum and finish the job in the areas that they were working. And in fact, the Rwandan government, USAID, they're funding other groups like our partner organizations, Water for People, CARE. They're now able to start finishing the job in the areas they work. The person who developed the plan for us, for World Vision, to finish the job, she is now working for CARE, helping them do the work there. So,
Great.
yeah, but such a bold statement that we knew, because the world was watching, but we wanted to hold ourselves accountable. We wanted to go to extraordinary ways to document that we had indeed finished the job.
Absolutely.
And that's where the beloved map guy, Alan Hollenbach, comes in.
Maps.
Maps. Alan, are you there?
I am here, Greg and LDR. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Great. So, Alan, without further ado, how are we validating that we have finished the job in these 39 parts of where we're working in Rwanda?
Well, I'm gonna touch on that in my presentation here in just a moment and give you a close-up view of the country, but actually even more impactful, perhaps just take a look at one specific sub-district, one specific area, because that's where you can really start to see the stories come alive, I think, if that makes sense. But yeah, happy to be here, happy to be joining you too on World Water Day 2024.
Woo!
Hard to believe.
Yeah, we're making it happen. Alan, I think you've been following, but over $500,000 raised already to fund work that you are doing and our colleagues all around the world. And I mean, people ask all the time, but how are you really doing it? Are you really doing it? What does access really look like? So the technology and just the expertise that you bring to the team is really just so vital. So thanks for being with us.
No, I am more than happy to be with you, and I am just an enabler. I'm a facilitator. It is really our staff on the ground that are doing the hard work every single day, whether it's Rwanda, Zambia, Honduras, Indonesia, Cambodia. It just goes on and on. They are the heroes that I am privileged to support them every single day.
Love it. So let's get down to it, huh?
Yeah, take it away,
All
Alan.
right.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen here, and hopefully it will come up in just one moment. And there we go. Are you seeing it? Does it say Toward Water for All?
Does.
It does. All right. Fantastic. Well, with that, I will get started, and I'm going to just do probably a 15 or 20 minute presentation and take you through a few important spotlights of some of the work that we're doing that contributes to the efforts that Greg and LDR have been talking about this morning. So so with that, yes, once again, my name's Alan Hollenbach, and I am a member of the World Vision US WASH team, and I'm broadcasting live from just outside our nation's capital this morning in Maryland. And I'm so happy to be able to share with you this morning on one of my favorite topics, as Greg and LDR know, and that is how we are using data to inform and track our journey towards water for all. And it is really indeed a journey as we work together collectively with our staff that I just mentioned around the world, and with you, all of our donor partners, to fund, develop, and implement new programs, as well as strengthen our monitoring systems to deliver on these commitments and gender, sustainability, and impact lives, because that is what it is all about. And with that, I'm going to dive into my presentation here. And this morning, I want to share with you just three snapshots from this journey towards water for all. Sometimes I call it the journey towards 2030 as well. And I want to give you three stories from the road, if you will, focusing on how we are harnessing the power of data in our journey toward water for all, which is really what this day is all about. First snapshot is about how we are embracing digital monitoring technology to collect data and comprehensively map our global WASH journey. This is the foundation that I want to build on. Our data collection efforts are helping us to understand where we've been, where we are today, and where, with your assistance, everyone's assistance, we're going to go next. My second snapshot is a highlight of how we're using data to collect and verify the work that actually Greg and LDR just mentioned in Rwanda and in our other Finish the Job campaigns. How we are using that data to track the progress against these specific commitments at the country level, district level, and all the way down to the sub-district level. We'll take a brief glimpse at how we use a few indicators to verify and confirm commitments. We will try not to geek out too much, maybe a little, not too much. And then finally, my third snapshot is from the journey, from my journey here, is on understanding and visualizing what I'm going to call holistic impact of water for all in Zambia. Zooming in on the unique and perhaps transformative power of water to change lives. And so with that, let's transition here to my first snapshot, which is on the collection, the foundation, the mapping of our journey. And I want to start here by just saying that World Vision values accountability. We value embracing our commitments to the people we serve, the countries in which they live. We value accountability, and this means delivering on our mutually agreed upon goals with communities. It means communicating with transparency to our partners like you on the call. And it means leaning into monitoring and evaluation and learning from successes, learning from mistakes, by adopting ultimately the highest standards for data collection and analysis. And in this regard, an important piece of our recent journey toward Water for All has been on further improving our data collection, our foundation, and mapping our water work using the MWater digital platform. Now, what does this look like? Well, we don't have a lot of time today, but I tried to capture the scale of our mapping work over the past 3 years in just this 45-second simultaneous chart and map where every single dot will represent a new water point logged by our staff. Now, what began in Zambia in early 2021 has since exploded across all of the offices where we are working with water point mapping. And it has spread across our entire global footprint now. And as of the beginning of 2024, January of 2024, we had more than 122,000 water points mapped across the globe as part of this process. And friends, I just checked this morning. I have the privilege of being able to check every single morning I get up. And we're already well past this at more than 130,000. And every single morning it goes up and up and up. And
Alan, do you brush your
each
teeth before you check M-Water dashboard? Or
no,
get up,
no,
brush your teeth?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no time for that, Greg, as you know. But really, you know, embedded in each of these points is a story. And those are the types of stories that we're talking about today. But I do want to note here that that we did not or have not just stopped here, but we have also expanded this work to our schools. We've mapped 12,858 schools as of January 2024. We have mapped 2,999 health facilities. It's actually over 3,000 today as of January. And more recently, our sanitation mapping is now starting to take off as well. 24,643 sanitation facilities. And this type of data, Greg and LDR, you know, this is what helps us to see the places where we are working from a new light, to see the work where we're working from a new light.
Alan, I hope that people are like dancing at home. That's a huge deal right there. That is absolutely incredible. That some of the most remote places in the world, we're able to track that there is water and it is accessible to people in schools, in healthcare facilities. Like what you're talking about is groundbreaking work in the water sector and in development. And you, my friend, are spearheading this movement. We get to do this.
I am leading from behind, as they say, but you know, it's really the folks on the front line that are leading the charge. And one important part of this is that I want to mention is that, you know, I like to say that data sometimes, no matter what organization that you're working with, it sometimes is anti-gravity. Yes, anti-gravity. It has a way of going all the way up the organization or wherever you are, but never coming back down to where it is actually needed most. And you know, and that's one thing that we're trying to really guard against here. And let me give you a perfect, for instance, on this slide. So we are taking that data now, and we are using it to create these visualizations that help us understand the geography of WASH in new ways through these types of visualizations that are immediate, that are accessible. You see here at right, this is our M-Water global hub, where I can check each morning before brushing my teeth. But what we need, and while this is impressive, what I'm actually more proud of at the moment is to help ensure that our local teams have the data that we need. We not only have this type of global hub, but we went ahead and we created one for every single office where we work, every single office, so that they are seeing the snapshot locally, so that they are able to use the data locally. And that's how we try to resist the anti-gravity or reverse the anti-gravity to ensure that the people that are planning, monitoring, using, they are able to see this locally as well. And it doesn't disappear into a spreadsheet or a report. Those are necessary, but it doesn't help on the ground, which is where it is needed most.
So awesome. And Alan, I just want to remind everybody at home, as you are hearing this, fire up the chat, put in your comments, ask questions. You can get excited, but we want you engaging as much as possible. And we've got people monitoring the chat that can be following up. And let's just be honest, some of the people that are monitoring the chat don't have Alan's expertise, but we're going to get that information and we can follow up with you. But this is groundbreaking work. It's incredible stuff. So Alan, as people have questions, we want to make sure that they're typing them out and, you know, that we can get back to them with that.
Absolutely. We are definitely able to get back to them as well. Let me transition to my second spotlight or second story from the journey, if you will, going to Rwanda, which Greg mentioned earlier, and look a little bit more closely at how we can use some of this data to help realize our aspirations of water for all. So with that, we will do a quick zoom in to Zambia or to Rwanda, excuse me. There we go. And there are the 39 sub-districts of Rwanda you see in green where we have been working over the last 5 years. Now, I mentioned earlier this value of accountability, and accountability does mean that when you make a commitment, you follow through, you verify the results. And as Greg just shared, in this past year, 2023, we celebrated a major milestone in Rwanda, where 5 years ago, we committed to support universal coverage, I like to call it, for basic drinking water services in these 39 sub-districts. And as we're celebrating this milestone, quite rightfully, it is important to share and to note that we are documenting this as well. In that regard, we really have been trying to go above and beyond to measure our progress in a number of different ways. One of the ways that we have been doing this is by carrying out spatial analyses to estimate coverage levels using the data that you just saw, to highlight where progress has been and then where progress is still needed. We've also been, this has all been done in very close partnership, which is really a model for me as well, in very close partnership with the government. And as evidence of that, we've been obtaining government letters of certification as we go sub-district by sub-district as well. And then thirdly, our third prong to our verification approach has been inline surveys as well, where we are going house to house in these sub-districts as an inline, so to speak, to survey their level of access, to verify. And speaking of that, and all of this documentation, I should mention, is also then linked to the dashboard that you see here, a screenshot of on the right in our MWater local hub. So we've been able to track across each of these sub-districts as well. And one thing I want to mention here on the household survey side is right here. This is amazing, actually. Our Rwanda team conducted more than 4,500 household surveys as part of their verification process. 4,500 household surveys.
And Alan, I understand that you actually literally go in with a stopwatch in some of these households and follow them as they go to the water point, collect the water, and come home.
Well, I'll show that in just 1 second. But yes, that is something that we've been experimenting with, and an approach we've been testing as well. And you see that 95% average inline water coverage, which, I've been doing this for a lot of years, and that's really quite extraordinary to see that level from a household survey. And what that means is that the joint monitoring program, as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, has a very specific definition of what this coverage should look like. And it's for public water points, it's going there and coming back within 30 minutes, So it's a very specific definition, trying to capture the amount of time and effort, and then thus the time savings from basic drinking water coverage. But to show you a little bit of what this means, let me actually go back here to 1 second to our overall map And then I'm going to highlight one sub-district for our brief time here together. One sub-district, the sub-district of Kigoma, down in southern Rwanda. So we're going to zoom in. Hold on. Here we are in Kigoma sub-district. And I just want to note that you'll see little tiny gray pixels across the sub-district here, and those actually represent where people live. I could talk all day about how we get that data. We don't have all day. Maybe we do, actually. Now that I think about it, we actually do have all day, so let's keep going. No,
We have a schedule though, Alan.
We have a schedule. Okay,
We
all
can
right,
bring you
all
back
right.
in throughout the day though.
All right,
I like to be a little mini Alan, so I just have to say, high resolution satellite imagery combined with artificial intelligence to resolve down to the hut level.
There you go. Greg has got it.
How am I doing? Am I a little
Yeah,
Alan?
you're absolutely getting there. You're absolutely getting there. You can give this presentation now, I think. Absolutely. But this is Kigoma sub-district. And again, you can see exactly what Greg just said, the gray pixels based on where people live. This is based on data from satellite imagery, actually. Very high resolution satellite imagery, and we can see really where people live all over the world now. And it really has been a game changer for the map geeks like myself. Because it helps us to get to a new level of rigor and analysis in this type of work. But let me just bring in the water points that we have for Kigoma. These are all the water points that are in our platform that we already mentioned as part of that bigger mapping effort for Kigoma sub-district. And I'm going to put in a 500-meter buffer here as well around each one of these water points. And 500 meters, it acts as sort of a proxy, if you will, to that 30-minute distance, because depending on geography and uphill, downhill, usually within 500 meters, you can, it's about a 10-minute walk at maximum. And so actually the government of Rwanda officially adopted the 500-meter. And so that's their maximum distance for any household, rural household, from an improved drinking water facility. So that's according to the government's regulations.
Okay, and so just so everybody knows, so that's what like when we're talking World Health Organization standards for someone to have basic access to water.
Yes.
A 30-minute round trip walk. And in
Yep.
this case, it's about 500 meters, which is a little over a quarter mile.
Yep.
But it's that idea that, again, it's not, if we have water within 500 meters, but there's a cliff between you and the 500, you and the water, that doesn't count. That's not access.
That's
so
not.
This is, you have to have water within 30-minute round trip walk, which is life-changing, but we know not good enough. We want to be even doing better, but this is incredible.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And that's where LDR, the field level verification really comes into play as well. But just from this level of verification, we were able to estimate that somewhere around about 99% of the population were now living within the 500 meters within Kigoma. And so we felt, that's absolutely where we want to be. At towards the end line, though, they still then also do the actual household surveys as well, because there are some things that that you can't necessarily pick up remotely. So they go in, they do a household level verification. In this instance as well, the households, these are all the households that were surveyed across Kigoma, 150 households, of which 148 or 99% responded that they were able to access clean water within the 30 minutes round trip. And so between the government certification, between the spatial analysis, and then this household survey as well, these are the steps of verification that we have been taking. Now, as Greg mentioned, we've also been experimenting with a feature which we're hoping to continue to improve on and actually expand the usage of, whereby we use stopwatch feature and location-based features within the MWater app to help confirm location time and distance, which can be difficult to measure. And so in just a sample of the surveys, for example, we've started to ask now for enumerators to actually walk from the household to the water point as well. What does this look like? Let me just choose one at random here. Well, not at random, but because we had to make the presentation, but we'll zoom in there nonetheless to one small cluster of households. And you see a mapped water point here, which was part of a World Vision supported Kigoma water supply system extension project. And second, we see one of the surveyed households as well, which responded to the survey that they estimated their collection time to be under 10 minutes as well. So here's our surveyed water point. Here is the household, and we can take a quick look here as well at what this might actually look like on the ground. But this is what the enumerators are, what our staff are trying to verify, and this is what we want to make sure is actually the case, that when you start at a household like this one, you can start the stopwatch and then actually move up the road to confirm both the distance as well as the time required to get from there all the way up to the water point, which is just up the road. And once the enumerator arrives here, you can then conduct a fill test as well for a 20-liter jerry can to make sure that you're able to fill it within the time needed as well. And this is that actual water point that we were just sort of taking a quick visit to. So this is a feature that we started using in Rwanda, and we want to expand on, improve on as well. And within a sampling of our, because it does take time, so you're choosing a sample of from within your survey to help ground truth, if you will, even further, because the water that we're looking at, it needs to be close and convenient. If you look beyond,
You just blew Lyndsey's mind. You can just see her hair's like.
I had told everybody at home that they needed to get Kleenex about the stories. We need Kleenex about the data. You're making me cry with
I
these
mean,
maps.
cleaning, yeah, absolutely.
Get out your credit cards. This is it, the level of integrity. I mean, the authenticity, and to see these women and their lives transformed. Alan, really, the data is making me cry.
Well, it makes
Well,
Alan cry every day, so he's.
And I'll say that, you know, we've learned a lot over the last 3 years. We're learning from our successes. We're learning from some of our mistakes, and we're trying to get better every single day. So it's an iterative process. We're in the process now of rolling out a new survey tool as well over the next few months with all of our offices to help get the level of data up even one more a notch as well. So I was excited about our initial testing of this feature in Rwanda. I think that we can expand on it as well in some of our other locations as well. But with that, let me also just go to our third and final stop on our journey, on our conversation this morning. And it is on holistic impact in Zambia. And I wanted just to highlight here, LDR and Greg, I wanted to highlight the power of water as a catalyst for better
Ooh,
life.
I like that. Catalyst.
Holistically.
Catalytic impact. Let's go.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We've talked a lot about households, and you will across the day, and schools, of course, and healthcare facilities. But we also need to continue to think holistically about livelihoods, about businesses as well. And I wanted to just draw one spotlight here to our work in Zambia before I close. So let me zoom into Zambia. There we go. And I'm going to take one specific location as well, which is in the Mbeza area program in Zambia's southern province. Perhaps some of those on the call have been here as well.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Greg's been there. So let's zoom into the southern province of Zambia to our Mbeza area program. And I want to consider one village in particular. There's actually two villages where World Vision works. The Makaba village you see here to the west, and Nico village to the east. And I want to just highlight, number one, the integrated nature of the work that we do in a lot of these areas. And what you're seeing here on the screen is pulling in data from multiple sectors now, including showing how in these two areas, we're looking at household water, household sanitation, wash in healthcare facilities. You see wash in healthcare facilities right down here, wash in schools as well, environmental stewardship as well. Vital. This is vital for sustaining the water resources on which these facilities depend. Food security as well, and livelihoods and markets. And I want to just focus right here for a moment on the livelihoods side of things. And so I'm going to take this out, and we're going to zoom in to Nico. And now normally we might, focus more on this school where actually there's two schools here, a community and private school where World Vision has supported water. But I actually want to focus across the road here for just one moment. There's a good example here of the catalytic power of water, I think. And we're going to zoom into the Nico Dairy Co-op, which this co-op used to have just 12 members. And milk collection here was not too much to write home about. But today, this co-op has more than 500 local farmers as members. More than 500. And they are selling milk by the truckload to higher paying dairy companies in Lusaka. And a key ingredient here, every step of the way, is clean water. Our partnership with this co-op included a piped water system, but also hygiene training, which enabled this co-op to meet the commercial hygiene standards of the big buyers from the city, So you visit here today and you will watch farmer after farmer arrive by bicycle to have their fresh milk strained, measured, tested for purity. And clean water, Greg and LDR, clean water is there every step of the way to empower this business and empower the sales of milk for all of these farmers. In fact, farmers travel on average of 4 to 8 kilometers daily to deliver milk here. So the story of Nico becomes the story of all of these many, many villages in the area, including the Makaba village as well that I mentioned. And so I think once again, you can see sort of this holistic impact of water. I like to say that we work in places, not sectors, and you can see the places coming out here. And that in the end, you know, there's no water sector, there's no livelihood sector. There are communities, there are households, there are businesses where fundamental ingredients like clean water, food safety awareness, entrepreneurship, they come together. They come together to enable a better life for people.
We think about our own lives, right? Yeah, we don't think about your life or my life. I don't think about a sector of my life or a portion of my life.
Exactly.
I'm experiencing life, and I need all these things holistically so that every day I can wake up with less stress and with joy and with hope and just facing the day. My daughter and I like to say, today is a good day for a good day. You know, but when you know that you're walking for water, or you don't know where your meal is going to come from, or you don't know how you're going to make money, it's hard to say that today is going to be a good day, or it's a good day for a good day. And what you're showing us right now, Alan, I just hope I've got the jitters. The hair should be out. I mean, this is wild work that we get to be a part of.
Yeah, it is indeed a privilege to help support it, to help be a very, very small piece here of this broader story, if you will. And actually that just on a final note, I'll close with this from the presentation standpoint. In his seminal book on international development, former World Vision International Vice President Bryant Myers, he wrote Walking with the Poor, which many on this call probably have heard of or read. And he writes, there is a sense in which every development program is a convergence of stories. I love that. It's a convergence of stories. And he goes on to note that every story is converging in a particular time and a particular place. And above all, I think the data that we're talking about is helping to inform the stories. It's helping to not only help us to program more effectively and monitor the work, track the work as we talked about, but also tell the stories, I think, of these places, of these times, because you know these are the stories of community change. These are the stories of where transformation happens, right? And that's what today is all about. So a convergence of stories, and I'm sure we'll hear many stories along the way going forward as well. And so, yeah, I hope that you have enjoyed the stories from the road. It's part of our journey.
You are incredible, and thank you for that quote. We're going to come back to it in a second, but stories, and we see in our lives how God has woven these stories together to have an incredible impact. Your story of coming to World Vision, your contributions, setting the pace for the water sector. We can't thank you enough, and I know you accept those praises on behalf of the whole team. But thank you for
I
being.
do, absolutely, on behalf of the team.
Absolutely. I saw some chat bubbles popping up on my screen of people just blown away by what you're presenting, and how, again, data and spreadsheets and numbers and maps can really just be so dry, and that you have brought them to life. You've put flesh on these facts and figures, and it's just so inspiring. You are a gift, my friend.
Thank you, Alan.
Yes, no, it's been a great to join you. Happy to do it anytime. Yeah, I hope that we've been able to see a few interesting snapshots from the road, grasp a few more stories, and understand how those stories converge, and really the catalytic power of water
Yeah.
within the convergence of those stories. So
Our beloved map guy, Alan Hollenbach. Thank you, Alan. So, Lyndsey, tell us what's up next hour, and then I want to tell a little story that Alan inspired me with convergence of stories that I have to let you know about.
Okay, well, first up, before next hour, literally our producer and director, Ann Gibbs, who's behind all the magic here, has put up a sign that she said, Alan, as you were talking, we just passed through $600,000 raised. That is 12,000 people, my friends, that 12,000 people
Awesome.
who will have transformative life through clean water, like Alan was just saying. So Alan, thank you so much. Next hour, we get to hear from an incredible couple who are newly involved with World Vision's water work. And then we get to travel to a school live in Zambia. And this is rural Zambia. Greg, you've been there. So the internet, we are praying that the Holy Spirit will hold this call together for us.
We're very excited about Ryan and Holly Lambert joining us, and then, going to see our friend Mutenta in Zambia in this rural school that I have been lucky enough to go to a couple of times. So I know it is very remote, very rural. You know, Alan did inspire me with this story about this area that we looked at. Last year when Team World Vision was raising funds, and a lot of our high net worth donors that I work with were helping, providing a challenge for that. I was inspired. I know Randy Hockey and Christy were inspired. We both funded water points, and we funded one on behalf of our grandson, Cade Batten, and I just got the water point. It's in Mabeza. It's where we just visited. No idea that was going to happen. And we had planned to show you a video today. I hope Ann can pull it up in time. It's of a specific dairy farmer. Okay. We just visited with Alan, a dairy farm, and he's right that that's enabled people's incomes to thrive. And we were there filming videos about other things. The Zambian staff wanted to show us this milk production facility. They had picked out a story they were going to show us. And it didn't sound very interesting to me. I didn't know how to tell them it wasn't that interesting. But I saw this man riding his bicycle, and he had a milk jug on his bicycle, and he had the most wonderful smile. He was just smiling. He was happy. And I said, I want to talk to him. And so we produced a video about his story and how before we brought water, before they couldn't have a milk production facility. So he couldn't be a dairy farmer. It was too far to go to the local market. Only by having this water in place were they able to have a milk production facility. And I asked him, what were you thinking about? Was it your family, that you're able to care for your family? He goes, I was thinking about the cash.
I love my family, but we need to make some money.
And he sent his kids not just through high school, but through college with the milk money. So
milk money, that's
we're
right.
going to be back at the top of the hour with the Lamberts and visiting a school. But in the interim, we'd love you to see this video of Joseph the dairy farmer.
During rain season like this time, the morning routine is to feed the cows before I milk them. And after milking, I have to deliver the milk on time. I was a school teacher for 27 years. And then finally I retired. I still needed an income, so I decided to try farming. Yeah, I think about my family. There are a lot of things that I needed to do for my family. 5 of my children have completed college, and I remain with the 3. I'm going to support them from the same source, milk. World Vision works with the community to establish milking center. The milk collection center needs water to keep it clean. And we use water to wash our milk cans. Farmer collects milk every few days. Every month, I get money from milk. It's a lot of money that I never expected that I would be getting. My family is healthy and happy. We are thankful to World Vision. My name is Joseph Mujindu, and I am 60 years old. During rain season like this time, the morning routine is to feed the cows before I milk them. And after milking, I have to deliver the milk on time. I was a school teacher for 27 years. And then finally I retired. Still needed an income, so I decided to try farming. Yeah, I think about my family. There are a lot of things that I needed to do for my family. 5 of my children have completed college, and I remain with the 3. I'm going to support them from the same source, milk. World Vision works with the community to establish milking center. The milk collection center needs water to keep it clean, and we use water to wash our milk cans. Farmer collects milk every few days. Every month, I get money from milk. It's a lot of money that I never expected that I would be getting. My family is healthy and happy. We are thankful to World Vision.
Howdy.
All right, we're back in action, 10 a.m. Central Time. It has been quite a morning.
It has. Happy World Water Day, everybody. Thank you for joining. If you're just joining us with us this hour, we're excited to have a really good hour.
A really good hour. We've had many good hours. I'm Lyndsey Deane Ratchford. I'm the National Director of Team World Vision.
And I'm Dr. Greg Allgood, the Vice President of Water and Health at World Vision US.
So here we are celebrating massive amounts of impact and coming in hot off the presses from our control center, command center. Top 5 fundraising teams today. This is the average per fundraiser. Isn't that incredible? So not necessarily their totals, but their top fundraisers per person teams. We've got our Ironman team, our London team, Hood to Coast, Women for Women, and Rim to Rim. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations, teams. You're making an incredible impact. And we know that these challenge funds are a huge driver to today and just encouraging you along the way. And that is one reason why we're so excited to have Holly and Ryan with us today.
We are indeed. Ryan and Holly are creative entrepreneurs with a young family in the DC area, and they've partnered with us in big ways. We're so glad they're able to join us to celebrate World Water Day. And today we're going to learn a little bit more about them and why they jumped in feet first with World Vision. I had a chance to meet with them in their home recently, and I was very inspired, and I think everyone turning in today will be as well. Ryan and Holly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Howdy. Glad to see y'all today.
Yeah, good to see you. Well, we're doing some incredible things today because of your generosity. And we'll get into that, how we're doing in fundraising. But first, Ryan, can you tell us a little bit about how you first heard about World Vision and what drew you and Holly to act so quickly?
We're entrepreneurs. I've never really put together a business plan or thought too much about what I'm going to do. We kind of tend just to stumble into things and kind of go with it. So we have some great friends, Jen and Greg Mayer in Houston, who had mentioned World Vision to us. And we'd been to a crew event where Greg Branneman, another Greg, had spoken and kind of presented one of his books, had mentioned that World Vision was one of the top charities that he's kind of could unreservedly support. And he was a private equity guy, and I'm a guy who kind of had built a few businesses with Holly and sold them to private equity. And so Greg saying, hey, World Vision is a great organization. And our friends saying that World Vision was a great organization was basically enough. We kind of sight unseen, I guess, whenever we were selling a business a couple of years ago, in the middle of kind of young family time, and we're busy, Holly's breastfeeding, and kind of in the middle of kind of being a dad, learning how to like rock on these old knees, you know, the kids on my back. I didn't have a lot of time to do a lot of research. I just said, you know what, I'm going to trust my friends. I'm going to trust that this organization is one that we can write a big check to. And so we did that last year with almost no research whatsoever. Then we kind of started digging in afterwards. And kind of in this last year, we wrote another check, and kind of more and more we see the organization, the people we've met in World Vision and the mission of World Vision kind of fits in really, really well with kind of how we like to make impact, which is, you know, it's not sexy work. We're not trying to become famous. It's some people at World Vision aren't trying to become famous and glamorizing themselves and having a fancy fundraiser where you get dressed up in a tuxedo. It's taking care of kind of the people who need help and care the most. And so for us, you know, kind of our commitment is whenever World Vision says we need something, we'll raise our hand and be there for y'all. So it's kind of almost a foolish, non-thought through all the way, but feels exactly like the right kind of thing that Holly and I have kind of tended to do a couple times in our lives, and it's always worked out well. So we put our faith in God and say, we're going to do this thing and it's going to work out. And she's the one who basically every single time is saying, let's do more. And so I kind of follow her lead.
Amen. Well, friends, this is the first time I've actually got to meet you in person, I guess we could say. But Holly and Ryan, it's so good to meet you, and you need to know that your audacious faith is truly changing lives. Over the last 18 months, like you said, whether that was God that was tapping you on the shoulder or twisting your gut or whatever that might have been, to trust your friend and to give generously. Really, the gifts that you have given are inspiring new donors. Like, wildfire, and they're inspiring our runners, people that are 1 foot in front of the others, hate running, have those, like you said, creaky dad knees that are just trying to make it. I've got a 5-year-old at home, and we're training for a London Marathon, my husband and I, and we've got, a muscle gun, and he pulls out the ice packs, and my 5-year-old Thea, she's right there for it. She's running around the block with daddy. But friends, your donations that are challenging these runners are inspiring people to join us and to give and to act. So first and foremost, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being such a great organization that we, at this busy time in our lives, we can just faithfully give to and trust that the funds are going to be handled well, because our time is very limited. Everyone's is, but especially with 2 young kids and trying to figure out this phase in life, we're very thankful for you all to have a place and to have created a place and been part of a place that can so professionally and in a matured way and a God-driven way use these funds for good.
Absolutely, Holly. Absolutely. Well, and since investing with us just over this even short period of time, how have you guys seen things happen? What have you seen happening?
One thing is there's 3 or 4 different lenses to see this in. One thing about giving for us, right? And we're not, we tend to be experts in the businesses that we've created from scratch, right? So we kind of go into this little niche business, and one of our most recent businesses was helping kids with autism. And so we built a business now that has almost 10,000 employees that helps kids with autism. But the day before we kind of started doing the business research, we knew nothing about the topic. Holly knew a bit about it. I knew almost nothing. And we kind of it felt right. So we did more and more and more of it. We used a relatively small amount of personal capital to build that business, and it ended up becoming very large. We know that a small amount of capital that we gave to World Vision is helping an enormous number of people. And we don't have that warm and fuzzy that comes yet from having been over to Mali or Niger. I used to work over that part of the world 20 years ago, so I know what that world is like, and I know how much help is needed there. But one of the fun things that's happened that we've seen hasn't been on the ground. I think whenever our kids are a little bit older, hopefully we'll be able to go over all over the world and kind of see the work and kind of contribute to the work and kind of be part of it, have that heart piece really kind of be able to fill us up all the way. But right now, whenever we write a check, there's a certain recklessness of it. It's a lot more than perhaps we would write a check of anything else. If I wrote a check for a certain size in business, I would have thought through all the different elements and all the different risks. And this is just, here you go. It's almost reckless. And there's something that really, really, really feels good about writing a big reckless check, because you know that it's going to go somewhere good. And that's something that is not in my nature as an entrepreneur, especially a control guy who wants to run and dominate the kind of things I'm working on business-wise. But in some ways, like, I'm wearing a different hat altogether here. And I hope other entrepreneurs who kind of have had an exit would say, you know what, try on a different hat and put on the hat of being reckless and giving money to an organization and giving money to the least of us who don't even have clean water. If you can't give money to that and you're going to buy another yacht, what are you doing with your life? And I think I've had that transformation a little bit. It's felt great. And so I look forward to having that kind of continue to go in that direction more and more in our life.
Yeah, that your radical generosity is inspiring. I know when Catherine Brzezinski, your donor representative, and I were in your home, and you wrote that reckless check. It was quite a moment. And by the way, happy birthday to Catherine today,
Yes.
World Water Day. We're so happy for her and celebrate with her. So yeah, that was amazing. And Holly, it was very clear that you were inspiring this action by Ryan to write the check. Tell us a little bit about the impact how you feel about the impact your family is making and what it means to you.
It's funny. I texted Catherine earlier today. I said, I feel like we're in the opening act of kind of an entirely new play in our lives today, being on the call. And it feels like, okay, here we go, and just not knowing exactly how y'all are using the money or exactly what's going to happen with it, but just trusting. I became a Christian when I was in 3rd grade. And so it's not my own flesh that's saying, let's give this money. It's just a voice that says, let's do it now. And when we were talking about giving to you guys, I saw the look on Ryan's face, and is it an end of year donation? When do we do this? Do we do that? I'm like, just go get the checkbook. Like, just let's do it. We talked about doing it. Let's go. And we're both procrastinators by nature. So I'm just kind of trying to help us out and help you guys out and get the ball rolling. So I don't remember what your question was, but I hope that's something for you to hold on to.
I do remember that we were discussing whether it was the check you wrote right before Christmas. We're discussing whether it was a match or end of year, and then Ryan ripped up the check, and I almost had a coronary. But luckily you rewrote it.
Yeah, it said some trite legal, oh, it's a match. No, let's just give the money and just have y'all use it. Get rid of any of the strings or any of the complexity. And in some ways, people let their wealth advisors or their attorneys or their accountants or their senior advisor people kind of talk them into a rational approach of things. And I think probably more and more what gives us joy, hanging out with our little 18-month-old son or our little 5-year-old daughter or our friends' kids or whatever it is. Like, there's a lot of things in life, like the best things in life oftentimes aren't these really calculated decisions, the things you really kind of pour over and figure out and come to a rational conclusion because in 57% of the scenarios it's going to turn out good. It's those things in life you do without any real forethought. And you're just kind of trusting, letting the Holy Spirit move in you and just going in the direction that you feel like you should go. And I almost have never regretted those kind of decisions. And I think that's kind of something that I'm going to look forward to kind of within World Vision, encouraging other people to go do something radical in whatever form. I mean, if you're not a runner, running a marathon for me would be a radical thing that actually may cause me to fall over and hurt myself. So that may not be a great idea, but right now to check or something like that is something that we can do. And I know there's a lot of people, everyone who's met at World Vision so far has been remarkable. And kind of the commitment they have to the excellence of the mission and kind of doing so in a humble and God-loving and people-loving kind of way feels so good for us. So that's really inspiring for us. And I look forward to being able to play a role of having those heart-to-heart conversations with other people who are in a position where they can write a check and they won't even know the money's gone. But I promise, like in my heart of hearts, I know the people who are being served by World Vision, they will recognize that the benefit is there. And so in some way, action this day to write those checks. And that's a fun thing to be part of. And I can kind of get ready to pound the table and encourage others to do that. So I hope I can get called on to do that some more.
Excellent. And you are an answer to prayers for the people in the developing world, for sure.
Yeah, and we're going to see that, just in a few minutes, we get to go to a school in rural Zambia, praying that the Lord and the Holy Spirit will use the internet and Wi-Fi to uphold this call. And you'll get to see those lives and these kids. A teenage powerhouse named Beauty is going to help tour the school and show us how life has changed and what they're up to. But also you do need to know, like you said, there are folks that show up to church on Sundays, minding their own business, and they leave signed up running for a marathon because of that radical faith that you're talking about. They hear that little girls are walking every day instead of going to school, that they're at risk of rape and kidnapping and exploitation because they're out doing their chores instead of at a school that's safe, right? And they say yes. They say, hey, if I can walk or if I can run in the streets of my city and raise money so that those girls can be safe and they can be in school and they can have water, I'll do it. And we have people that literally don't even know how many miles a marathon is when they say yes. And they set these crazy goals, guys, like literally, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. We have somebody that has raised over $50,000 just today. And you going out in faith the way you have, and you said, here's the big check. Use it however you can. Multiply this. Let's challenge people. For the friends that are watching at home, this couple, they're the ones that are challenging you to go big. And Holly and Ryan, you need to know, we have more people today that have set $20,000 fundraising goals for their season than ever before. We had $200,000 raised just last week in 1 week in Los Angeles for race week for LA Marathon. So just know that your audacious faith, that radical stirring in you is stirring in other people because of your gifts. So yeah, get out the Kleenex, Holly. I need some too. Like, where's it at?
Well, one thing about exercise and giving money that kind of seem to have, they really go hand in hand and are very highly correlated is, after you run a long race, after you work out, after you do something physical and exerting, you almost never think afterwards, I didn't like doing that. That was a dumb idea. It almost always is a good thing. It's like, you know what? I'm glad I got my butt off the chair. I'm glad I, took off my suit and put on my workout clothes. I'm glad I went to the gym and stayed up an extra 30 minutes. That was a good thing for me. It was a good thing for my body. I feel like fundraising and giving money is the exact same thing. There's 1,000 reasons not to do it. But whenever you actually just do it, it just feels so good. And you know it's the right thing and you never regret having done it. It's like, oh, I could have used that money for something else. No, like I give it to a kid who needs water. Like these are obvious kind of like absolutely yes kind of things. And so all the people who are running, who are raising money, you guys are doing, y'all are doing a lot. We spent 10 seconds writing out a check. That's a big deal. But y'all are out there in the field getting stuff done, planning a race, having a lot of conversations. It's going to inspire, I think, us now to have conversations with a lot of people that we know in our network to, hey, what can we do for this year, for next year, to encourage them to give, right? Asking to give. It's kind of like sharing the gospel in some ways. It can be a little bit uncomfortable at first. I don't know if I want to have that conversation. I kind of want things to be at an even keel. But what matters the most? What are you going to regret having not talked about? What will you be proud that you did talk about? I think the gospel, and I think kids needing water are pretty easy wins that once we get off our butts, we'll feel pretty good that we got up.
Come on, Ryan. We literally just had a chat pop up on our screen. Judy from Chicago just said, Ryan is dropping a word right now.
Thank you guys for saying yes to World Vision. It means so much to us. You're so inspiring, as you've heard. It's inspiring action, not just feelings, but people are acting based on your radical generosity. You're a blessing to children, and we thank you so much. We look forward to the journey ahead with you. I love how you said this is just maybe a first step in our journey together, and that's electrifying to think about. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much as well.
You bet. Yes. So, well, we're going to go over to Zambia here in just a second.
I wanted to talk about for just a second how this giving of people today, everyone, including the Lamberts, is really a multiplier. So we have a track record of every dollar that is invested becomes $5 of impact. Here's how that works. For every dollar we get from donors in the US, we're able to multiply that with funds from governments, corporations, foundations, and our own child sponsorship. So every dollar is matched with another $4 through this effort. So a dollar becomes $5 of impact. It's incredibly important for us reaching the goals, these dollars that are raised today and every day through the Team World Vision effort. So thank you for your leadership of Team World Vision and making a huge impact.
Yeah, Jordan Smoke and I, who we're going to hear from later, our director of water, sanitation, and hygiene, we joke that a Team World Vision dollar isn't green, it's gold, because it can turn to 5.
Yeah.
So thank you for your generosity today. It's wild. And before we go to Zambia, Greg, I want to ask you, okay, while we do wells, we do gravity-fed pipelines, solar-powered pumps, all of this water is within context, and we're going to go into a school. Can you tell us a little bit about why we partner with schools and how that works?
Why schools? Yeah, so you can think of 3 different prongs when we go into community providing water. It's water for the community, for people's households. It's water right into the healthcare center and the comprehensive work that we do there to improve health. And it's in the schools. Why schools? Well, kids spend so much of the day in schools.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have clean water, if you're having to haul water, you're tired and you're sick because of the unsafe water. So it's incredibly important for kids to have a quality education. They need to have water and hand washing and toilets in the school. And so we're committed to do that.
And one thing too is when a community gets clean water, school attendance can go up by 80%. But then getting water in the school ensures kids stay in school, because some schools that don't have water, kids are out walking for water in the morning to get their family's water. They come to school and then they actually go on a water walk at the school to get the school water. And like you're saying, some schools don't even have bathrooms.
Right.
And particularly for young girls that are coming into puberty and experiencing all of that, that's a whole nother piece of hygiene, that we're really respecting the dignity of young girls in this really important time of their lives to keep them in school and really protect them.
Yes, a lot of girls, when they start menstruation, drop out of schools because there's no way to manage their menstruation at the school. So they drop out, which is such a tragedy, something that we know how to fix. The need is great. There's 500 million children that go to schools that don't have clean water. And so this is an area where we can have a huge impact. Half the schools in Africa don't have water in them, and only 1 out of 8 have hand washing. So, you know, the dignity of the kids, imagine being a teacher in a school that had no water, had no latrines, and that's the case for so many people. So we're committed to do something about it. We have set a new commitment to between last year and 2030, we're going to reach 10,000 schools.
Let's go.
10,000 schools with clean water. That's going to empower more than 5 million students in those schools.
10,000 schools, 5 million students. And another thing that has really excited me about the work that we're doing, again, World Vision isn't just about the hardware, but also the software and really helping people understand, right? Everybody needs someone in their lives helping them along the way and understanding. You can't just give someone something and expect that they know how to use it, right? But really us growing and having the agency and the awareness to use the tools that we have. And in schools particularly, and again, I have a 5-year-old at home, so I'm thankful for Elmo. We have an Elmo potty book and we had an Elmo potty for potty training.
Yeah.
And we could send it to your granddaughter.
I love that.
Yes. So, but Elmo, the Muppets and the Monsters aren't just American, they're global.
They are. Sesame Street is the largest informal educator of kids in the world. And so one of the reasons we go into schools is this behavior change aspect. If you teach children, school children, about the importance of clean water, treating water safely, washing your hands, using the train, they'll take those healthy habits back to their homes, and it can change an entire community. So we have, for a long time at World Vision, done education programs in schools, but we know that if you make it fun, kids are going to learn better.
Yep.
And then we had the opportunity to team up with Sesame Street and with Elmo, and it was all catalyzed by a new Muppet a few years ago that was developed called Raya. She's 6 years old. She fits in any culture. She's green.
Okay.
And today is her birthday. Happy birthday, Raya. She's 6 years old again. Every year she's 6 years old. And so she fits really well. She was developed specifically for this purpose. So we've teamed up with Sesame Street Workshop with a program that's called Wash Up. It's in 19 countries now, and not just Africa. So we're in Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Afghanistan.
That's right.
In Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. So Raya has gone global with World Vision, helping kids understand these healthy habits.
There you go. So it's time, my friends. We are going to go live by the power of the Holy Spirit to a rural school in Zambia. We get to see our good friend and colleague, Mutinta. Mutinta, are you with us? We're hoping we can turn on cameras and make it happen. We've had some test calls.
There she
is. Look at that.
Hello. Hi out there. Hi, Greg. Oh my God. I'm so excited to see you all.
Great to see you.
Happy World Water Day, my friend.
Happy World Water Day to you too, my friends.
Oh, how's the day going? So it's 10 a.m. Central Time in Chicago, Illinois. What time is it in Zambia?
It's 5 p.m. So it's late in the afternoon, 5 p.m.
Great.
Yeah. And we're doing great, having fun. World Water Day.
Where are you today, Mutinta?
So I'm joining you, Greg, from where we believe we're working to make sure we reach everyone everywhere with safe and clean water and improved sanitation and hygiene. So I'm in one of our operational areas called Hamaundu in southern Zambia, and at a school called Kanchomba School. So this is a school that was established in 1922 by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And in 1957, government took over its administratorship. And currently, this school has about a population of about 1,030 students. And it runs from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. Wow. Now, World Vision has been partnering with this school in the recent years in so many ways, especially to ensure that the children at this school have access to clean and safe water and improved sanitation and hygiene. Now, Greg, LDR, believe it or not, from the time we started working with these students and the school, enrollment levels have gone high, high by about 67%. So it's tremendous. It's a great joy to come back to this school and celebrate World Water Day here.
Excellent. Is this the school that you took me to once?
Yes, Greg. It's right in front of that big hospital, Kanchomba Clinic.
Nice. Great to be back with you here. What do you have to show us today?
Sure, I'd love to. In fact, let's start with the worship club.
Okay, that sounds good.
The one we just heard about, that we partnered with Sesame Street on, and Raya and Elmo. Here's the kids. Hey, kids.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Welcome to our club.
It's so good to see you. You and Elmo.
My name is Teacher.
Vasiku.
Yes.
Good to see you, Vasiku.
Okay. This is Wash Club, a club that was established in partnership with World Vision. We were trained on how we can help the little ones to improve in terms of hygiene. They do so many things, and now the target groups is from the first grade up to the fourth grade. And these little ones, they like learning by playing. So mostly we use different things like this friend of mine, Elm, to do the lesson demonstrations.
That's so awesome.
We also use this for presentations. That's where we have a lot of lessons.
Oh, cool.
So this is the same lesson.
Yeah, this is
We
the
teach
flip
the
chart
learners.
that has the lessons on it that teachers can flip through, and it's in the local language, right?
Yeah. So now we teach a lot of activities to the learners, and other activities apart from these, we also do games like story match. And now I want to show you some of the activities that the little ones they do on the story to demonstrate the hygiene levels and how they understand and what they should do to improve their hygiene and sanitation.
Awesome.
Yeah, these story maps we developed with Sesame Workshop, they're all made with the way people would look in the local area, so they're very localized, and they teach the kids the right steps to do for these healthy habits.
Great.
And they love playing with them. I always mess up when I do it. I can't do it as fast as the kids. Let's hear one.
All right, so now I want one of the little ones to demonstrate. We have a number of them demonstrating, but we'll show you a few. Joy, you can demonstrate the story match reading.
Hey, John.
My name is Joy Mwanza. I am 9 years old. I am in grade 4. My journey is going to the field.
Okay.
Let's go to the field.
When I wake up in the morning, I'm barefooted. I wear my shoes.
Wear your shoes.
I get teeth brush and toothpaste.
Oh, brush your teeth.
My
Nice.
mother gives me water. I brush my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the field.
I bet she washed her hands after she went to the field.
I bet.
Because they got dirty.
Dirty. My hands are clean.
All right.
Well done.
All right, Jim, we can also demonstrate.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Gift Mango.
Mr. Mango, let's see it. Bring it.
Old. My journey is to go and fetch water. When I wake up in the morning,
Up in the morning.
I'm barefooted.
Okay.
You're barefooted.
I put on my shoes. I get my toothpaste and toothbrush.
Mm-hmm.
My sister gives me water. I brush my teeth.
Well, thank you, sister.
Yes.
I get my bucket. I go to the tap. I fetch water. I come back home. This is the end of my story.
All right. Well done.
Okay, now we're going to have our little friend, Changa, can also demonstrate.
My name is Tangambe. I'm grade preschool. My journey is going to school. When I wake up in the morning, I'm barefooted. I wear my shoes. I go to toothpaste. My brother gives me water. I brush my teeth.
Let's see.
I wash my hands. My hands are dirty. I wash my hands with water and soap. My hands are clean.
Yes.
I go to school. I go back home. I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
You're hungry.
My hands are dirty. I wash my hands with water and soap. My hands are clean. I go back home. I eat my food.
Yes.
My hands are dirty. I wash my hands with water and soap. My hands are clean. I go back home. This is the end of my story.
All right, wow. See how fast
Awesome.
they are? Oh, they really get it. Hey, guys, can we take a look at
Jeff, you can come and demonstrate.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Jen Homa. I'm in grade 4. I'm 9 years old. My journey is going to the market.
Okay. Going to the market.
When I wake up in the morning, I'm barefooted. I wear my shoes. I get toothpaste and toothbrush. My mother gives me water. I brush my teeth. I get the basket. I go to the market. I go back home. I'm hungry. I wash my hands with water and soap. My hands are clean. I eat my food. My hands are dirty. I wash my hands with water and soap. My hands are clean. I go back home. This is the end of my story.
Hey guys, can you show us some of the story map that show how we've localized it? Maybe show us the tippy tap, the thing that's the hand washing station that's very easy to make with local materials. People may not have seen that. Pan down a little bit. A little bit more. Yes.
Yeah, right
Yes.
there.
So you can use some sticks and a plastic container and have an easy way to collect water and create a little hand washing station.
There's soap and water, and you can then tippy tap it with your foot and wash your hands.
And is there a jerry can there? We call them jerry cans, or these plastic containers typically that hold 5 gallons. So there's a different kind of jerry can. Yeah. Usually ubiquitous yellow. You see people hauling these throughout. Anything else that's local that you can point out to us that's in the story map? Nice carpet.
Yeah, the carpet's beautiful.
Oh, a house.
Your house.
Yep, a typical house with a thatched roof that people live in, and ubiquitous goats.
Awesome.
And
hand washing.
Excellent. Yeah, even after I visit these schools and I'm leaving, it's late and getting late in the day, you can see the kids out playing with the story mats because it's so much fun.
It is fun. I was thinking I need Thea to be doing this because I'm always reminding her, have you washed your hands? Have you washed your hands?
And there's a hand pump.
Oh, so good.
Fantastic. What else you guys got to show us? This is fun.
This is so fun. Thank you for having us. You guys are done such a credible job. There's the toothpaste and the toothbrush. Looks like doing some work.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And there's another hand washing
Another type of hand washing, more permanent.
Oh, and a bathroom.
Yeah, we provide bathrooms for girls and boys, and bathrooms, and there's a disinfectant that people can use when they're collecting water that's not yet from a permanent water source, chlorine disinfectant. Fantastic. So I think we're going to meet a student now.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Basiku, thank you for that.
Thank you, Basiku.
Okay. So we can go on with these activities, but now I'm going to show you, because the learners, they like singing. So I'm going to show you, when they're doing these activities, they also sing.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
She's got good technique.
She does, like a surgeon.
It's simple, but that saves lives.
Oh, look at that.
Happy World
sign.
Water Day.
Happy World Water Day.
Kachumba, Kachumba, thank you.
Wow.
Excellent.
Such
Wow.
Thank
joyful
you.
singing.
Yes, I know. I have to
Such-
like get up and get going.
Oh, Elja, you're missing out. There's so much activity going here. Some kids are playing soccer, some are singing, you know, so much to celebrate World Water Day. And the song you just heard the kids singing, Washa Ilange. So they've abbreviated the word Washa Club to Washa. So if you're a member of a Washa Club, they'll say, oh, she belongs to Washa. So they're saying, Washa, show yourself. And so you saw the little girl washing what they learn in the club, washing her hands. So yeah, great singing. Yeah, very happy to be part of this. So right now, I'm joined by a very good friend of mine. Her name is, she'll tell us a bit about herself, her name, her school, and yeah, she's got so much to share. You know, she's full of passion. She's been at this school since kindergarten, so she knows the whole story. So yeah, Beauty, hi. Hi. Yeah.
Hi,
Would you
Beauty.
like to introduce yourselves to our friends and partners all the way from America?
Hello, everyone.
It's good to see you, Beauty. I'm Lyndsey.
And I'm Greg.
Great to see you guys.
To see you.
Yeah, my name is Beauty Mumba. I'm doing grade 11 at Skanchomba School. I'm 16 years old. Yeah, so my favorite subject is English.
All
I
right.
really want to get educated so that I can help my parents and my friends out there who are not in school. Yes.
Mhm. Thank you for having us.
Yes.
So if you've been there since kindergarten, you were at this school before it had clean water that World Vision provided. Where did you get your water and what was that like?
So, long time ago, we had difficulties in accessing clean, safe water. Our only source of water was a man-made dam which was about 1.5 kilometers away. Yeah, so we shared the water with animals like cows, pigs, and dogs. So yeah, it was very unclean, and it made us sick with skin diseases like rash and waterborne diseases like cholera. Yeah, so we wouldn't concentrate in school. We used to carry the water on top of our heads, so our shoulders would hurt a lot. Yeah, our grades were very poor in school. But lucky enough, World Vision came in and sank a borehole for us, which was good, but not really, because we had to queue up. The whole people in the community were using one borehole, so there were long queues, and we would go to school late. Yeah, the teachers would, shout at us, yell at us, and our grades were very poor. But again, World Vision came in and provided us with running water. Yeah, so around the school we've got 3 points where we've got taps. So okay.
Fantastic. That's so neat to see how things have changed.
Oh, well, and I
Yes.
understand, yeah, if you're walking for water and you're doing all that work, then to come to school late and to be tired coming in, and so you have water now on the premises at school.
Yes, we do.
Praise God. That's exciting. How has that
Yeah.
changed things for you?
So life has really changed. Yeah, our grades are now good because we were able to go to school early. The water is just within the school, and we were able to access it easily. Yes.
Fantastic. So you said you struggled before. How are you doing now in school? And do you have plans after you're a junior now? Do you have plans ahead? What are your plans ahead?
Yeah, I do have Yes, yes, sure. So when I complete school, I want to be a journalist.
A journalist?
Yes.
That's
Mhm.
incredible. Awesome.
Yes. Mhm.
Fantastic. It's been so nice meeting you, to see the school. Can you guys show us some of the maybe the water tower, the water points that are in the school now?
Is that the water tower right behind you?
Yeah, yes. So I'd be happy to show you I'd first show you the one of the points, the tab,
Okay.
one of the tab. Yes.
Let's do a tour.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful African landscape.
Yeah. So it's about 5:45 there in the evening.
Getting the beautiful glow.
Yes.
All right.
There
Water
it
at
is.
school. Love to see that. Beats walking a mile to get the water of the dam you're sharing with the cattle, the goats, and the dogs, huh?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the stuff we have around the school. And now let me take you to where the tank is. Let's go.
Are you gonna climb up the tower?
Nah.
There's some goats.
There's some goats. Speaking of the goats. Could be dinner for somebody.
Absolutely.
Oh, there it
Yeah,
is.
so on my left hand, yeah, on my left hand side is where the old borehole used to be, and now there's a solar panel which is pumping the water into the tank. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
So there's an array of solar panels that capture the energy of the sun, power the pump that then pumps the water up high in that storage tank, and then it can just flow by gravity throughout the community and into the school.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So on the far end are the old toilets. So yeah, the old toilets, the old latrines. So we had difficulties. For me as a girl, I had difficulties because there was no privacy. there are no doors, and squatting was a problem. Yes, but as for now, I have a new ablution block which contains the flashable toilets just on the far end there. It's there.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, we're able to access, clean toilets, and there's privacy there, those as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. I know that, like you said, squatting is no fun as a lady whatsoever, but to be safe and to have our own space and be able to take care of business, that's good to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, Beauty. I can't wait to see how you progress as a journalist.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait to.
It's great to meet you. Hope to see you again.
Okay. So I'll now get back to Tinta and Michello.
Okay.
Michello. Oh, that's a new voice.
Beauty, all the best to your studies.
Well done, Beauty. Strong girl.
Wow. I keep meeting amazing people, Greg, LDR. So right now I'm joined by another friend of mine, and his name is Michello Hachisamba. Greg LDR and wow. So he's saying good morning.
Good evening
Good
to
evening.
you.
We are saying it's morning there, it's evening here. So they're saying good evening. Yes. So do you want to tell them a bit about yourself? Nyaganjo GC, Gio Choya, Atrandi Hawi.
Nangu nimehaji sawa Mijero, Raya grade 9. Gio chandia March, 14 years. Tagumanyaji goro nadago over teacher.
So he says, like you've heard, my name's Michello Hachisamba, and I'm doing 9th grade, and my favorite subject is math. And when I grow up, I would like to be a teacher.
All right. Michello, you have a beautiful smile.
Thank you. So Michello is one of the sponsored children, and his family lives in Kanchomba community under our area program Hamaundu, and through him, his family and his community has benefited a lot through sponsorship and the projects that World Vision is doing here. So Michello, would you like to just share about some of the benefits of being a sponsored child? Vision.
World Vision. Paratugwahiri aba World Vision into inji mburu wanu ajigoro amu minzomu anajigoro pakatwahira klasi pakatuletera madeski kaworo kwa kliniki wamanesi wamadokta domu toilet atanki njere wokunze socho chichipo tukupa mu World Vision kambo paratugwahiri.
Well, he says it's such a blessing to be a sponsored child under World Vision. His life, his family's life, his community's life has changed in so many ways. His community now has a big clinic. They don't walk long distances to access healthcare services. His school is big now. World Vision has extended it with the classroom blocks, and they have water, running water. And recently, World Vision constructed a dormitory. So, Greg, LDR, a few years back, Kanchomba never used to have dormitories. And so the children, the girl children used to squat. So they would camp in schools, in neighboring communities. They would rent out small huts, sometimes even without doors, very unsafe, and then go and replenish the food over the weekend. So what World Vision did through sponsorship, partnered with this community and constructed a beautiful dormitory with a beautiful modern washroom with flashable toilets, shower rooms, lots of privacy, no excuse for any girl to miss school. And yeah, it's just an exciting moment. So he says there's a lot to share.
So awesome.
Yeah.
So awesome.
That's neat.
So,
yeah, Zambia is so rural that kids have to walk such a long ways that they need to stay in the school. They can't get back at home. And so setting up these dormitories enables education.
Keeps kids safe.
Yeah, and keeps kids safe.
True. Yeah. Now, Michelle, last time we met, you had so many questions about America. So do you want to ask maybe one or two of those questions to LJ
I like to
and
turn the
Greg and
tables on us.
the
Good
rest of the
job.
people?
What's your question?
Atena, ulami buyohi.
No, baro menda batekari. Ayaguria baro bagia yaguria.
So Michelo says he would like to find out where you get your water in America and what type of food you eat.
Oh yeah.
I can handle the water, you handle the food.
Sounds good. Yes.
So, yeah, it's hard to believe we're so blessed in America. Not only do we have piped water into our homes, there are many places in the homes where we can get clean, fresh water. In the kitchen, in our bathrooms, many places in the home, we have clean water. And we take it for granted. Many people in the US don't understand that people have to walk for water and carry water. So we're about changing that. We're out, and you're helping us do that by sharing your story with us. So thank you. Now, our food, what do we eat?
Well, and I'm gonna pitch that question, Michello, over to Wendy. So I have a surprise for you. Wendy, who is on the call, is your sponsor, Michello. So I'm gonna pitch it over to Wendy. Wendy.
Hi. So bamba guti awawuhira ba Greg bahula magana amenda ino bayodira bamba guti omubuyo waja kulya balalomba bawendi aba ababona bali wawo baba sponsor babo come baba sponsor babo aba.
Hi, good to meet you.
Atubakoma na ubuhi ukupona arumba. Thank you.
So we eat things like bread, rice, cheese, vegetables, that kind of stuff, pretty much.
So bawendi bamba guti baladya hintu hinji baladya breadi baladya rice baladya tu veggie baladya ipangwa kumugupa na kung'ombe baladya hinja anji maningi okyakoba pona. Babu ina bakubola didi.
No, mbona
So Wendy, Michelo has a question for you. He says, when are you going to visit him and his family?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I have been to Zambia before, community, and I did meet a couple of my sponsor kids. But I don't know if you were available then. So, but maybe.
We'll have to make it happen.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
So neat that you guys are able to connect. And thank you for being a child sponsor. It's incredibly important to World Vision, to our water work. It's what gives us this long-term presence in communities. So on top of that, we can fundraise for water and bring water to people like Michello.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Yeah.
How long?
Well, LDR.
Marcello.
9 years.
Awesome.
I've been sponsoring him for 9 years.
That's awesome. Do you have any questions for him, or Michello, do you have any more questions for Wendy?
Yes, he has a question.
Okay. What's your question?
Oh, no. Praia mapupu nyungu maveji. No, hena baro baragena.
So well, back to food. So he says, so over here we love to eat corn and pumpkins, pumpkin leaves. So what do you eat in your family, Wendy? What do your children or your family eat? Do they eat what we eat?
We do eat corn. We eat a lot of chicken in my family, my kids do, and like cow, beef, and things like that, and bread and cheese.
Nyama, hinden fona baladia bread, baladia hintu hebadia bala bana babu ahipangwa kumugupa kung'ombe. Mahina bana wabwe. Do you have any other question?
No, Mewoni meayiza wa mijero. Ino waro bana wa now.
So I think Wendy has another question for you. Says, I'm Hachi Samba Michelo. What are your children called?
Oh, I have 8 children. So they are Kayla, Noah, Julia, Elijah, Jenna, Anthony, Ben, and Aaron. So I have 8. Lots of kids.
Balabana bali 8. Uli Eva. Mahina ngubali ubantu. Elijah. Huh? Why Wama? Nji. Wama.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Atena ulaba ba hontu bagoe. Bas ba na baji bago. Bongai na mahina.
Jessica, Rachel.
You can speak up.
Jessica, Rachel, Bright, and me.
Okay.
Oh, there are 4. He has 3 siblings.
Okay. Good. What do you like to do for fun?
Atenda Jessica jindija kusobana na kuliko mani. Hachinchu anda kujita.
Kumobora.
I love playing soccer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. My kids play soccer. 4 of my kids play soccer.
At body 4, abana boba Jesse, about wala umabora.
Yes, we love soccer.
Well, Kenta, thank you so much for arranging today, and the whole World Vision Zambia staff for the work that you do, bringing clean water, bringing education, bringing economic opportunities, really changing the country. And Whitney, thank you again for sponsoring Machello, and we really appreciate all of you.
Yeah,
Sheila,
Thank you.
For having
Thank you
us.
to Eldiara, Wendy, Greg. Thank you. I mean, it's the least we could do. We appreciate your partnership and all you're doing to make our water work here in Zambia possible. So thank you so much for making everything we're doing possible and for changing lives like Michello's life here in Kanchomba. Twalumba.
Happy World Water Day. I'll see you in May.
Sure. Can't wait though.
Am I welcome?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
High five.
Bye.
Bye.
Fantastic.
Oh, man.
That was wonderful. And it worked. Everything worked. Thank you, God.
Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Well, friends, and we're coming right up onto the next hour, and just like the party continues. But like we said, they're real kids, real lives being changed forever. And Wendy, thank you so much for all that you're doing. She's on her way back to work and back to life here. But we just cannot believe what we really get to be a part of. I've lost my words for a minute, Greg.
Well, yeah. And next hour, we're going to hear from my friends, Natural Leadership Council members, Joe and Amy Wu. And we recently went to Honduras. It was a return trip for them. So we're going to learn about that trip and some really inspirational stories. And then one of your favorite people, I've gotten to know him recently, Anthony Halpern. He is one of the original Team World Vision members. Has he done a few races?
Just a few. Yep, the last 18 years or so. He's been busy.
And we're going to hear about his audacious day today, raising funds so we can reach our goals.
Yeah, and I think that actually the Woos might already be with us. So should we take a little break and come back in a couple minutes, or should we just keep rolling? All right, great. So let's see if we can zoom in the Woos into the room here.
Well, there they are.
All right.
Hey, Joe, Amy.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, and you?
Good. Thank you for joining us. We're excited.
Yeah, happy World Water Day.
Thank you.
Yes.
We want to give you an update. I know our work at Team World Vision is so important to you. Do we have an update on Lyndsey on how we're doing?
Last I heard, over $800,000 has been raised today.
That is wonderful.
That is wonderful.
Yeah, $830,000 we're seeing on a whiteboard written on the side of the wall. And I
Oh
can't
my
do the
goodness.
math that fast. You guys know the lives that are being changed.
That is
Yeah.
amazing.
We're after
Wonderful
a,
news.
we're after a historic day. We want to raise, with our challenge that we have of $1 million, we want to raise a total of 2 million. We've never done that before in a single day for Team World Vision. So that's our goal. And we got a lot of leeway left in the day to do it. So
yeah, 11 a.m. Central Time. We've got some time to make a difference.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Let's jump right in. Can you tell us why you invest with World Vision?
Yeah, absolutely. So, before any big investment or major purchase, we wanted to do our due diligence. And there was just something about World Vision that made us very eager and excited. And one of those is just the opportunity to partner on a global scale. So both Joe and I are involved in our church, in our local Christian fellowship. We're involved in professional organizations with the state, but we didn't have a way to engage the world. And, we weren't personally or actively involved in the gospel on a global scale. And World Vision gave us that vehicle. It was wonderful to find an organization that has, 33,000 staff workers in 100 countries. And it's almost unparalleled. And when we discover that, that was the first step in. And then it got better. So after we learned about World Vision's global presence, we read its values and mission statement. And it says that, World Vision is an organization of international believers that follows Jesus in engaging the poor and working with the oppressed to promote transformation, to seek justice, and to bear witness to the good news. And that it made our hearts sing, actually. And it was wonderful to hear an organization doing that because Jesus did it first. And so that was number 2. And then like the cherry on top, number 3, we work with a bunch of overachievers. And so World Vision, we feel like, is the world achiever. And in terms of excellence, accountability, and transparency. And so I'll speak to each of those. Excellence, because the dreams, like you said, are God-sized. They're really calling on the miraculous. So, when, they're that big that God has to show up to make it happen. The accountability we love because it's not accountability just to partners, but also to the children and the families and the communities that it serves. And that type of dual partnership and dual accountability was, something that we really valued. And finally, the transparency, just having deliverable and measurable targets so that you can see what is happening and be able to track it in progress year by year. And we had all that in a package, and we thought, sign us up. We can't wait.
You're making me want to sign up all over again. I'm with you. Yeah, I love it. I love the energy, just the excitement, but the clarity. Like you said, you really have done your due diligence here. You know what's happening.
So typical of Joe and Amy. They're really inspiring. And you guys caught fire for our work in Honduras, and you've been down there. You know our staff. Jorge, our national director that we'll hear from later. And you've been all in on our plans to finish the job there. We're going to reach everybody everywhere we work. We heard from Alan earlier about how we're doing that in Rwanda and Zambia, but we want to give some Honduras love now. Give Honduras some love. So you guys have both committed to Honduras. Why did you make the decision to invest in what God is doing in Honduras with clean water?
Yeah, it's actually a privilege to come alongside so much that's happening. God is working. We came into World Vision about 2016.
Okay.
And everything that Amy said earlier actually took us several years to really understand and learn about World Vision. And in a couple of years, we decided that we want to come alongside and see and participate and invest in what God is doing. And when in our early years, when we started attending the annual conference, we just fell in love with several of the speakers and guests, special guests from Honduras. They came, including Jorge and a family. We just fell in love with them, of their heart, of their desire. If I could take us back, we first stepped into World Vision in 2016. And that, if you recall, was at a time when there was a lot of conflict, a lot of division between the southern border. It was a hot political topic. Yet, when we met the special guests from Honduras, they wanted just an opportunity to really develop and grow within their own country. And I remember Jorge, the national director, saying, "We love our country. We love our country." And when he said that, just tears came out of my eyes, because it wasn't what was being presented by the mass media. They just needed a God-sized plan, a God-sized dream. And when we heard that, we fell in love with the folks in Honduras. And in a couple of years, we found ourselves, Amy and myself and our daughter, teenage daughter, in Honduras visiting Llano Largo. And when we were there, we met the people. It reminded me of the country that I grew up in, from Taiwan. It was very similar climate, very similar hospitality and warmth. So at that time, we were able to visit a community without water. And we saw and witnessed firsthand, beyond what Amy shared earlier of just head knowledge, we experienced firsthand the pain and difficulty. And this is a video that I took where children were fetching water from a pond of collected waste. And that's the water that they live by, to wash, to clean. And we were heartbroken. We realized that the children have to wake up 4:30 in the morning so that they could find water. And if they don't find water that day, they have nothing to eat, because you can't make tortillas without water.
Right.
If they don't find water, they can't go to school. So we wanted to make sure that we come alongside the massive work that's being done in Honduras. We want to make sure that the kids are provided with clean water so they don't get sick anymore, so they don't have skin disease, they don't have disease in their hair, that they can go to school, that they can be given the God-given opportunity to have life and have it to the full. So Amy and I, we wanted to do our part and just share in the massive work that's being done. We just play a small, tiny role, but we are here to give testimony, to testify that it is true that the work being done is being made, and change of life abundance is happening. We can testify to that.
Praise God. Yeah. Amy, too, I love that you had mentioned the mission statement, because we really are a global partnership of Christians.
Yes.
And I feel like you're saying, all of us can say, oh, well, we're just doing our little part. But when each of us play our part, someone else can play their part. And that's the beauty of the kingdom of God, right? That's the body of Christ really coming together. That if you do you, and you follow the call that God's given you, then I can follow the call that God's given me, and Greg can do the work that he's doing. And then that work in Honduras can be happening too. And then these kids don't have to be stuck even just searching, like you're saying, searching for water in the morning when they already don't feel well, and they've got so much to combat. So I had to throw that in there. I love the global picture, like you're saying, that we're a global family, but like, that's God. That's what God does through us. When we do our little part, and God does so much more with it.
Yeah, that's you hit that nail on the head. And we have no connection to Honduras. So imagine when you get off the plane and you meet these families. And to me, it was kind of incomprehensible when we went there in 2018, that a short 3-hour flight from Houston, I was in this community, and perhaps we have a picture. One of the things that we got to do was visit a local school in addition to visiting families. So in Llano Largo, this is a picture of the school. It is a 1-room schoolhouse. So the one room is for all the children from kindergarten to grade 6. And so this is a picture of them during their day. So routinely, they would have to fetch water out of the well. You can see the little boys doing this. And these buckets are filled with water so that they can wash their hands and do activities with. In the back, you can see that big black jar in that back right corner. That basin is catching rain gutter water for them to drink. So, you know, we were told and we watched how these children not only had to gather water before they come to school, they had to gather dirty water when they were at school. Some of them missed class routinely because of GI sicknesses, skin rashes. They had dental caries because they could not brush their teeth. And even worse, there was no bathroom facility. So imagine these children at school with inability to wash their hands, dirty water to drink, and no bathroom facilities. And like Joe said, it just broke our hearts. We could not believe this was happening in 2018. And we wanted to be part of that transformation. And World Vision allowed us to do that.
I just appreciate you really setting that stage too, to better understand, because just being in Zambia, 15 or 20 minutes ago, to see Beauty celebrating, that they have water, that they have bathrooms, that there's this dormitory. I think for us as Americans, that just seems like, well, okay, like, of course you do. But no, when you see, like you said, was it kindergarten to grade 6, all in one room, and then no bathrooms, no water, no soap. It's hard for us to really understand what that means. And now for all of them to be healthy, for them to be at school, for them to be learning, for her to say, yesterday, actually, we got to talk to Beauty just a little bit in the practice. And we said, so what do you think about the future? And she was like, oh, I have lots of options. That's her response. I have lots of options. But that's the difference when water is put into context. It's not just water. Like you're saying, it's so much more. It's so much more.
Anything else to share about your 2018 trip before we start talking about the one we just did?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in addition to the school, like we said, we got to visit families and people. And one of the women that we met was Ernestina. And I wanted to mention her because World Vision has allowed us to revisit her. So when we first met her in 2018, she was probably in her late 60s or 70s. We didn't know because she, of course, had no birth certificate. And this was a woman who described to us that she had lived in this mountainous community in rural central Honduras forever. And when she was young, it was not a big problem because there were not many people there. So they just went to the local, puddle or a little surface collection of water, and they managed that way. But over the years, as people moved in, deforestation happened. So they lost their trees. There were mudslides when it rained, and when it didn't rain, their natural reservoir in the trees was gone. So it was drought, and there were more people. So over decades, she has now walked further and further to get less and less water. So what started out as 20 minutes became eventually a 2-hour walk. And she said one time she fell and couldn't get up, and she prayed and she thought, God, this is going to be the end of me. And her prayer was that she would eventually get clean water, but she gave that up in her generation. She said many organizations had come through and they promised clean water, but decades have passed and nothing happened. So now her prayer was that her daughter or perhaps her granddaughter would have clean water access in their lifetime. And when we sat on her porch in 2018, her yard was dirt. She had just this sense of sadness and disappointment. And it's this cycle of despondency and then dependency and disempowerment that I saw in women, where their eyes just lacked hope and promise, along with the children. And it also, like we said, it just didn't seem right. Something had to be done.
Mm. So in 2000, so just a couple of months ago, we went back to visit Miss Ernestina. And if you can go back to that picture is a comparison between her in 2018 and her a month ago when we visited. And look at her.
Younger now.
She does look younger.
Look at her. She demonstrated how quickly she can get water. It took her less than 10 seconds to get a cup of water, and we were there to celebrate with her.
Right. So in 5.5 years from having no water, we were able to go back to the same community, visit the same woman. So we saw Miss Ernestina again, and she had, like you said, water tap right in her yard. So her dirt-filled yard was now filled with flowers and medicinal plants. The hours that she said fetching dirty water, she now used to make tamales, to sew, to make an income, to visit friends, to build relationships. And so it's the concept of where there is despondency, there is now dignity for this woman. And where there is dependency, she now has confidence and independence. And it starts with water. That life change happens with water. So it just reminds me of the verse that Jesus says he came to give us life and life in its fullness. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing life in its fullness in Central Honduras.
Yeah, and I gotta give a shout out. Miss Ernestina and the communities that we met just a month ago, their faith is so strong. And they each of them, each of the families, each of the communities we visited, they asked to pray for us. They asked to pray and lift us up. And their prayers that were being simultaneously translated into our year, there were sermons. And there was no mention, well, there's a little mention of World Vision, little mention of us coming to visit, but the entire prayer was about God and how God has just shown his love and faithfulness to them and the communities. The faith that they have in God today is even stronger than what we saw back in 2018. So thank God.
Yeah, praise be to God.
Yeah, she was overjoyed actually, and she was so overjoyed that she composed a song, multiple stanzas, and she sang it for us in her Porsche. And it just, if that could just top everything, it was just, truly deliverable targets. These are huge numbers World Vision is working with, but they're individual lives, and we're seeing that change.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure to be there with you and hear Miss Ernestina sing to us in such a strong voice. It just rocked our world, right? To hear her.
It sure did.
So thank you guys for stepping up, and you'd been investing with us, but then you really took this challenge to help us fund an entire district. And so we went on that trip with your friends. You're not only giving, but you're reaching out in your circles. And you're not only doing that for this district that you're funding in Honduras, but you're doing it through your church and supporting our Global 6K.
All right.
And you guys are overachievers, so you're overachieving in that as well. So tell us about that.
Yeah, so I think it really is the question of, all right, that's all great, but what can I do? And to answer that question, you've got this thing called the Global 6K, and we can all be a part of this. When we committed ourselves to come alongside World Vision, we also got our church involved. And our church, if you look at the photos right now, we have children on strollers, and we have people in retirement. We all come along once a year to walk 6K kilometers because
Wow, look at that
6
picture.
kilometers. 6 kilometers is the average distance each child walk one way to fetch water. So along with Team World Vision, we're going to do it every year, and we're going to spread the word because we all can play a part in this. We can run, we can walk, we can push strollers, we can even mountain bike. But anything to get our communities involved, because for a $50 registration fee, one person gets clean water for the rest of their lives.
Amen.
How powerful is that? And so it wasn't hard to get our church involved, which in turn brought unity, brought communion within our church body. The effects are so great that every year at the turn of the year, people ask me, when is our 6K this year? People want to sign up. So I want to encourage those of you who are watching to follow up 6K for water, follow up and see if you can host. It doesn't take that much, and it doesn't take that many people, but every registration counts. And if you want, join our team. Here's a little plug.
You're too humble to tell us, Joe, but you have to tell us. How did you guys do last year?
Oh, I mean, you saw the photo. We had our largest team last year, but praise be to God, this year we hope to cross the 200 registration mark this year for Team World Vision. And then search, if you don't have a team you'd like to join, you can join anywhere. We have folks who walk with us from Hawaii, from Europe. 2 years ago, Amy and I did the 6K with our church, but we were physically in upstate New York. During COVID, we also did small group in local community 6K for water. So you can do it. If you want to join us, just search San Diego and look up Team CEC. CEC is our church.
CEC.
What's the full name of the church? Give them a shout out.
It's Chinese Evangelical Church of San Diego. So CECSD.
Right.
Yeah, join our team and help us hit the 200 mark.
Woo!
All right.
I love it. And I think you guys are aware, because of the challenge happening today, every registration is doubled. So your registration isn't just one person with clean water, it's two. And then if people donate to those pages too, all the way through the weekend, this is Global 6K Kickoff Weekend in honor of World Water Day. So every donation, every registration is maximizing impact, every dollar. So we're really excited to see what God's going to do through folks like you this year and through the 6K.
Yeah, get involved. Everybody, get involved. You can do it.
Great. Joe and Amy, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you for being part of our broader World Vision team.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great privilege.
Oh, what a gift. You're an inspiration. I'm like, I am trouble sitting down right now. You guys are just pure power.
Is Anthony in the house?
Thank you so much.
All right. Guys, see you later.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, my friends. And just in 10 minutes, we get to hear from the one and only Anthony Halpin joining us in the studio live in Chicago. Again, Anthony was a member of the original Team World Vision team that took to the streets in 2006 in Chicago. He's also an Ubuntu Club member, which means he personally has raised over $250,000.
Nice.
But we're going to find out real quick that today has been quite a day for him. So he is far surpassed that $250,000 lifetime mark of impact. And he's got some big plans for the year. So we're excited to have Anthony in. Friends, buckle up, hold on to your hats, keep leaning in. Just so much life change is happening today, right now. So 10-minute break. We'll see you at 11:30 Central Time. All right, welcome back, folks. It is bottom of the hour, which I know wasn't part of the plan, but things have been so exciting that we just keep moving forward. But if you haven't joined us yet, I'm Lyndsey Deane Ratchford, the National Director of Team World Vision. Basically, we are a crazy bunch of people who take on life-changing experiences.
Absolutely. I mean, you gotta be crazy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the one and only Anthony Halpin, who has been around longer than I have.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
right. So you're a part of the original Chicago Marathon team back in 2006.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about this, are approaching the $1 million lifetime impact mark.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, so this guy is no schluff, all right? So listen up, turn up the volume, maybe take out some notes, because from life-changing stories to life-changing impact, Anthony, it's just been fun.
Yeah. So much fun. I mean, the fun has been the best part about it, for sure.
Yes. So I don't know if we have the slide yet, because before we get started, you actually too, I think, are topping the charts today. Today's been a big day for you. Our top 5 fundraisers, friends, if you can see that on your screen. Anthony is leading the way, taking on an Ironman this year. I just found out not one Ironman, but
Yeah, 2. 2 is the goal. I decided this is the year for Ironman. So if something goes wrong, I've got a backup plan. But the goal would be to do September 8th in Wisconsin, which apparently is hilly.
yeah, it's one of the hardest Ironman courses, I think, in the country.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
then-
why not set the
yeah,
bar high?
Go big. And then November, I think 2nd will be with Team World Vision down in Florida. So very, very excited.
That's awesome. So if you notice anything about Anthony, if he's gonna do it, he's doing it.
Yeah, that's right. That is exactly right. This is the 1 year for Ironman, so we're gonna make it happen.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being with
Yeah,
us.
thanks for having me.
I feel like we've got to dial it back. So Anthony was part of the first ever Chicago Marathon team for Team World Vision back in 2006.
Yep.
I guess we can say 2006
Yeah,
now.
2006, that works.
Yeah, somebody told one of my friends, so you were born in the 1900s, like recently? And I was like, what are we talking
Yeah.
about right now?
Yeah.
I was like,
We're old.
yeah, but not too old for Ironman.
That's right.
Apparently,
That's right.
we got a lot of life to live.
That's right.
And we're gonna talk to Sheila Johnson later, 72.
Yeah, she's an inspiration.
Yeah.
That you don't want to miss that one for sure.
No, not at all. But back to you. Okay, so 2006, let's go back to the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah.
How did you get involved with Team World Vision?
Yeah, 2006 was by chance. I was running the Chicago Marathon with a friend. And honestly, if I wasn't running with him, I probably wouldn't even have been here today.
Yeah.
He signed up, I didn't sign up, and then the marathon registration got full. And then I said, well, I got to do something. So I looked at the list of charities. I'd recognized the name World Vision, knew nothing about World Vision, but just thought I'll give this charity a shot.
Yeah.
Gave him a call. It was Michael Chitwood who answered the phone.
Yeah.
And the original national director of Team World Vision. And he gave me a spot for the Chicago Marathon. And really the rest is history with that. And you know, I decided to do it because I had to. I raised a little bit of money, didn't really get super engaged, but the team dinner something hooked me. It was in the basement of a church. It was small. I think the total team was maybe 100 people.
Yeah.
And something hooked me that day. That day I signed up for a half Ironman, actually. I think it was the last triathlon I've done. So that was 2007. You know, I did that and had a great time. And I thought maybe Team World Vision's done, but it wasn't. 2 years after that, I ran into Chitwood in Miami. I wasn't running. Simone, my wife, was running, I think, the Miami Half Marathon.
Okay.
And he said, we're going to do church teams. And I was like, all right, let's do a church team. So I led a church team for a handful of years in the city of Chicago for the Chicago Marathon.
Yeah.
And loved it. That led to an invite to do the Nairobi Marathon.
That's awesome.
How long do you want me to go? You want me to keep going with
Please,
this?
keep going. Yes.
So
yes, keep going.
Nairobi Marathon was 2011. And that was the time that I honestly said, this is it. I'd been doing church teams for, I think, 3 years. It'd been great. I loved it, but I was starting a new job. My wife was pregnant with our second kid. Actually, we just had our second kid. I went to the airport with Michael and said, hey, listen, this is my last event. You know, it's been a good run, but it's time for me to be an adult.
Gotta
You
hang
know?
up the shoes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I remembered the way he looked at me like, yeah, right, we'll see. So we get to Nairobi. It was an amazing experience. And if you've been to Africa, you know, there's something very special about it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the first thing we did was run the marathon. And I found out that Kenyans,
What's a way to start?
Yeah.
It's a way to start.
Kenyans don't run marathons for fun. They run marathons to win. There was a lot of people who ran the 5K and the 10K, but there weren't a lot of people running the actual full marathon.
That's a really good distinction too, because I've run the same race, but only the half marathon.
Yeah.
We actually don't run the full anymore, probably because of what you're saying.
I will tell you exactly why you don't run the full anymore. What happened was that race was amazing, but there was a lot of Kenyans who were trying to win, and then me and a couple other Team World Vision runners, including Andy Stearns, who I think is on the webcast later today. We ran the whole thing together. We were probably near the back of the pack. We beat one Kenyan. She was old and injured.
Oh!
We were happy to pass her at about mile 24. And we finished the race. And after the race, I think Chitwood honestly thought I was going to die. And so we were contemplating, does he need to go to the hospital? What's going to happen here? What do we need to do? We solved it with the little McDonald's in Nairobi.
There you go.
So honestly, I think that might have been the reason World Vision does not do the full in Kenya anymore. So anyway, you can thank me for that, anybody who's running the half.
But lots of people do run. So to go back to what you're saying, Kenyans, like, I mean, the 5Ks are really big, the 10Ks are big, really big. But I think because of that, like you're saying, the Kenyans that choose to enter the marathon are like in it to win it.
Yeah.
Whereas like, if you're wearing an orange jersey, we're the orange party bus in the back. We're having fun. We're getting it done. We're raising money for clean water.
Yeah, we're keeping the roads closed. We're doing all sorts of slow stuff out there. Is it 49K, 48K? 42K. Yeah, people would come up to me and say, you're doing the 42K? And like, what are you doing? You should not be doing the 42K. That guy should be doing the 42K. So anyway, awesome experience. Loved it. And then we went to the field. And the field is... I mean, honestly, that's where the life change happens. So we get to meet my sponsor child, Ronald, for the first time.
What community did you go to?
We went to Bartabwa,
Okay.
which is amazing.
I have a sponsored child, Maureen.
Yeah.
Who's in Bartabwa. And friends, we are close to fully funding their community to have clean water. We're almost there.
Yeah, it's amazing. 2011 was nowhere close to being access to clean water.
Tell us about that.
We would go to areas where clean water access had started, and you would see just the joy and the excitement, and you could feel it. And then you would go to parts of the community where there was no clean water, and it was desolate. I mean, it was sad, it was heavy, it was difficult to see. And so to know that we're, just, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars away from being completely out of a job for World Vision it's amazing. And so it's really, really cool.
Well, and that's good too. Our job is to work ourselves out of a job. I think we heard Greg earlier say, a lot of folks really take pride that they work in places for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're not knocking that, but we want people to be able to live their lives and have communities that are thriving far separate of World Vision. So hopefully there's one day there are no orange beacons. I think a sign of success is ultimately that a community is their own. And we want to work ourselves out of our job.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that trip, meeting Ronald, seeing the community, meeting the World Vision employees, on the flight home, I told Chitwood, anything you need, I'll do it. As long as there's a need for clean water, I'm here. And that was 2011. So it's been 13 years since then that I've still been involved, which has been awesome.
Yeah, and a lot of different types of events. Over the years.
Yeah.
So you want to shout some out? Because 42K is a marathon. That's 6.2 miles, but you've run further than that too.
Yeah. So great question. There's been a lot of events, and so I've had a chance to do a lot of cool things. Comrades was a big one, and Comrades happened in 2013. So if you don't know, Comrades is an ultra marathon in South Africa. It switches between up years and down years. The year that I was first asked was 2013, which was an up year. For some reason, I was told up years are easier. I think that was a lie.
I think it's 2 miles shorter.
It's 2 miles shorter. It's only 54
but you're
miles.
But
it's up. I mean, when I say up, it is up. It is no joke running.
In a valley through, they say it's the valley of 1,000 hills or
something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's hills that are, it's crazy. So anyway, decided to do it. That was the first year I went big on fundraising. I think I raised $54,000. So the goal was to raise $1,000 a mile. And so.
Yeah, look at that finish line.
So awesome race.
Yes.
And I got there to South Africa. I felt like I was ready. And it was the hardest day of my life. Probably gonna cry thinking about it. But it all happened around the same time. It was my 10th wedding anniversary with my wife, Simone. both of us were really starting to be impacted on what it meant to serve vulnerable people. How complex is the web of poverty in this world? Simone was learning about helping women who've been commercially sexually exploited, and she's gone on a whole path of that.
Yeah.
I was learning about global poverty. I was reading The Hole in Our Gospel by Rich Stearns, which if you haven't read, get it, read it. I was also reading Radical by David Platt at the same time.
Also,
And so,
oh my gosh.
yeah. And so God was really moving in my heart. And so all this was part of this Comrades experience. So I had these major goals of, okay, this is what this is going to look like. And we get there, we get to the start line. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's an awesome race. Honestly, if you ever get asked to do it, you should do it. It's
One
hard.
of a kind.
One
People
of a
from
kind.
all over the world.
Yeah, yeah, and the tradition and the history and the pageantry of it is really pretty awesome. Unfortunately, it wasn't my day, and after 31 miles, I basically missed a cutoff. And so, if you miss a cutoff, you can't keep going. They basically forced you off the course. It has a 12-hour hard stop, for the finish line, and that was it. My day was over, and I remember being so disappointed, but the lesson that God taught me that day was that my finish line doesn't always line up with his finish line. And that day, the finish line was 31 miles. And it's that lesson has been so important to me for my entire life, whether it's, when are you going to get married? When are you going to have kids? Are you going to get this promotion? When are you going to retire? How much money are you going to have? We all create these finish lines, and God's doesn't always line up. And so the lesson walking away from that was, gosh, God had this planned and it was supposed to happen the way it did, and it did. And it was a really cool learning experience. I did come home and run 54 miles on the lakefront in Chicago. So I wanted to at least prove I could do it. That was in perfect flat conditions, which was good. And then in 2016, I went back on a down year and finished. With about 2 minutes to spare. And very exciting, great time, and really enjoyed it. So that's been a big part of my experience with World Vision. The other big one has been Hood to Coast. I've done Hood to Coast 10 years, and I just told people to do Comrades. If you can't do Comrades, or you're a little scared about Comrades, Hood to Coast is by far the best event World Vision does, absent of going to the field. It's a party in a van. It's really, really exciting. So
it's a relay race too.
It's a relay race.
Anthony just convinced you to run 56 miles through the hills of South Africa, but now switching it a little bit, he's going to convince you to run really one of the most fun races we do.
Definitely the most fun.
And it is definitely not an ultra marathon.
It's not an ultra marathon.
More approachable.
Yes. Yeah. It's super, super fun. Here's a picture of Mount Hood, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And so for a handful of years, I was able to kind of serve as I don't know what you call it, volunteer employee for World Vision.
Absolutely.
Probably breaking,
you led that event for us. Yes.
Breaking lots of rules, I'm sure, but it worked out, and we started to build a lot of momentum. And I think we always had this goal that this can be a really big fundraising event. And in 2019, Brian Fraser took over as leader, and I was able to come in and support, which was great. And we had all this momentum, and 2020 was going to be the most epic year possible. I think we all know what happened in 2020. COVID hit. And I mean, we were crushed. I think we started thinking, well, what's going to happen? I mean, the race is going to be canceled, which it did. And we were trying to figure out, how do we keep this momentum that we've built for basically, I think it was 7 years of momentum. And then we decided to do Your Hood, Your Coast.
That's right.
And
basically, the show must go on, my
exactly.
friends.
And we had kind of a hub. It was actually at my house. We did a very similar live cast for I think 30 hours, which was crazy.
Is our first pilot test.
Yeah.
We thought, why not try it? And that really has laid the groundwork for today.
Yeah.
Your front porch helped create this moment now.
Yeah. We had people camping in my front yard. We were running loops around Wheaton, Illinois.
Socially distanced, of
course. And people were in Kansas City running, and all over the country.
I was running in Pasadena, California.
And it was just such a cool experience. And when we were sitting on my porch at whatever time it was, 32 hours later, as the last team was finishing their 200 miles, we crossed, $1 million of fundraising. And I just remember thinking, man, God does not have plan Bs. This is God's plan A. To me, this was like plan D, because we had thought of so many different things. But the lesson that day was, God doesn't mess up. he's got it all figured out, and this was his plan A all along, and I think a lot of people were moved because of it, which was great. So those were my two like biggest impacts. But I mean, God, I've climbed Kilimanjaro with Simone. Epic experience.
As a family, man,
Yeah,
husband and wife.
So cool to do. Simone has a ruhu tattooed on her foot, the name of the peak, the highest point in Africa. So add that to your bucket
What
list.
does Uruhu mean?
Do
you remember?
Yes.
Is it freedom?
Freedom.
or-
I think it's freedom.
Yeah. Is it freedom?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's freedom.
Yeah.
If
And somebody can type into the
yes,
chat and correct
and
us.
it's in
if we're
Swahili.
incorrect. Yeah.
But it was an awesome experience. I've done all the major marathons.
Yeah.
Boston was by invite, not by qualifying. I always have to add that asterisk so people don't think I'm fast. I've got to do, London, Tokyo, Berlin, Chicago, New York, and Boston. Obviously the Nairobi Marathon, Comrades, Kili, Hood to Coast. And then, this year, Florida Ironman.
Let's get it.
Super pumped.
Let's get it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, clearly this has changed your life.
Yeah.
And in a minute, we're going to turn the tables here and you get to talk to Greg Allgood and you get to interview him.
Awesome.
But I've got one more question for you. How has this affected your family? Because you'd said you were about to hang it up when your second kid was born.
Yeah.
And you now have more than 2 kids.
I do. Yeah.
And like we said, this is well over 10 years later.
Yeah.
Why, what has this done for your family, your family?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's multifaceted. So, it's impacted my family in a couple different directions. So first, it's the generation below me. It's my kids.
Yeah.
My oldest is 17. She's never known life without World Vision or Team World Vision. When she was, I think, in 3rd grade, there was a question that their teacher asked, what would make the world a better place? And she said, the world would be a better place if everybody had clean water. And that's just her as a 3rd grader from hearing the stories and seeing what we're doing. And they've met our sponsored kids. There's been kids who've been in the US that they've met. They don't know what it's like to not understand that there's global poverty in this world because of the involvement we've had with World Vision. And I hope that they're forever going to be changed because of it.
The global worldview.
Yeah. And so they don't know anything different other than World Vision. I can't wait to take them to the field one day. I think that trip's going to happen soon. Super pumped about it. And I think this also impacted the generation above me. And this is going to be hard. My dad recently passed away like 10 days ago. And as we were going through pictures, I found a picture of him with Maddie. She was probably 5. And he's wearing an orange Team World Vision shirt. She's wearing an orange Team World Vision shirt. And they're there to cheer me on in the Chicago Marathon. And so just to think that they would have never have known about World Vision if I wasn't like, come watch me at this marathon. And they turned into being my biggest fans. So the generation above me has been impacted, and really the generation around me. So not so much my family, but my friends.
Come on.
And
and today's a day that represents that too.
Yeah, and to see, not only the people who've supported me, which is amazing, but I'm getting text messages from good friends of mine who were invited to World Vision because of some dumb event, or not dumb, crazy event I was doing. And now they're out there raising $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. And they're inviting their friends. And when I look back at what God has done and giving me this opportunity, I'm so thankful because it's created this long lasting impact. I mean, going on 17, 18 years, it's shaped me into the person I am today. It's given me an idea of what it means to be a real follower of Christ because of my experience with the World Vision. And I think that's spread to my friends and my generation of people as well.
That's so good.
Yeah.
We were just talking to the staff earlier this week, and I had said to some friends, I had a moment after a run in the shower that I was just thinking about all these kind of miraculous moments that we've been able to participate in, and that God doesn't just do miracles to us or for us, but through us.
Yeah.
And thank you for saying yes and being willing to step into this miraculous moment that we're in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you haven't been a part of Team World Vision, there's an event for everybody. I know you've talked about 6Ks. Obviously, we've talked about Hood to Coast, talked about marathons, half marathons, trip to the field. Literally, there's something for everybody, and it is the most amazing thing. So I would encourage anybody, if you haven't done a Team World Vision event, to get involved as soon as possible.
That's it. TeamWorldVision.org, click events, choose your own adventure. And right here in Chicago, you can go back to the beginning. We have bibs. It's a world major. No one can get in. This is a sold out race, but you can run with us in orange.
Yeah.
With 2,000 orange jerseys.
It is hard to beat the Chicago Marathon.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've done a lot of marathons. It's hard to beat Chicago. And if you're gonna do it with World Vision, which you should, you're not gonna get a better experience at a marathon than Chicago. Yeah.
All right. Well, so I'm going to switch places with Dr. Greg Allgood and turn the tables. So give it to him. Ask all the hard questions.
I will.
All right.
For sure. All right. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for this
absolutely.
impressive story.
Thank
So
you.
inspirational.
Thank
Thank you for being the man.
Yeah,
for
thank
Team
you.
World Vision and for us for providing clean water.
Yeah.
Wow. But you want to ask me questions?
I do. I do. Yeah. So a lot of questions. So I think the first one is obviously your background hasn't always been World Vision. I believe you came from Procter and Gamble. So what was it that made you think I want to leave my corporate role and switch over to World Vision and help with clean water access?
I lost my mind.
That was my thought.
No, I was blessed at P&G to help create, and then I led a not-for-profit water program, and we had 60 different partners providing clean water. P&G had a specific technology that groups like World Vision could use, and in fact, World Vision was doing a lot of it. And I was able to see the work of all of our partners, but particularly World Vision, the work really impacted me. I got to go to the same countries, more than a dozen countries, but some of the same countries, and I even got to go to the same communities. So the P&G water purification technology was used initially before World Vision provided a permanent water source. And I got to go and see the transition of communities being lifted out of poverty. And the model works. It really, really works. And then I was at a meeting and someone said, imagine if everyone did their part according to their own abilities, then we would easily solve the global water crisis. And he meant that as talking about different organizations that are at a meeting, but God used that to start nudging me towards retirement from P&G.
Yeah.
And so I had an opportunity to take early retirement, and I only placed one call, and that was to World Vision.
They were happy to receive that call.
Well, so that's actually the other side of the story. In my own personal arrogance, I thought, P&G had invested in me. I'd become known as a person in water, and therefore, of course, World Vision would want me to join. I was with World Vision for about 3 or 4 months, and we were at a gathering of what was our day of prayer. And back then, some of our donors would join us. We had a meeting of our water team, and it was lunchtime, and Mark Ratley, who was one of our National Leadership Council members, said the prayer, and he thanked God for answering their prayers for Greg Allgood to join World Vision. And we got in line as a buffet line. I was beside him. I said, Mark, did you mean that like specifically? Or he goes, don't you know about the list? I said, so, no, what list? He goes, well, when World Vision really committed to grow in water, we needed someone who had a name in water and could lead the strategy and marketing. And we made a list, and there were 5 people's names on the list. We never thought you would leave P&G, but we put your name down, and then we began praying over that list. So
that's awesome.
God brought me to World Vision.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, well, so tell me what year you joined World Vision?
I joined World Vision in 2013.
Okay, so but you've been involved with water projects that World Vision was doing before that. So what change have you seen since 2006 when I jumped on with Team World Vision?
Yeah, and I started working. The Children's Safe Drinking Water is 20 years old this year. It started in 2004, so it's about the same. 2004, 2006. So over that roughly 20-year period, we have provided globally as a community working in clean water. We've provided 2.1 billion people with clean water.
Yeah.
2.1 billion, and there's 703 million left to reach.
Yeah.
So we have much shorter distance to go than what we've come, the distance we've already come. So this is something we can solve. We can solve the global water crisis. And because kids drink unsafe water, there's still way too many dying.
Yeah.
But when we started this work, it was 4,000 a day.
Wow.
And now it's 1,000 a day.
That's amazing.
So we have to get it down to 0,
Yeah.
but there's been incredible progress that's made, and very confident we can get this done. Within World Vision, what's changed is we were going from reaching about 200,000 people a year to now we reach more than 3 million people every year. So incredible growth. We've reached 29 million people with clean water since since 2016, 10 years after you started. So we've had phenomenal progress. The partnerships that we've had, when I joined World Vision just in 2013, we really only had two major partners. One was Procter & Gamble, the other was the Hilton Foundation, and they've been our strong partners for 30 years.
Yeah.
They fund more work as a foundation than any other organization, and they funded World Vision longer and at higher levels than anyone else. So they've been a great partner. But now if you look at the number of partners we have, it's dozens and dozens.
Yeah.
We're really, from Sesame Street to Grundfos to the University of North Carolina. We talked about Sesame Street. I'd like to mention the partnership with Grundfos, if I may. So with Sesame Street, we said, hey, who is the largest informal educator of kids? And because of our footprint, our size, Sesame Street wanted to partner with us. The largest provider of submersible pumps on the planet is a Danish company called Grundfos. So as we began to use a lot of their pumps, we decided to form a partnership with them. And Keith Call and Jordan Smoke, some of our team members, met with them. We have a wonderful partnership. They give us big discounts on their pumps, but they also bring their latest technology to us. They have something called water AQ tap ATM. It's like a gas station. People can load with their mobile phones to a little water credit card, go up and use it at a water kiosk to get water for a couple of shillings in Kenya, a small amount of money. But that money is then collected and it's used to pay for the ongoing operations maintenance of the water system. So this fee collection and having a water committee is something they've helped facilitate with their technologies.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, so I think I've got one more question for you. So people like me, they get hooked. Like I said, I got hooked in 2006. I've been doing this for a long time. But sometimes people, they do one event, they do two events, and then they're not sure where they're going to go from there. What are ways that they may be able to stay involved with World Vision and specifically water, even if they're not going to do Team World Vision events?
Well, yeah, we hope they continue to, continue to, and especially in May, there's the Global 6K. But we have a newsletter. They can sign up for the newsletter. We have a water and health newsletter that we put out every quarter. That's a great way. There's lots of different ways to give to our work, and we try to make World Vision small. So you can fund a water point for $15,000, and it provides specific report with that specific water point with the GPS coordinates. That's a great way. We've done it for our grandkids for their celebrate their birth and then their birthdays. You can fund at higher levels of school. So we went into school today in Zambia to upgrade a school like the one we saw is $50,000 to provide clean water and if needed, latrines and hand washing in the schools. And then we do comprehensive efforts in healthcare centers where we upgrade that healthcare center, water on premises right in the healthcare center, flush toilets, hand washing stations throughout the clinic. And so that prevents the situation that unfortunately occurs all too often now when someone goes to the health clinic and they end up getting an infection. 1 out of 6 people who go to a health clinic in these rural areas end up getting an infection. So by providing clean water, by providing hand washing stations, equipping and training health personnel on how to prevent these infections, we can literally save lives. In fact, it's one of the most important things we do to save lives.
Yeah.
And for $125,000, you can do that work in a health center and get a specific report and a video showing the work that we've done.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, good. I don't know if we have any other questions, if you have any questions for me or if we're ready to wrap up.
Well, we'd like you to give an update on our effort on fundraising and encourage people to help us.
Yeah, absolutely. So update on my fundraising?
Yeah.
So I think my goal was, I've talked about this $1,000 per mile goal. I've done that for a couple different events. I've done that for Comrades. I did the longest day marathon one year and I was able to raise $54,000 by running around a track for 14 hours or whatever it was. But this year, Ty Eckert actually told me nobody has ever raised $140,000 for an Ironman. And so I thought, what day to do it other than World Water Day? So I decided to go big on the match. And I think as of a few minutes ago, I was at about $80,000 committed.
Wow.
With, equals about $160,000. So hit the goal, and I'm not going to run an extra 20 miles after the Ironman. So nobody get too excited, but I'm super pumped that, and these are people donating that I've been talking to and sharing my story with for years. And so it just goes to show you, as you're fundraising, you build these relationships and you continue to ask people, then they just continue to give and they give more and more. So I'm pretty excited. It definitely motivates me to get up at 5 a.m. and swim and bike and run. But I'm very, very excited to do that.
Well, we've heard the stories of Beauty and Machello and other people today. I told the story of Naomi. Each of those people, you've just told us that you've reached more than 1,000 people today because of your work. That's amazing. Thank you.
It's pretty cool. And, you know, I think I used to get your newsletters very early on in your career at World Vision. And I think it was your newsletters was the first time I thought this is actually solvable. Yeah. Like we're actually going to get to a point where everybody has access to clean water. And honestly, maybe that's the time I stopped doing Team World Vision, but I doubt it. But we just found out that we're over $900,000 raised. So
wow, all right.
If you haven't heard, we want to try and hit $1 million in one day, which would be amazing. And we're trying to do it by 1 p.m.
Let's do it.
And so we're about an hour away from 1 p.m. Central Time. So let's get out there. If you're participating and you're asking for money or you're donating money, then let's get out there and do it right now and hit $1 million in the next hour.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1 million is within our reach here. With the challenge, that'll be $2 million in the day. It'll be historic for Team World Vision. So next up, we're going to hear from our World Vision artist partner, Loving the Outcome, with a musical performance and an interview from LDR of Jenny and Jody. And are we going to go live to that? We are. Okay. Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. LDR.
Happy World Water! Really, really big. So just remember, you don't do this on your own. We're in this together and you got this. Have you ever had one of those days when nothing really goes your way? Then you see it wasn't meant to, you get a new view. Yeah, yeah. Everybody has sleep this night, lost in the worry when I work out alright. Feels like I'm going crazy, stressed out, praying. Yeah, yeah. I know it's not a lot, no, it's not a lot, but I'll give you all I got, give you all I got, 'cause I know it's true. I can count on you. I don't know the way, but you got this, give me the faith. That you got this, even today. You got this. I know you got this. Yep. You got this. Caught up in the same mistakes. You catch my fall when I fall on my face. Learning slowly, God, you show me. Yeah, yeah. There's a better way, there's a better way. I give you everything, give you everything. I know it's true. God, I can count on you. I don't know the way. But you got this, even better. But you got this, even today. You got this. I know you got this. You got this, even better. But you got this, even today. You got this. I know. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's go. The shadow, shadow, breathe, breathe out. Feel good. Shadow, shadow. But you got this, baby, but you got this, even today. You got this. I know you got this. Yeah, you got this. Give me the faith that you got this, even today. You got this. I know you got this. Yeah. You got this. I know that you got this. Yay. Happy World Water Day, everybody.
Hey, ladies, how are you?
Hi.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you too.
Oh man. Well, first off, Jody, thank you so much to you and Chris for filming that from your home, and just bringing us some oomph here at lunchtime, reminding us that we've got this. We're
That's
closing in on $1 million, guys. Over $900,000 raised, and it's literally lunchtime, Central Time.
Let's go.
Praise the Lord.
Let's go. Right.
We're just starting.
You got it.
Oh, so good. Well, friends watching at home, if you've been paying attention all day, it has been a wild day. And today, and in this moment, we have two incredible women that you will be inspired by, as I have been, who've become dear friends. Jenny Simmons, who helps lead out our artist partnerships with World Vision, which you're going to hear about, which is literally incredible. And the one and only Jody King of Love and the Outcome. Both of these women, before I let them talk, are powerhouses. Okay, you all need to know what you are about to get into here. First of all, Jenny now works for us. Praise the Lord that he was able to orchestrate the amazingness that we could get her out to lead our artist team. She has a master's in divinity. She has two incredible daughters, and she also had an incredible career, was the lead singer of a former band, Addison Road, who reached top charts in the singles on the CCM radio, reached millions of people worldwide. And really, I mean, Jenny, you are such a gift. So yeah, I'm just trying to get you all to cry before we get started here.
What you talking about? Wow.
Yep. And Jenny maybe also is doing Women for Women this year.
I just launched my page this morning and I'm going for it.
Yes.
Yeah, so give her some donations, give her some encouragement on the way. Our training starts walking, running, one foot in front of the other on Monday, I think with like 20 minutes of movement. So it's going to be a big deal. We're walking till July for the women. It's going to be good. So, and then
do it.
we're going to make it happen. And then Jody, you and I got to meet last year because of Women for Women.
Yeah.
You and Chris came out and just blessed our team in Santa Barbara, from a morning Devo before our shakeout run to being at team dinner, just really pouring into us, with that "you've got this" spirit, reminding us of the power of God when we live authentically. And you, my friend, you really, you're not just living a dream, you're living out your calling. And to see how you have so authentically chosen a road of, and I'm going to say this again, authenticity in really a world that praises perfection and performance. You continue to choose a road and invite people onto a road with Jesus, that is in the messy middle and through the middle. And you have two boys who also tour with you and your husband. So really, what has that been like for you, in your journey to this point in your career, and just being with us today, that journey of authenticity?
Hard. It's a lot more sellable to just be fake. I hate to say that, but I feel like I have to ask myself that all the time, because you get used to, in our career, a lot of radio liners. So it's like, hey, we're Chris and Jody from Love and the Outcome, and you're listening to You Got This on da 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 da. And like, I know how to do that. Like, did you see that? That was good. But the real me, and I mean, that's part of my job. Everybody has parts of their job. I'm not bashing that at all. But then you get off and sometimes you're just like, that's not sustainable, like all the time. And I think that's what it was touring with our family. It was like, wow, we can stay on the fancy tour buses, or we can go buy a bit of a beat up van and mod it out with bunk beds. Because we're choosing family, we're going to choose that, because that's actually one of our guiding values, not just looking good and perfect and being on the fancy bus. So everyone else would pull up and then we'd be like, chug, 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 behind, hi. And they're like, oh, and like, hi guys. They're like expecting a lot more of a glam situation or something, or like, hey, and like, don't do that. Like, we're disciplining our kids. It's just been all kinds of real. But I think that has shown me that it frees everybody else up to be a little more real. So to anybody who's tuned in,
You know, that's really all I want to do ever is just like love people and show up in a way that doesn't shame anyone, but invites them into real love. Real love, you know?
Yeah, Jesus isn't about perfection, right? He's about presence, just being together.
Good thing.
Well, and both of you, thank God, right? Thank the Lord. That is the truth. But so both of you, I mean, Jody, Jenny, I mean, you are moms. You are accomplished artists. You are powerful women in the world, really living out a calling. Why also then choose to layer in a partnership with World Vision? You know, why take that next level of life and commitment?
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this. I have two kind of answers to that, which is that why World Vision? I remember the first time I encountered World Vision on the field, I'd gone to South Sudan with a really small organization that just works in IDP camps. And so a lot of people were coming over the border from North Sudan. And I remember just children, it was the first time I'd seen kids in dirty water. Like it looked like a National Geographic, like little, my kids' age in thigh-high water that the cows were in and machetes, and you would see a dead chicken float by. And I was horrified. And I've been all over the world, but I'd never seen a situation that dire. And I finally said to our guide, where is everybody? Like, why isn't anybody here? I don't see anybody here on the ground except for the UN tents and these orange things everywhere. And he said, every organization has pulled out but World Vision. They're the only ones that have the infrastructure to be on the ground, and they're single-handedly alongside the UN, keeping this country alive with food and water. And I was an artist then. That was probably, I don't know, 2014. And that was the moment, like it was clear as day in my heart. Like I will work for those people. I will get off the road because I think what we learn as artists is that everybody wants to do something that matters. Like they want their life to hold value and purpose. And the second thing I was going to say is that like in seminary, the president of our seminary invited me into fundraising. I was like, absolutely not. I do not fundraise. Nope. And she said, yeah, but do you have a heart for pastoring? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm great at pastoring. Like send me to the hospitals. And she said, fundraising is pastoring. Because we shepherd our money and we shepherd our people to put money into the kingdom in a way that they can go to bed at night and know they did something that is leaving a legacy, not just physically on this earth, but in God's kingdom. And the greatest gift that Jody and I can give through music or writing or speaking is to look women and teenagers and men in the eye and say, your life is valuable and you are powerful. And partnering with Jesus, you can change more than you have any clue.
Woo! I told you. Get ready.
Yeah,
that's so good.
It feels like a gift to be here, to be a part of this work and to see so many people. I mean, are we allowed to say that? We had a man at a show this past week. He came up after one of our biggest arena shows that we have had all year long. By the way, the artist team is about to hit 2 million people that we will be in front of this year. Wow. And 33,000 kids sponsored so far in our first 6 months.
Woo! Wait, hold on. Yes. I got a cowbell right here. I don't know if I'm allowed to ring it or not. We're like
Woo! But it's beautiful to see people moved. This man said, you know, as I was listening to Jason's story and seeing the faces of these kids, I just realized like, I'm supposed to do this in a big way. Reached out to us later, 1,000 kids. He sponsored 1,000 kids.
What?
What? And this is happening not on that level, but we've had multiple people this year come up and sponsor 100 kids or 20 kids, one for every grandkid that they have. I think people are hungry right now. I think after COVID, there's a clarity and there was a removal of everything that doesn't matter. And how can we do the things that matter? And we're seeing that come alive in people.
I love that. Wow, that is so powerful.
Yeah. I'm sure you've seen stuff like that on the road. Well, I mean,
yeah. Oh yeah. It's true. Everybody wants to do good things and be involved in work and feel like something bigger than themselves. You know, I was about 5 years old in Canada watching cartoons when I saw a World Vision ad come on TV. And my first encounter with World Vision was as a kid, it brought me to tears. And I called my parents into the room. It was on a Saturday, and we called the number and we started to sponsor the family.
Are you serious?
That was my first.
I did not know that.
As a kid. Yeah. And it
Awesome.
stuck with me.
Wow.
So I've seen several of the girls we've sponsored have graduated the program.
Yeah.
And we met one of our girls when we were on tour. I realized how close we were, and we were able to go. I just sent a letter to whoever was on the website and got to go meet her. Her grandmother had traveled with her for like a full 2 days to get to the World Vision office so that we could meet her in the Philippines. And it was a life-changing experience. So it's just always been a part of my world in like this beautiful way. So, and my kids are totally aware and involved, and I love that part of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a gift also as a mom, my daughter, I don't know if you guys know this, so her name is Thea, but it's Thea Maureen. And my husband felt really strongly that we needed to name Thea Maureen after our first sponsored child in Kenya, who we met. And she's a powerhouse. She's 17 years old now. She's defied all the odds. She has so much spunk and energy. I've met her multiple times. She has run me ragged, y'all. Like she is fast and fun and furious and George said, I want our daughter to have a global worldview, and I want her to know that she's a part of something huge, you know? And we see that spirit in her. And yeah, Maureen knows about Thea, and Thea knows about Maureen, and I can't wait for a day that they meet each other.
I love that. I love that.
I feel like what you said is so valid, and it's actually a good reason. It's a really, really good reason to motivate us to participate and partner with World Vision, because we almost do have to build that worldview to our really privileged lives, especially for our kids, you know, like that comes up in conversation all the time. Do you have any, like talking to moms in the playground, like, how are you going to keep your kids from becoming entitled? You're like, wow, great question. We have to think about these things. We really do. And this is such a tangible, certain way of doing that. And I love that you said that. I think that's a good way to think about it.
I got back from Nepal, maybe, I don't know, 2 months ago. It was a very quick trip that happened, was a long trip, but it came up very suddenly with World Vision International. And Nepal benefits directly from the WASH program that we all put money into. And I would send pictures to my teenage daughter. I have a 14-year-old diehard Taylor Swift fan. You know, come on.
Yes.
And I would send pictures to her throughout the trip because we were there to interview teenage girls for our 1,000 girl campaign that we do in the artist team a lot in partnership with World Vision. And these girls, am I allowed to talk about periods? Or is that legal?
Absolutely.
All right.
100%. Yeah. Water, sanitation, and hygiene. That's what we're funding. That's the work. And this is real. It's real life, right?
It's real, right? So these girls, you know, I started asking them, what are you most proud of? They're girls who are sponsored girls. They're in our program. As soon as they get in our program, they're immediately put into education programs, and they're in Nepal. They're eligible for this leadership team of all these young women. And so there are all these sponsored kids in Nepal, these girls that are teenagers. And I said, what are you most proud of? Like, what have y'all done together? And they said, oh, it has to do with our periods, because in Nepal, we still are not allowed to go to school or leave our bedroom the week of menstruation. And because there's no trash service, there's trash everywhere. There's nowhere to put sanitary products at school because there's no trash cans. There's no running water. So it's not like you can flush a toilet. And they said, we added it up and we realized how much education we miss over a lifetime as girls because of our periods. And we're not going to stand for it anymore. So with the help of the Nepal World Vision team, they petitioned the government to give them access to sanitary supplies in their schools and an incinerator, since there's no trash service. The government has begun to put incinerators in every high school in the country. And they started a class where they're teaching guys to make reusable pads for their sisters and their moms. And my daughter won't even ask for them. You know, it's like, we don't even talk about it. And here these teenage guys are saying, this is an injustice on behalf of our sisters and our moms, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. Oh man, it's beautiful. And to send that back to our kids here and say, this is what other teenage girls are doing. They are changing the world. They're brilliant. They are smart. And they were just born in a different country. And they are working to change that. The least we can do is send $39 or put $100 into World Water Day or train myself to run for, 24 hours. Like those are little things compared to what these girls are, the mountains they are moving, just to
That's
have
really good
basic
perspective.
rights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So good. Well, and that actually, that's awesome. Because so coming back to Women for Women, like you're saying, the whole event is literally that as women, we can empower other women in our one day. It's a 24-hour relay from sunrise to sunrise, 6K at a time. So I would do a 6K and I pass off the relay slap bracelet to Jenny, and Jenny does a 6K, and then Jenny comes through and passes this slap bracelet off to Jody, and she does a 6K. And it's the idea for 24 hours, we will move one day so it can change there every day. Like you're saying. And you guys got to be a part of the inaugural event last year. 70 women raised over $700,000 for projects specifically for women. Last year, it was maternity ward. Saying in economic empowerment to lift women out of poverty and really create a whole trajectory beyond water into fullness of life. So you were there last year. What were some thoughts? Did anything stand out? Tell us about your experience.
My first thought was LDR is crazy. It was audacious. And
the best. What a compliment.
Actually,
what a compliment.
How audacious. It was an audacious thing. And that's what I was struck with. It was audacious to think that we could do something that big in one day. Just like today, it's audacious to think we could do something this big in one day. And like you said, change these women's lives forever. Like every baby born in those clinics in Ghana will get to be washed clean as they come out of the womb. Is there any baby that doesn't deserve to be washed clean? Any woman who doesn't deserve to be washed clean after giving birth?
Oh
like
my gosh.
Every step that I took that I was sweating through, to think of those women. I mean, I've never like walked and cried, but I walked and cried because I would keep them at the top of my mind and think, this is for them.
Yeah. No, it is emotional, isn't
Yeah,
it? Like we were just bawling and running and talking and bawling and running. Yeah. And just the fact that I was going to say we're just women. We're not just anything, but we're women. Some of us limping, some of us barely making it, some of us going less distance than we thought at the rate we wanted to go. But that wasn't the why. It wasn't so we could show our stats. It was so that we could change another woman's life. And so I think just that reality, it was like a tangible picture of like, no, we can't wait to go after these things until everything is perfect in our life, or until we don't have big problems. Like, let's just wait, because my life's a mess and like, I'm just going to focus on me. I get it. We got to comfort and take care of ourselves, but part of how we do that is by loving others. That's part of how we do that. So I was just so inspired by ages, stages, doesn't matter. Last year I ran faster. This year I'm slower. I'm limping because I just injured, but I'm here. And I showed up. And that's all I ever think about. When I get sidetracked, or I want to quit, or I want to not show up for something, or I want to not give the money, we can reason ourselves out of anything. But love is the reason to go, and just not let those circumstances stop us from showing up. And that's what Women for Women was. Every single woman showed up as they were. And that's what unified us, was just being as we were together for this goal.
So good. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Here we go. Yes. And I know as of this morning, the Women for Women team per running fundraising average, we were in the top 5 of impact. I don't know where we're at right now, But I know these ladies are leaning in, going crazy. And again, training starts on Monday. And we walk, we run, and because it's a team effort, right? Women are smart. We know that we can go farther together. We don't have to go fast. We just go get it done.
True. Exactly. Yeah. You know, and as you were talking, I'm super into The Chosen right now, which I never thought I would watch. Like, I don't usually watch Jesus TV, but you know, I just don't. But I've fallen in love with The Chosen, and what's so striking about it is the way the disciples are portrayed. They're just, God love them. Bless their, we say bless their hearts in the South, bless their hearts.
Coming in live from Tennessee, y'all.
Right,
So.
live from Tennessee. Bless their hearts. Like they were not perfect. They were,
oh man,
thieves or had disabilities or were struggling in their marriages or were out just trying to basically feed their family out of nothing.
Because what was the requirement? Come and follow me.
Just come and follow, right?
Come and follow me.
Right. And that's what stuck out at Women for Women is like, I think my assumption was people that do Team World Vision, this is my confession, people that do Team World Vision are athletes or rich philanthropists.
Sure.
And I'm not either, so I don't have to go.
I get a pass.
Yeah, I get a pass.
Yeah.
I get a pass.
Yeah.
And I met these women and they were not that. I mean, I don't know their bank accounts, but these were everyday normal women, moms, grandmas, best friends, roommates, a 15, 13-year-old girl and her mom who just blew me away.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Women that have been doing this for years as friends, women who had sold their wedding dresses to fund their campaign. Like, these are not people who are just like, oh yeah, I can just write a $10,000 check. There were every level of athlete, of woman there. And it took all of us and all of our quirks and uniqueness. And that was such a blessing to see, like, oh, I don't have to be either of those things.
Yeah, not to fit these categories.
Yeah. Yep. I can just show up as me. So.
Ladies, I could talk to you all day, every day, and just so blessed to call you friends. And to have that level of authenticity just out in the world. Thank you for being the women that you are, living through the messy middle and inspiring others to do the same, and for caring for others along the way. So it's the only way to go, but sometimes it's hard. Like you said, you just want to put your head in the sand. You just don't think you've got anything left. And I look over and I see you living your lives and I see you doing the things, and I think I can too.
Likewise, friends. Yeah.
So, and speaking of that, Jody, I know that you got to go get your littles from school here pretty soon. So, you know,
there's a bunch of things going on at all times. You know.
I do. Ladies, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. We're going to take a little break here in next hour. So you guys can zoom in from your phones or wherever you are doing whatever you're doing. But we're going to focus on Honduras next hour. And we get to hear from a company down in Houston, which is awesome, who's actually using their company and their mission to drive impact and purpose. So it's going to be a really special time with them. So we'll see you guys in about a half an hour. Thanks so much, ladies.
Right. Bye. That's so powerful. I love that you have such tangible recent encounters to talk about. That's just always the most impacting.
Yeah.
ahead and give a little test.
Hey guys, just checking in. We're going live in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. See you then.
I don't think I could have predicted this, but I'm really grateful that we've been able to do what we've been able to do. I think that I was aware that people didn't have access to clean water, but I didn't understand it. I think what I had to do was actually go to a dirty water source and see what people were literally bathing in, drinking from, cleaning dishes in, doing laundry in, and knowing that that was what they were drinking. I love being able to tell the story of what RTI, Refined Technologies, has been able to do through partnerships like Crosswalk and World Vision. World Vision does excellent work because they look at a community holistically, not just water, but economic empowerment, working with families to move through from extreme poverty up through middle class by this system, one of which water is a critical piece. I don't think I could have predicted this, but I'm really grateful that we've been able to do what we've been able to do.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Dr. Greg Allgood, Vice President of Water and Health at World Vision US.
And I'm Lyndsey Deane Ratchford, the National Director of Team World Vision with World Vision US.
That video was a great introduction to what we're going to focus on this hour. But before we do that, let's have an update on how we're doing.
Huge updates, my friends. It is 1 o'clock Central Time, so wherever you are, the drum roll, please. We are over $900,000 raised
awesome.
today. Woo! On our way to $1 million. And friends, for some of you that are fundraising right now, you're thinking, wait a minute, is there only $100,000 of challenge funds left? Actually, there are more, friends. There's more than that. We're tallying everything. Yes. But because the challenge started at 8 a.m. Central Time, there was funds that came in before and from a lot of different directions. So know that there are still challenge funds on the table. So lean in, remind your donors, follow up with people at lunchtime, send out some more text messages or videos. But over $900,000 raised. And friends, just your teams and these events across the country, you just are going crazy. So continue.
It's very exciting. And we're not even halfway through the day.
No,
pretty
not
close,
at all.
but not yet half.
Yes.
So, wow, that's great. That's fantastic. Almost at our $1 million goal. Let's push us over that $1 million line.
Go.
Okay, so now we're going to focus on a company and how they've embraced World Vision's work to fuel their company's mission, which is eternal purpose fuels business excellence.
That's a line right there.
Yeah.
Eternal purpose fuels business excellence.
Isn't it? Yeah. Their company motto is honor God always. So it's an incredible company. Refined Technologies Incorporated, RTI, and you saw that entry video with Cody Nath of RTI. And so we're going to now go to Houston. World Vision colleague Amy Thompson she's our National Director of Major Donor Ministries in the Southeast region. And she's going to be talking with Heather Broder of RTI and Jorge Galeano, my friend, who's the National Director of Guatemala and Honduras. Houston, are you there? Do we have a problem?
We are here. We're here. Can you hear us?
Hey, Amy, you look great. Thank
Yes.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Jorge.
Oh, well, we are.
Heather, nice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good to see you guys.
Hi.
Congratulations on a great day of fundraising so far. Exciting.
I hope in Honduras and Chicago, you can hear our screams of joy. I mean, what an exciting day. $900,000. Already exceedingly and abundantly more than we could ask or imagine. And we know there's a lot more left to go.
Absolutely.
Over to you guys. We look forward to listening to you.
Well, we look forward to sharing with you. And Jorge, it's wonderful to see you. Heather and I were just mentioning, we wish you were here. It feels like this is a mini Honduras office from Houston, Texas. You can see these beautiful photographs of people from Honduras. You're such a huge part of the RTI family. And we want to get things started with understanding a little bit more about Honduras, Jorge. It always shocks me. We're here in Houston, we go to the airport, we get on a plane, and in 2.5 hours, we can be in a country where over 1 million people are walking for dirty water. That is something that is hard to comprehend. So can you share with us a little bit about Honduras and some of the challenges that children are facing there?
Yeah, of course. it is great to be here with you, Amy and Heather. And I'm actually here in Tegucigalpa City, which is the capital of Honduras. And we'll tell you a little bit about Honduras. We are just in the heart of Central America. We have borders with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. And in the east side, we have the Caribbean Ocean. And in the west side, we have the Pacific Ocean. So in Honduras, we face a lot of challenges in here regarding with the droughts. For instance, we have 6 months with droughts. It is that we consider the dry season. And at the same time, we have 6 months with a lot of raining, which is coming from the Caribbean Ocean. When we have a lot of rain, we have, at the same time that we face droughts, we also face hurricanes, floodings. It's a contrast because we are just as a pendulum, moving from droughts to extreme, hurricanes that affected the country. So, but Honduran people are very hardworking people. As you can see in the picture behind you, this is a man from Honduras, Hamastran. Yeah, I remember very well because all of them have very hardworking people. They wake up very early in the morning to work. But at the same time, it's challenging when you don't have access to water, raining water, because that means that for you and your family, you will not be able to have harvest in your crops. That means that leads you also with food insecurity and another related problems. And we face a lot of that kind of things in Honduras, and water is fundamental for us. It is, not just for health issues or water for consumption, but at the same time to assure that the people will have the livelihood to sustain their houses, to sustain their kids. So water, as you may know, it is life, and it's very fundamental for us here in Honduras also.
It is, and we have witnessed how clean water changes everything. But to get that clean water, you need excellent partners. So I'd like to turn it over to Heather. Heather, it's always a joy to be with you. We've had so many beautiful times together in Honduras, and we're excited for you all to get to share today. We saw a little bit about RTI in that intro video with Cody, but could you just give us a quick overview again? Who is RTI and what do you all stand for?
Absolutely. We started in 2001. Bill Nath is our founder. Cody Nath is our owner and CEO. And when it comes to refineries, upstream facilities, petrochem, other process facilities, we come alongside of our clients to support fast and predictable turnaround. So that's what we do. Greg started to talk about our mission statement a little bit. It's honor God always, help people develop, pursue excellence, earn a profit. We think that's an inspiring and a different kind of mission statement. We are all in with World Vision, as you can see from our library and the names of our conference rooms and our artisans. That's what we call our employees. They love to talk about our partnership with World Vision. We also are committed to second chance hiring, which is bringing reentry citizens in, and 80% of our workforce in our shops have a background. And so we're committed to that redemptive partnership as well. And we have some other, nonprofits that we support, but we feel like eternal purpose fuels excellence. Greg also mentioned that. It means a lot of things. It means really taking care of our clients. It means having an environment, a healthy environment for our artisans to grow, but it also means generosity and just reflecting God's heart to be generous. And so sharing our profits with incredible organizations like World Vision.
Well, and you lived that out so beautifully. Can you tell us why Honduras? How did RTI turn their attention to Honduras?
I love this question because there's so many reasons. I mean, you mentioned that we're just a short flight away. So the fact that Honduras is in our backyard, we can actually get there, spend time there, be in a relationship. We're taking 3 trips a year, and Cody's there. It seems like, even more than that. So the fact that Honduras is in close proximity means a lot to us. Without opening up a political conversation, we are here based in Houston, Texas, and every day we talk to somebody who has moved here from Central America because the conditions are so harsh and they're separated from their families, and that devastates us. So this is a real issue that we can do something about, and we love World Vision's passion for hope at home. And so we're for that. And a huge reason that we are committed deeply to Honduras is Jorge. we have so much confidence in his leadership. He's a strategic thinker. He loves and cares for people. He's a results-oriented leader. And your passion for Christ, Jorge, is just so inspiring. And the NAF family and the RTI team, we just have so much confidence in you and your leadership team to really drive towards like practical, solutions and making a real difference.
It's become a family in Christ.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. I mean, we've got a picture of, Javier here in our library. I mean, we have, photographs from Honduras all throughout our office. And I know that when Jorge spends time with us here, we love hearing from him. And so it feels like an extended family just across the borders.
It's beautiful. And for you, Jorge, you've walked alongside RTI for your entire time as the National Director of Honduras. What has it meant to you to have people like the NAF family, RTI, and others walk alongside you and your team? I think Jorge,
sorry.
There we go. We got you back.
Yeah, sometimes when you grow up in a country like Honduras, you see a lot of limitations all of the time. You face challenges, and you think that it is not possible to make, these changes that you're looking for, God-sized goals. So being together with the NAF family, with RTI, and with other amazing people, U.S. donors who believes in us, allow us to dream differently, and to say, hey, it's possible to make these changes. So it was a lot of very meaningful experience for me. I remember once when I get Houston and we have a time at dinner with the NAF family, and I remember to listen to kids, 6-year-old kids telling us that they are like ambassador for our children here in Honduras, giving speeches in their classroom with their classmates, raising funds in the school. And seeing that kind of connection, even with the children, and when you hear the testimonies coming from the artisans from RTI, is great people, big hearts, connected with us, helping us, and that kind of connection. For us, NAF family, it is like our angels. Amazing people, and we love them. We love you guys, and we pray for you guys. And you allow us to dream. And right now, we are dreaming to get everywhere we work, to get clean water for all the kids. If you ask me for that God-sized goal, probably 5 years ago, I will say that is not possible. But now we think differently, we dream, we trust in God, we have angels in US that support us. So for us, that is very meaningful to have you walking with us here for the most vulnerable kids. It is something that is very meaningful. It's amazing because you are an expression of God's love for us. So thank you for all you do for our kids here in Honduras.
Thank you, Jorge. Well, RTI and the NAF family really were part of the early adopters of believing that we could bring clean water to children in Honduras. And, I look back when I first started over 10 years ago, and I think we were reaching maybe 50, 100 people with clean water. Now, we would just watch an explosion in growth and excellence in the work. But Heather, why did you all choose water as the area you wanted to invest in?
I think water is something everyone can get their head around and understand immediately just how important and necessary water is for everyday life. I mean, before 6 a.m., I needed water for 6 different things that I did. And so it really resonates with our team. And it's easy for families to understand. So we can engage children as well, which is a really big deal. The other thing about water is when we get to go on these vision trips and we see a community without clean water, and then we go to a community with clean water, and we see that like physical, transformation that's occurred, it's laying that groundwork for World Vision to come in and do all of these additional strategic initiatives. So after water is in place, and then we see World Vision focusing on nutrition and healthcare and the farming best practices and economic empowerment. And so it's so exciting to get to be a part of what really lays that groundwork. And then lastly, I would say, as a believer and as a company that has a very faith-based culture, the symbolism of the living water that we all need. Yes. It's so inspiring and it resonates so deeply to see the powerful transformation that water brings. Water is life.
You know, we typically do these vision trips. They're short, like 3 to 4 days. And the first day we break hearts, and that's always so rough, you know, because artisans are going and carrying the water, carrying the burdens of mothers and children and fathers in Honduras. And that's always the hardest day for me. But then we get to see the jubilation the next day. You know, how has that impacted some of those employees who've been down there?
I am so thankful that we are committed to these vision trips because they have been life-changing for every single individual that's gone. And that first day is very sobering. It's very heavy. There's usually a genuine response of like anger to the situation that people are in. And through that week, our teams discover the incredible things that World Vision is doing in a sustainable way. And we have had artisans, you know, sort of coin these amazing phrases. When the McKays went, they are on the Canadian team, and they saw everything happening just out of Jeff's mouth. He said, "We work for hope." Like when we are, you know, cranking out plans for our clients or processing an invoice or putting together a proposal or, you know, whatever is on our desk that day, that is translating into bringing hope for families just like ours. And so it's been remarkable. It's just been so meaningful for them to experience that.
That's beautiful. Beautiful. And we love your commitment to excellence. And I know that's something you share with Jorge. And Jorge, your team, you are so committed to excellence. Can you share with us what water enables your teams to do on the ground, and how does it enable families to overcome poverty?
Water is the foundation of our work. For us, water is transformation, because that allows us to organize the community, to invite different partners, you know, to join together to help for a very specific problem. And just give an example, we invited the municipalities, the central government, the private sector, you know, churches. We work together with all of them to solve a situation for the community. And the community itself worked very hard to get that, because we as a World Vision, we believe that ownership also means that the people need to work, and also with their own resources support in this case, the project. And when you have water, that means for the kids that they have time to go to the school, to get education, because they don't need to invest a lot of their time, you know, collecting water. That means that you have health, because the kids can drink safe water, so they don't have face a lot of the diseases that affected the children in the communities. When you have water, you have child protection, because the children are protected. They are not by themselves alone, you know, longer distances. So they are close to their family, to their mother. That means for the mother to be at home, to help the kids, to give them love, to give them care. So water is transformational in terms of development, because of education, child protection, and health, access to water. So with water, we really change the life of the people, mothers, the kids, the communities. So it's very powerful.
That's beautiful. One thing we've talked about quite a bit on these vision trips is resiliency, sustainability. How do we know if these programs can continue to flow, water flow for 20, 30, 40 years, for a lifetime? And, you know, you all in Honduras had a rough run during COVID. I'll never forget it. I was on a phone call actually with you, Heather, when we found out a Category 5 hurricane was headed straight at Honduras. It hit, it was devastating. And 2 weeks later, another hurricane hit. Yeah. And that took out a large number of our water projects. But what I was amazed by is that the communities jump right back in and they had ownership of those water points and they fixed them immediately, and clean water continues to flow. Can you share a little bit about what that meant to you all? How did you see the communities really own those water points and keep that water flowing despite the challenges?
Yeah. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, sustainability is a key component of our work in the communities. And to get sustainability, it is important also to create capacities, to create ownership since the beginning of the project. That means that the community must be involved in every step of development of the project, training them, being part of the building of the whole process, and that creates that sense of belonging. The people loves the water project. They are joining together, working together, making an extra effort, thinking in their kids, thinking in their family, thinking in their crops. And when you face a challenge in the water project, the people are trained, to solve that problem. They don't depend on us. They are now empowered to make the changes. So that's critical for us because sustainability is a key component of development. And we are, seeing those kind of experiences, as you mentioned, with the hurricane. But we also see that every day. When the water project has a problem, a pipeline is broke, for instance, they are not expecting that World Vision can solve the problem. They know how to solve and they solve it.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Jorge. I'm going to switch gears a little bit because there are probably people on this live stream right now or people who are going to listen who know of RTI because they've been watching the excellence with which you all operate and you really intentionally build a culture of giving and of honoring God. And Heather, nobody has thought more deeply about this than you, and it's a joy to watch you at work. Can you share with us, how have you integrated World Vision into the culture of RTI?
Yeah, we need another hour and a half for this one because we are
we could arrange that and not at a separate call.
We're all in on trying to engage the team, our clients, the spouses, the kids, even some of our vendors and just other folks that we've brought along on vision trips. So we're pretty passionate about just letting everybody have visibility into the hope that is accomplished through what World Vision is doing. And so lots of ways. We mentioned conference rooms. We've mentioned just like the visualizations around the office. We mentioned the vision trips. In terms of sponsorship, this is something we've been doing from early days, and we're sponsoring nearly 600 children. Our Singapore team is sponsoring a few kiddos in Cambodia, and then the majority of artisans here in North America are sponsoring folks in Honduras, of course. And on the vision trips, they're getting to meet those sponsored children and a parent or a grandparent, which is pretty incredible. We launched a consulting business in 2020. And we named that consulting business, we branded it Cruz Alta, which means high cross. And we named it after a community that we visited. And so on the 1-year anniversary of that business was actually also when we celebrated clean water coming to Cruz Alta. Yes. So that's been an opportunity to tell our clients when they say, okay, now why did you brand your consulting business Cruz Alta? Like, tell us a little bit more about that. We've been able to open that conversation. And then one of the things I wanted to really double down on in terms of ways to engage is the Global 6K. Absolutely. This is just a family favorite. I love this event, and I just want to encourage everyone, even if this is not for your business, to adopt. Think about joining the Global 6K event, like with your Sunday school team, with your cul-de-sac, with your family, do a family reunion. World Vision has made this event so like low key it's just, plug and play. And so you show up, there's a fundraising page. It's easy to engage folks. It's easy to communicate. People are already doing 5Ks all the time. Why not do a 6K and make it more meaningful, make it about bringing clean water to a child? So we're going to be doing the Global 6K coming up soon. We just did a drop on everyone's desk with a little water bottle and a little explanation of, how to get enrolled. But I mean, if you're just, going to throw out some bananas and a bounce house, there's just a few little things you can add to just round out the event. But walking together is just really meaningful. And it's been a great company event for us. I guess we've been doing it since 2018.
It's one of my favorite events.
Yes.
And I love seeing the children of artisans be there. And some of them have come up to me and said, my dad or my mom works to get clean water to kids. And that is so incredible to see. Another thing that I've just loved is how you share this story with your clients. I've seen those same water bottles passed out to clients. I think you've got one here.
We've got a co-branded water bottle right here, and it tells the story of our partnership. And we give this to clients. And Amy's come out to some of our golf tournaments, and where we've had a whole sponsorship, we'll pass out water bottles. And clients want to talk about meaningful things.
They do.
It changes the whole conversation. And all of a sudden, we go from that surface level sort of typical small talk at a golf tournament or at just kind of a lessons learned meeting. And all of a sudden clients are sharing prayer requests. They're sharing their own passions, things that they're really excited about in the nonprofit space and in the social justice space. And so really World Vision has helped us go to a deeper place with our clients.
We've loved walking alongside you all, having those conversations with clients, and they say, wow, RTI is different. We want to live that out as well. So I think it's changing cultures, and it's allowing you all to build trust quickly, I think, by demonstrating what you stand for.
Well, and the reality is we would not be able to give millions of dollars a year to World Vision if our clients weren't trusting us with their work. And so we're able to genuinely and authentically say, you're a huge part of this. And I think that really fills clients up who are looking for more meaning in their work too.
I think we're all looking for more meaning, and we're all looking to accomplish something bigger than anything we could imagine. God-sized goals, which I love, Jorge. You talking about God-sized goals. We have a God-sized goal for Honduras and water.
Yeah, Amy, I remember, as I mentioned, probably 10 years ago when we started with our WASH program, our goals at that time were probably 500 people, 1,000 people in a community. And then we start, thinking differently, believing, trusting in God, trusting in the support that the beautiful donors like you, RTI, and you listen to Woos this morning speaking about their experience. So it is a kind of movement of beautiful people, beautiful heart, very good-minded people bringing their knowledge, their heart, their support for a very specific goal. And in Honduras, we are 9 million population country. About 1.5 million people doesn't have water. So our main goal is everywhere we work, we will provide 100% of coverage of water for those communities. And this is an example because the goal that we are setting and we are working for, it is 650,000 people.
Amazing.
And that's an amazing goal, and we are working for that. And just a couple of weeks ago, we experienced something beautiful because a municipality, San Juan municipality, which is in the western area of the country, we started working with them in 2013. We're the first municipality with 100% of coverage of water in the country. For the first time in history, we had 100% of coverage in one municipality. This is something possible because you allow us your support, allowing us to dream differently, to setting that kind of God-sized goals. Thank you for that.
It is a God-sized goal. And I think we all, again, want to believe that we can tackle sustainably a problem that has been stalking and killing and plaguing children for their entire life, for their generation. So what does that mean to you, Heather? I know, again, you all were there when we were just starting that water project in Honduras. It started with one pipeline project. I'll never forget that. We got to go back recently and visit that community of Agua Blanca. What does that mean for you all to see this big goal?
We're pumped about Finish the Job. If we finish the job in Honduras, we can go to more and more countries, more and more places. I tell you, we have met some really inspiring people, and we carry their stories really close to us. So Lystenia, for example, on a recent vision trip, we met with Lystenia. We heard her inspiring story. It was so impactful that one of our artisans came home and created a a coloring book that we sent
Yes.
to our entire company for Christmas time. On another vision trip, we met Ms. Doris. And you remember we brought Ms. Doris's story back at our annual summit where we gather all of our team together. And we talked about Ms. Doris and her leadership and the impact that she's making in Honduras. In one of Cody's communications, we included a photo of Osmar that we met, who had been making like handmade bricks to build his home. So these people really inspire us. So Finish the Job is about all the people we haven't met yet.
Yeah.
Getting clean water in their community and having an amazing story where their work ethic and their dedication, all of a sudden they're able to move from survival mode to thriving and dreaming and achieving their God-given potential. So we are wildly committed to Finish the Job, and we're excited about it and have a lot of confidence in it.
And I love that concept of dreaming, having a bigger vision. And one thing that really struck me today when we came back to RTI, this is my home away from home. When I talk to the artisans, they will share with me, we came to RTI because of the partnership with World Vision, because of what they stand for. What do you feel like it's meant for your culture to partner with us?
It has been incredibly unifying, incredibly inspiring. When we will talk to people in interviews, they'll say, "Oh, I heard about the World Vision partnership, and I want to be a part of that." And they're ready to like engage before they've even joined the company. And when we have new hire orientation week, we'll talk to new artisans about sponsorship, and we'll always have a couple of folks hopping in with us right from the get-go. People are eager to know when can they go on a vision trip. Sometimes we'll just make bracelets in the break room and eat some pizza, and people are excited just to make bracelets that are going to be a part of another vision trip. So it is certainly something that is integral to our culture. People love to know that their work matters, and this is just one of many ways where they can just really have that tangible expression that, hey, I'm showing up to work and I'm making a difference.
And they are making a difference, which is beautiful. So thank you for that. And speaking of Finish the Job, I'd love to know where we stand with fundraising, because we know that that's what it's going to take is more people.
This is so great.
I need to know what the orange is for. You're kind of shocking us over
Inspired
here.
everybody. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Jorge. We want to share this news with you. What's the news?
We're officially over $1 million.
When Ronald McDonald joined the call.
Without a doubt, we would be banging it.
Amazing. Ding, ding, ding. Yay.
That is incredible.
I'm loving it.
Jorge, how do you feel about that?
It's amazing. It's a blessing. Thank you for all of you.
No confetti here. We don't want to clean it up, but we will find our own way to celebrate. Jorge, how does that feel in Honduras?
Thank you, guys. Wow.
Very happy. Very
Part of
happy.
this.
Thank you very much.
We are so thrilled. Unbelievable. With the challenge, we're now historically over $2 million on the day.
That's right. So history is made, baby. $2 million worth of impact. And what's incredible is that fundraising started at midnight Eastern time. So there are still challenge funds left. The challenge is continuing. So any
It's gonna
fundraisers
keep
that are
going.
out there, you don't slow down, my friends. There's money out there to grab, but we are now in a whole new space. Over $2 million, 40,000 people with clean water today. Woo!
We made Jorge
Lots
smile.
of
He likes
tears
my
here.
hair.
All right.
Lots of tears here. Greg, I think you should keep it. It's looking good on you. You look good in orange.
I'll challenge my other fellow CDOs that they have to do this as well.
That's right. The only way to go.
Compton. All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Thank you. We look forward to celebrating even more good news at the end of the day.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, of course, we're not done. We're not even halfway done yet. Pretty close to halfway. Next hour, we're going to hear from a man who is set on doing impossible things. Ultra marathoner Michael Wardian is going to be interviewed by our peer-to-peer director, Brian Frazier. Can't wait for that at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Central Time.
That's right. So friends, lean in, keep going. We are now in that impossible space. It is possible. Over $2 million raised in one day. It's only 1:30 Central Time. The day is young. The challenge is live. Let's keep going and see what does God have for us today.
Amen.
Amen.
See you soon.
We'll see you at top of the hour.
You're good.
Okay, cool. I like your swag.
Green jersey.
Yeah. We have 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Time to go.
Celebrating $1 million in impact and challenge funds, but actually there's still out on the table. So if you are
It's
fundraising
been
right now,
averaging 50 to 53 miles a day.
Breakfast pizza.
it's God, and know that God is not.
Hey everyone, it's all downhill from here. I fell and literally
But we know that God's visions are bigger. All right, friends, we are back. We are having some technical issues. We're always kind of tweaking the sound, but basically there is confetti all over the place. So we're just cleaning up and sorting ourselves out as we get kicked off this hour. Again, my name is Lyndsey Deane Ratchford. I go by LDR in the Team World Vision family, and it has been quite a day. Over $1 million raised so far. There are challenge funds still available on the table, and we know that God is so not done with us yet. So if you're a donor, if you're a fundraiser, the day is young, so keep on leaning in. This hour, we get to talk to two incredible human beings. In just 1 second, I'm going to pitch it over to Brian Fraser in our Houston satellite office over at RTI. And he's going to have a conversation with the one and only Michael Wardian. This guy loves to push the boundaries and set records and do it for a purpose. So we are going to pitch it over to him in just a minute. But before we do that, I need you to hear these 10 names, my friend. Anthony Halpin, Randy Hackey, Ray Hardy, Karen Miedema, David Gonzalez, Ann Gibbs, Sharon Ellis, Dan Milner, Debbie Caseta, and Jason Chung. Those are our current top 10 fundraisers on the day. Congratulations, my friends. I know that we are all quite competitive human beings, so we'll see where that top 10 lands today. But we thank you and we celebrate you as you making a huge impact today. Because remember, every $50 is changing one person's life. So each and every donation, each and every dollar matters, because every donation, every mile has a name. So with that, Brian Fraser, how are you doing in Houston?
Oh, we are doing fantastic here, and I think as we're about to jump in and get to know Michael a little bit better, I think we have a video that we wanted to share just to capture the cross country run that Michael will share a little bit more about here, but really captures the essence of what happened and his heart for World Vision.
Awesome. We're trying to pull up that video right now, Brian, as we get started.
Which is great. Okay, I should have taken that cue.
No, that's good. No, we're gonna pull it up though. We're working on it, and we're so excited to have Michael with us.
Time to go.
Oh, here comes the video.
Yeah, let's go. First ocean down, one to go.
He's been averaging 50 to 53 miles a day.
Breakfast pizza. Hey everyone, it's all downhill from here. I fell and literally my head went into traffic. Massive truck pushed me off the road and caused me to tweak my hamstring.
The last time I checked, he had crossed the 90,000 mark. So if he crosses his goal, that is 100,000, that means providing access to clean, sustainable water for over 2,000 people that didn't have it. It's life-changing, it really is.
Hey everyone, we just hit 101,000.
Let's go. Something else.
Let's go.
Would you mind joining me on a rally clap across the U.S.? Team World Vision always does it. All I want you to do is clap with me. We're going to speed up little by little. And when I yell breakdown, we're going to yell Team World Vision. All right, but don't speed up. Let's go. 2,000 lives transformed because of you everyone.
All the feels, all the feels watching that video, just knowing everything that Mike went through. I would love to introduce the one and only Michael Wardian today, and as he joins us here on screen, Mike, I know that you get introduced a lot. You do a lot of these types of interviews. You go on many different situations where you share your life story. And honestly, friends, as far as a human being is concerned, Wikipedia cannot keep up with this person. When it comes to the number of records that he has broken, the next thing that he has accomplished, it wouldn't do it justice when we talk about things like 50-kilometer records or treadmill runs or baby strollers or running as Elvis or running as Forrest Gump or running as you name it, what type of costume he's broken some sort of distance in, or racing every single weekend and often on both Saturdays and Sundays, or 7 marathons and on 7 continents in 7 days, or indoor 200-meter marathon records, or running a marathon and winning it but inside Fenway Park. There's just too many. And in so many ways, as we get to talk here in just a second, we're going to be asking, we're going to be wanting to know what's next for Michael. But Michael, more importantly than all of this, I know that you are a husband, you're a father, you're obviously professional ultra marathoner, but you're also many people know too. You're also have a day job, and but welcome. And I just want to say thank you so much for being on today and for everything that you're doing for World Vision.
Oh man, thanks for having me, man. What an introduction. It's so nice to be so nice to be a part of this, and so nice to see how much funds you guys have raised already today. Like, it's just incredible to see like that you guys are continuing to do good work and changing so many lives. So happy to be here and happy to be a part of it.
And friends, you guys, I think you may not realize how, somebody like Michael, his brain and his whole body are wired. Michael is a good friend of ours. Many of our staff are connected in with Michael. He keeps up with us, because we're his friends, and in so many in the ways that he responds and connects back. And, I can send Michael an email or a text and he's going to get back to me very quickly because he cares so much about the work that we do. Very different than most people that are as busy as you are, which I don't even know if that exists, if anybody is as busy as you are. I mean, Michael, you swam right before you got here. What are you training for right now?
I'm training for my first Ironman in 25 years. So I have Ironman actually down by you in the Woodlands. So the Ironman Texas
Ironman, yes.
Yeah, April 27th, I think. And so so I actually, it was awesome. I got a compliment from the lifeguard because he's seen me the last 2 weeks. I haven't swam in like 2 years. And the first time he saw me, he said, wow, you're not, he didn't say anything, but today he came up and said, wow, I've seen a lot of improvement in the last 2 weeks because you were terrible when you first started. So, so I guess things are going in the right direction. Like, I'm not drowning, but yeah, I'm happy with the way the training's going. And it's been fun to kind of shift gears and take up something I haven't done in a long time.
Well, I can appreciate that about you. And for those that don't know you, we're certainly going to get a chance to know you better, but you're often doing something new and different with with each new season of life that you're in. But I think to just kind of to start at the beginning with World Vision, share the story of how you first got connected with World Vision and even some of the events that you have done with us. How did it all start?
Well, it's weird. I mean, like you said, I do have a full-time day job. I work as an international shipbroker. So I've known World Vision in that capacity. We do humanitarian food aid all over the world. And one of the biggest PVOs in our space is World Vision. So I saw what great work you guys were doing with World Vision. One of my friends at a shipper's agent called Fettigan Donaldy, Mike Lagoon, actually had put on the global 6K for water type run. And so I had taken part in that. And then you actually reached out to have me come and be a part of the Hood to Coast relay. So that was kind of like my first like full on World Vision exposure. And even before that, I went to the Chicago Marathon, and I thought I was going out to dinner with just one person. It turned into the team dinner for the Chicago Marathon. So I was just kind of blown away with like how big the World Vision community is, and just how engaged and awesome. I mean, like, it's one of those things where you get a chance to see good people doing good stuff, and the amount of people's lives that get changed through this organization and the things you guys are doing. And, it's just a pleasure to be a part of. And, in a small way, like, I've done a couple of fundraising things, and we actually have a sponsor child now, which is kind of like a newer thing for us. And so it's been really cool to be involved, and I hope to continue to be involved. Like, I got some big projects coming up in the next couple of years, and I'm hoping that I can do those and for World Vision and kind of make another big impact.
You shared about your child that your family sponsors. You got a chance to meet them recently, and I know that event was or that trip was tied in with the Comrades Ultra Marathon, which
Yeah.
we do every year, 56-mile race through the mountains of South Africa. I've run that race 3 times. It is an incredible event. I mean, share with us, and as I know that you've done it many times, and you've come close to winning that race. That is because you're
Well,
fast.
being in the top 10, being in the top 10, I've wanted to win that race a couple times, but I've not solved that puzzle yet. But it's an amazing race. It's amazing experience. Like the team at World Vision does such a good job. Like it was Josh that took us all down this last time, and we spent basically 4 or 5 days in South Africa getting ready for the race, running the race. Having a pretty nice experience. And then we this time it depends where you end up going, but we went to Ethiopia, and so we got to see some of the projects that are in place in action, which was incredible, especially because the year before in 2022 I had done the run to help build one of those wells. So just to get to see it's cool to be involved, and you're raising this money, and like every $50 changes one life. But when you actually see the conclusion of that, and you actually see the water coming out of the ground, and like how it's actually impacted so many people, and the just joy on people's faces, like I don't know if there's anything better. It just makes your heart swell.
Unbelievable. And you're mentioning, those the water projects that you got to see while you're in Ethiopia. Obviously, being a runner, I've done, as you were running your cross country run, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. I remember the day I was with you in Kansas City. It was hot. It was really hot that day, and even to the point I was borrowing your water because I had run out of mine. I'm remembering this all right now. And you're like, oh,
yes.
Hey, I'll give you my water. But I think connecting now how important water is, and then getting to see it where people don't have access, to in the way that we do. How's that changed your perspective?
Oh man, it just makes me appreciate it so much. Like, I value it. I don't think there's anything more incredible than just being able to go to your faucet and turn it on and drink the water, not having to filter it, not having to go 6K away and get a jerry can and fill it up, and then walk home with that. But just having clean, fresh, safe water to drink is, I don't know, it's unbelievable and life-changing for sure. And such a luxury. I mean, we are so fortunate. But what I think is great is, through World Vision and through the projects you guys are doing, you're actually giving that same gift to other people. And that's what I think is just amazing. And it's really, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much of an investment, really, like to be able to have such a lasting impact. And it's not just, the people that get it the first time, but it's like once it's there, it's just there. And so like it's unbelievably cool to see.
I really appreciate that perspective, especially with somebody with your background, and even in shipbroking too, as you were sharing, with World Vision being a client in many ways. Take us, what I know that a lot of people are tuning in today, and they want to hear more about your cross country run. We had a lot of Team World Vision folks along the way that you met, but I think first let's unpack that whole thing, because Michael ended up raising over $130,000 with that event. It was incredible impact. I think even as he was finishing at the shoreline, they had crossed 100,000, but even later that day, the fundraising continued. It was incredible. So I think first question is, how did that event even come to be? What was the planning involved? What was the dream behind it? And tell us how it all started.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a kind of a life project. It was a dream that kind of took seed in when I saw the movie Forrest Gump, and like I was like, I didn't like I guess I knew people ran across the country, but I didn't know anyone personally that had ever done that. And it was like, wow, that's something like that seems like it would be cool to do. And as I became a runner and started running some races and then got into some ultra marathons, I was thinking like, oh, someday I want to do that. And then it's always kind of like, yeah, that's great. But like, how do you actually step out of your life to be able to kind of take on these big projects? And so for me, it was, probably like a 15 or 20-year dream. And then within the last like 3 or 4 years, it became like something that I was planning to do in 2020. And I picked up a bit of an injury. And so then it was am I going to be able to actually run again? And then once I was rehabbing and knew that I could run again, then it was like building my fitness back up, but then also kind of putting stuff in place with my company so that we could step away, or I could step away and know that things are going to be taken care of. And the crazy thing was at first I thought, oh, maybe I'll try for the Transcon record, and then realized quickly that, there might be some days when I actually have to work. And so like there were a couple days where I'd, run 20 miles, sit in the RV for a couple hours, do some stuff that needed done for work, and then get back out and, run another 35, 40 miles. So like, it was definitely a challenge. And then, the other thing too, is like with a family, like you have to, try to get everyone on board. And, if I'm not around, that means someone else, and particularly my wife and kids, have to pick up the slack. And so like making sure everyone's on board with that. And, we were doing it for an amazing cause, and it was something that everyone was willing to chip in. And then you have to get the clients on board, and so I had support. It's so crazy. Like if I could give some kind of guidance to people, is like, make sure if you have a big dream like that, like be sure to get everyone on board, and don't be as I was really afraid of what people would say, but I was unbelievably surprised at how many people stepped up and offered to help, and really wanted to be a part of my dream, and in turn it became something that everyone could really take part in. And I think that was, to me, one of the coolest, most amazing things about it.
I mean, when you talk about help, I even in my mind, I had simplified the logistics of what would be required. And it was only until I saw you out on the course in Kansas City that I really appreciated everything that was involved. I mean, not only the segments and the geo mapping, but then the meals and making sure you have enough, you have a separate person who's there just to not only get you to each next place where you're stopping along the way, but then purchasing and helping prepare meals during the day. I mean, just help us understand the logistics, as I know I've just scratched the surface, what the logistics involved in pulling this thing off.
Oh man, it's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, I had my dad, who was with us for probably 85% of the run. I hired an amazing guy, a guy named Eric Bells, who was my full-time crew chief, and he was pretty much the reason I got across the country. So it's like, I was the runner, but like there was a whole team involved. My buddy Phil was the route planner and coordinated media requests and whatnot. My dad was like coordinating like people that wanted to come and run with us. He was like going on grocery errands. It's a lot. And like, basically I've described it to some people as like, you're a CEO of like a terribly run company, because there's no income coming in. You're just outlaying funds, but like with a purpose, right? Like the purpose is to get across the country, and the purpose is to, help raise money for an amazing cause. And so I think the other thing too, and I would say this to people if they're listening and they're struggling in their fundraising, like you guys were so good with helping navigate that part, because I was really scared to put a number out there, because I've never been really good at raising money and asking people for help in that way. And so like for me, I really grew a lot in that aspect. but it was hard when you're like, I was halfway through the country and I think we had maybe like, I don't know, 15 or $20,000. And you kept saying like, don't worry, you know, as it goes on, you know, you'll see it pick up. And I was like, man, I'm going to run across the entire country and we're going to, you know, maybe have like $30,000, which is like still awesome. And we would have changed a lot of lives, but not as many lives as, you know, the goal was. And so like, I would say to people that, you know, just keep doing what you're doing and like eventually it'll catch fire. And that's really what happened. I mean, I think you could see in the video, like, I think with a couple days to go, we were still like 30,000 short of what the goal was. And within the last couple of days, we probably raised like a majority of the money that, you know, was able to impact so many people. So I would say, you know, just keep plugging away and keep doing what you're doing and keep putting the message out there, and people will, you know, people will come and be a part of your journey and help you get there. I was shocked, and like, it was cool because you guys know what it's like, but I had not had that experience before. And so it was really cool to see it all come together and us be able to achieve the goal and really change a lot of lives.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate those words because they're so true. We have so many people that are feeling exactly that same way. They've set some crazy big goals. They're scared. And to know that the one and only Michael Wardian was in their shoes in the same way, I know that how much that means. And I think when we talk about shoes and even just thinking the toll that it took, because I remember seeing you were literally taping your feet together to hold them together in so many ways when I saw you. And I think eventually those blisters, which your whole foot was a blister, like it was crazy what I was seeing. I never seen anything like that. But just describe, I mean, even just seeing you at the finish line, I know you had lost a lot of weight from beginning to end, just the toll that took on you.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. So yeah, over the course of the, it was about 60 days it took. So, you know, I think my dad had a cameo in the video. He's saying we averaged 50 to 53 miles a day. I think at the end it was about 50 miles, 52 miles a day. And we ran a little over 323 miles, I think. And it was mostly along Route 50, which is cool because I live right on Route 50. But like you're saying, before the event, before the Transcon, I put on, I think, 3 or 4 pounds of weight, just knowing that I was going to lose some weight as the race went along, or the journey. And so I think I started at 148 and I ended up down around 134 or so. So, you know, I did lose quite a bit of weight. But I felt strong. Like, it was crazy. I felt so strong. Like, the next day I ran like a 5K, and you know, I was just figuring like, oh, I'll just kind of jog it. And I actually felt pretty good, and ended up, I think, running around like an 18-minute 5K, and I was so strong. And what was crazy though is like, I was still strong for like a couple days, and then afterwards my body was like, now it's time to pay me back. And so then I just completely crashed and ended up getting COVID, and just like had amazingly rough time of it. And I knew that going in. I knew that, you know, it was going to be a long recovery, and it basically felt like it's been about a year or so of the recovery. So like, it was a big investment in the recovery process, and I didn't really rush it. And I've done a bunch of races since then, and events. And like you said, like, I went to South Africa last year, and you know, had some ultras over that time frame. But this year is, you know, kind of like my body is starting to feel like kind of back to normal, and you know, that's pretty exciting. And so that's going to allow me to do some bigger projects. Like in August, I'm going to try to I am going to run the entire Appalachian Trail. And so that's a project that I'm hoping to, you know, be involved with World Vision with, and try to raise some money for some water projects. And you know, I think the goal this time would be, if possible, I'd like to try to build a well. So I think that's about $200,000. So yeah, we'll see if that's even possible. But that would be my goal.
Well, I mean, I know you can do it. You know, and I think even just
Well, thanks.
you know, raising that much money, and I think, you know, we can get so many people to benefit. That I think that was the other stat that was just so amazing about your Transcon run, was that there were over 1,000 people who donated. So it wasn't even just the amount, but you had so many people come in and get involved. The way that your influence works, and was really inspirational in that way. And you know, I think, you know,
Well, it's weird. Like, it's weird. It's cool because like you came out and saw it, but like we had so many World Vision people that came out. But I'd say over the course of the run, we probably had at least 400 or 500 people that ran with me at different points.
Yeah.
So like, that was really special to me, and that's kind of what I wanted. Like, I was hoping that would be the case, and it was really nice to see so many people, you know, take time out of their day and just come out for, you know, 10 minutes. I had some people that came out. There was a guy that had kind of a chronic condition, and he picked to come out to see me in West Virginia on the steepest hill he could find, because he didn't want to slow me down, but he knew he could keep up with my pace if I was just hiking. And so he said literally he was on his hospital bed and heard about it and was like, I want to do that when he comes through. And so he came out. And then I had, you know, guys that came out and ran like 100 miles with me. So, you know, I had a huge spectrum of, you know, world-class athletes to, you know, just people that, you know, wanted to come out and be a part of it. Like, I had a guy in DC that he was like another guy that was kind of not feeling well. And he asked if he could run with us. And I said, sure, why don't you just, you know, hold the pace for as long as you can. And he thought he was going to run maybe 800 meters with us and ended up running 10K. And so like for him, and it was like one of the best days of his life. And for me, it was one of the best days of my life, just to be able to, you know, see somebody do something that they weren't even sure that they could do. And to want to share that with me, that was just amazing. And to do it all for a good cause was, you know, just even better.
Well, that's just incredible, Michael. And as you've shared with us, you know, your plans with the Appalachian Trail Run, and how exciting that is. And then now I think knowing that we've got, you know, probably a few thousand runners that are in season right now who are fundraising on the day-to-day. And I know that you are such a busy guy that you have a corporate sponsorship meeting right now that you're about rolling into. So I'm thinking about you in this moment. But, you know, any final words of advice or encouragement for everybody who's fundraising today and wants to make a big impact?
I would say, don't be afraid to ask your network for support. Like, it's unbelievable the amount of people that will step up and be a part of it. Don't be afraid to share your journey. Don't be afraid to kind of get out of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to make a big ask, and be open to what will come back, because you'll be surprised. Like, I was shocked with the amount of support that we got, and it'll, you know, I mean, I would say make sure you use the talking points. Like, those are really helpful. Like, $50, one person's life changed. I think that is something tangible that people can really grasp a hold of. Whereas, you know, if you just say like, you know, I'm looking for support, like, that's great. But like having, you know, something to tie a metric for people, I think really gives people the chance to say like, wow, maybe I want to change 4 lives or 5 lives or 10 lives. And so like, I think that really helped me with the ask that I was doing. And yeah, don't be afraid. Like, you'll be surprised at how well it goes.
Mike, thanks so much for today. Really appreciating your time so much, knowing how full your plate is, and just encouraging all of us today. We are going to see you out on the Appalachian Trail very soon. I cannot wait for it. And so I think now we are going to pass it back to LDR, who's at headquarters in Chicago, and celebrating you, Michael, and all that you've done for kids.
All right, man. Thanks, guys. All right.
Thanks, Michael, so much. I've got a bunch of people at my
Yep, no
running
problem.
club, even in Cleveland, that are going to be really jealous that we got to talk to you today. So thanks for tuning in.
Oh my
friend.
gosh. Say hi to everyone for me.
Will do. Will do.
All right. Bye,
Oh my
guys.
gosh, guys, today it has been quite a day. We want to celebrate some individuals, whether you have gotten one donation or you have gotten 50 donations, every one matters. So, and if you have been the one donating, thank you so, so much. So we want to celebrate some names, some top fundraisers today so far. As of 2 p.m. So Anthony Halpin is still in our hot top spot right there, followed by Randy Hackey, who's killing it for, I believe, Hood to Coast. Ray Hardy is in number 3. Karen Miedema is number 4 for Women for Women. Woo woo. Number 5 is David Gonzalez. Number 6 is Ann Gibbs in the house, the producer and director of our live stream today, also fundraising behind the scenes. How can she do it all? Who knows? But God is good. Leah McLaughlin. This woman is fundraising on 2 pages, friends, for 2 events right now and crushing it. Over $10,000 raised. Leah, shout out to you, sister. Sharon Ellis, you're my road warrior from Washington. Always out there, you and Pat, for the kids. We love you, Sharon. So proud of you at number 8. Dan Milner, my friend, my brother, way to go, buddy, number 9. And Debbie Casada, number 10 right now. This is a hot list, y'all. You never know who's going to be here next and what's going to happen next. And I don't know, but this is a little shout out for the Team Rural Vision app, Donor Drive app. I have this in my hand, and this is actually how I'm sharing my link out on social media and text messages, and also how we're thanking donors and checking out donors. And friends, I can see everyone that's donated to my husband and I today, and I'm just overwhelmed. Overwhelmed with gratitude. As I look at this, because I have not looked at this all day because we've been so busy. But right now, I mean, from great friends from seminary to my parents, to my in-laws, to new running buddies in Cleveland, to one of my husband's best friends growing up, to my first grade teacher. Maggie Barth, you taught me how to read. And you made such a difference in my life, and thank you for still being a part of my life and changing lives with me. You are incredible. I can't wait to see you soon. Warren Larita from church growing up, thank you so much. And then some of our Team Rural Vision families that we've been running miles together, the Birch family, you are absolutely incredible. Lauren Wilgus and others, all these, I'm gonna tear up, but friends, together, only together, we truly go farther together, right? We talk about Ubuntu a lot in the Team Rural Vision family. I am, because we are. And Lord knows, we know that that's true. We don't go fast, we go farther together. So in about 20 minutes, 24 minutes, we are going to be back top of the hour, continuing to celebrate incredible impact, telling amazing stories. But friends, you want to be back at top of the hour because we will be joined by Jordan Smoke, our National Director, Senior Director of Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene, who oversees about 1,200 WASH employees around the world, 42 countries of work, the strategy, the business plan, the whole shebang. So Greg and I will be talking with Jordan. He's one incredible human being and also a Grand Rapids marathon finisher. He doesn't just make the plans, he's carrying them out and fundraising for them too. He's an incredible human being. So we cannot wait to see you all again at top of the hour. See you soon.
You guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear, yeah.
All right.
All right, friends, we're back. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock Central Time. Mr. Allgood, how you feeling? Dr. Allgood, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Greg Allgood. I'm with World Vision, our Water and Health Vice President, and I'm pleased to be with
Lyndsey Deane Ratchford. I'm the National Director of Team World Vision, better known as LDR. Some people actually don't know my name, which is totally fine. LDR works too. So we have had quite a day, Greg.
It's been an amazing day. We're about halfway done, and we had a great time celebrating $1 million a couple hours ago. We raised more than $1 million in a day, plus the match. That puts us over 2 million on the day, and we don't want to stop there, right?
Nope, and there's still challenge funds on the table. So there are still more money being raised, and I really think $2.5 million is in sight.
Wow.
50,000 people with clean water.
That would be amazing. That
Yes.
would be incredible.
Absolutely. So we started off the day, if you remember,
Courtney.
hours and hours ago. Yes, Courtney is in Grand Rapids, maybe even Holland, Michigan, but she's with our Grand Rapids team, and she is running a 6K every hour at the top of the hour from 6 a.m. Eastern time to 6 p.m. Eastern time. So it's 4 o'clock in Grand Rapids right now. Courtney, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, you're still
I'm
going.
doing good. Yeah, I'm surprised how well the day's been going. I still feel pretty strong. I've been getting like a 20-minute break in between, which is really nice. So I had to break out my original 2016 jersey. Yeah, so it's good. I have
So changing clothes in between, because the 20 minutes I bet would be helpful, but that's also 20 minutes that you need to eat and go to the bathroom and your muscles are going to get cold. Like, how is this working out?
speed changing has been my new thing today. This is my third outfit, so yeah.
Fair. Very fair. Yes. And do you have Karen Miedema running with you, next to you, in a different place? That's incredible. That's right. You're a moving cheer station. That's what I'm talking about. Mobile cheer station.
Yeah. Yeah, she
And
came
just
out
so
to
people
drive.
understand, you're running 72 kilometers in one day, more than a marathon.
Yeah. I was telling Karen, it comes with the DNA now. You're just a little crazy. So
That's good crazy. We like that crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Karen calls it the orange Kool-Aid. She's great, the orange Kool-Aid.
Orange Kool-Aid. Yes.
So is this just the first 6K for Karen? How's Karen doing next to you?
It is. I'm kind of a wuss now compared to Courtney. She put me in my, thought I was all that, and no.
No, she's doing great.
Karen Mina, you're also one of our top fundraisers today. So, you know, you might have not be crushing all the miles that Courtney's got today, but you are doing some fundraising yourself as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. That's great. Well, we are praying for you. We're excited for you. And so how many more 6Ks do you have?
I have this one, the 5 p.m. and then the 6 p.m. So I'm actually doing 13 of them.
Wait.
More than you said. Wow. You're doing 15 6Ks?
13.
13. Amazing.
Yeah.
Some more. So we said 72 is more than that.
Whew.
Wow.
My God, my God, my God. So 11 in, 2 more to go. So you're roughly, you're under 10 miles away from your finish line.
Yes. I can't wait.
Yes. So here's the thing, friends. Courtney is moving and has been moving all day, and we want to continue to support her fundraising movement too. So please go online, donate to her page, celebrate the efforts that she is making as she stares down a $20,000 goal this season to get 400 people clean water.
That's amazing. And how do they get to Courtney?
So it's teamworldvision.org/WWD24, and you can search Courtney's name and donate straight to her page. Again, every dollar can still get maximized from our generous donor partners in this challenge.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Take care. God bless you.
You too.
All right. We'll talk soon. All right.
And are we good?
Next, Jordan. Okay, so we're moving on over to Jordan. Jordan Smoke, are you there?
What's that? Yeah. I asked him, like, could you just put her QR code there?
All
You
right.
guys
I need
see
to know how to give, because this
Yes.
morning they're like,
We can hear Courtney as well, right?
Working through some technical.
Yeah, we're working through some sound right now. Can go for it again, Jordan.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
All
So
right.
Jordan, thank you so much for joining us. Jordan Smoke is our extremely capable Senior Director of Water Sanitation Hygiene for World Vision US. He helps oversee our global business plans, and we're on a third 5-year business plan, and he oversees the work that's done by our field teams, which is more than 1,200 people. And Jordan, thank you for joining us. I know LDR has some fun facts to share about you.
Yes, fun facts before Jordan gets going. He is an alumni of Case Western Reserve University. Whoop, whoop. Hailing from the great state of Ohio, I have to say. I actually live just up the hill from Case, so it's fun. On a couple runs, I've actually sent Jordan some pictures and videos of different places reminding him of his college days. But it's been fun to just reminisce about Cleveland and the area with you, Jordan. And also, people need to know that you aren't just brilliant and diligent. You are a husband, you are a father, and you are a Grand Rapids Marathon finisher. Real deal.
There it is. There it is. Great photo.
Yeah, and Jordan inspired not only Jordan, when you got a bunch of your team members, your water and sanitation hygiene team members to join the run last year, right?
Yeah, we ran, I guess it was a year ago, October. We actually ran another race this past fall, but it was not on the Team World Vision circuit. But we've got a group of runners, and Christy has run Women for Water. I know she is out there fundraising today as well. She's looking for a legacy, hitting that legacy mark this year. So Christy Urick, this is a shout out to anybody who wants to help contribute to Christy's goal. Go on and log on there. But yeah, I felt like I should be moving more with Courtney on her video there. Hasn't stopped. I saw her this morning when you guys started, and that's impressive. That's impressive there. Yeah, every time I see her moving, I'm like, I got to get out of my chair here and start
Reminds us
putting
all, right? That we got to get out of our chair. We got to keep moving.
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
Yes.
So Jordan, we've been sharing some of the very impressive results that you and your team have been delivering, really remarkable global results. And we wanted to ask you, as you have that global view of our work, how would you assess how we're doing compared to our goals?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, based on what I've seen today, I mean, I'm even more impressed now than I was 8 hours ago or whenever this started. Like hearing the stories and seeing the videos is, wow, very, very impressive, very humbling. Everybody that has been on has been really incredible. Many of them can apparently like do my job and tell this story just as good, if not better than I can. So yeah, you even got the OG Anthony Halpin on earlier and his stories, and Mutinta, and yeah, the Woos, the Lamberts. Wow, it's been quite a day there. Yeah, I think from my perspective in terms of like how are we doing, I think yeah, maybe going back, you mentioned the business plans, Greg, and you know, this current business plan, which by the way, I'll call this out too. I heard Ryan Lambert say he doesn't like business plans. I wish I was so lucky there and didn't have to do a business plan. But you know what? The business plans, that's a lie, because they're really great. They're great tools when you've got such a global enterprise and a global team and a global network. They really help us to understand and organize what we're working towards, and then really being able to kind of track our progress against those. So yeah, we've been doing business plans for a while. This most recent business plan, we're in year 4, right, of the 5-year business plan. And we started out this business plan, we built it during, we built it during 2020, honestly, in the spring of 2020. And so if, I'm sure nobody forgets the spring of 2020, and the world pretty much changed quite quickly in a matter of weeks and months. And we put a business plan together then, and we even were asking ourselves, we don't even know what next week is going to be like, let alone next year or 2 years from now, 5 years from now. Like, how can we put together this plan when everything is just, just up in the air right now on even how do we get out the door? How do we get into our communities, let alone the world, and getting water for people? But I think we quickly realized, listen, is, pandemic or no pandemic, people still need water. The water, honestly, is of the utmost importance, and the sanitation, hygiene, the empowerment that comes with it, the opportunities that are transformed by it, even just needing to be able to wash your hands, keep yourself clean your household, clean schools, healthcare facilities. So we're like, now's not the time to back down, right? So we pushed forward in putting these 5-year goals together, and everybody really rose to the occasion. We saw partners, donors, but our staff in particular really stepped up, put themselves in vulnerable positions, have continued to do so day after day since then. And so, yeah, just an incredible recognition for what they've done to get us to where we are now. And even just to say, like, even amongst the work, we've seen some great things happening with our staff. Some of you know some of them, so I'll call out some names here. But we have Mabin got promoted. Mabin was our wash leader, director, I think, in Zambia, running the WASH program there. He got promoted into an East Africa regional WASH role, and that's because our East Africa regional lead got promoted into our global senior director for global WASH. That allowed Jesse to come in and play a role there, and we've had other types of just staff growth and capacity expansion that have really contributed to where we are now. So yeah, to answer your question, Greg, like where are we? I mean, there's been just a number of great things that we can look to in terms of where we've seen success here and so forth. Let me flash some of these numbers on the screens because there's some big numbers here in terms of what's been accomplished. All right. I hope technology's working good there, right? You guys can see?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
All right. Great. All right. Yeah, so these are some of the big numbers. So this business plan, 3 years. Greg, you mentioned we've reached 19 million people, and that's going back, at least the business plan back to 2016. But when we look at this current series of work that we've been working on, 9.2 million people reached with access to clean water. That's 107% of what we had initially targeted when we put this together over 4 years ago. 7.6 with sanitation, 9.9 million with hand washing facilities in their home. But the other thing to call out here, I think, is number of schools and number of healthcare facilities. Huge achievements that we've seen over the past 3 years in institutional WASH. And I know you were in a school in Zambia and probably have some discussions coming up. You guys are still on for like 7 hours, right? I mean, this thing.
We were just saying that we're about halfway there. We're on the down half, but we still got a long way to go. It's an ultra marathon.
I know. It's 7. I was thinking of that too. I was like, wait, okay, you're there until like 9 p.m. Central Time. You still got a lot of material to cover.
Time. Man, we're going for
Yeah.
it.
So I'm sure you'll cover even more of this as the day goes on here, but just some tremendous, results there by the numbers. But I wanted to maybe take a minute here and just also kind of go a little bit behind the numbers, right? Behind the scenes in terms of where these come from. And I think it stems from this idea that we have within WASH. Sorry, there we go. In terms of tracking progress, measuring change, and challenging assumptions. And so it's not just looking at these numbers as the overall kind of outputs or outcomes that we're seeing, but it's really how are we getting there, how are we improving, and everything else that really goes into it. We've done a great job over these past 3-4 years of utilizing data for decision making. We've been visualizing a ton of data. I'm not going to even touch on the details on anything on this slide, but just to say and to showcase the amount of information and different things that we're tracking there. You see 4 words also written on the screen here: accelerate, deepen, demonstrate, leverage. These are kind of our goals for our business plan. So while ultimately we're looking to create change and transformation and impact in communities through access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, what we're looking to do in accomplishing that is accelerating coverage, accelerating universal coverage to clean water and sanitation services, to deepen our focus on the most vulnerable, especially in fragile contexts. And so we're even tracking, are we reaching the most vulnerable? Are we putting more of our resources into fragile contexts? We're looking at demonstrating our results. How are we showing? And I know you had Alan on earlier, and the validation of a lot of the work that's been accomplished. It's not just numbers on an Excel sheet or checking boxes off for compliance, but it's really even utilizing more technology and tools to be able to demonstrate what we're doing. That, in addition to research and learning and some new focus around quality control and quality assurance, kind of look at that and leveraging, right? We have a lot of funding coming into through our work, but how do we not just implement with that funding, but how do we actually leverage and bring in additional funding that may not even flow through World Vision, right? I think a year ago was World Water Day, as it is every year at this time when you go back. But last year at this time on World Water Day, there was a UN water conference. And the UN water conference, World Vision made a commitment at that conference to, between then and 2030, to invest essentially $2 billion worth of funding into water, sanitation, and hygiene globally, and also reaching 30 million people by 2030 with access to clean water, right? So, but a lot of that, and that $2 billion, that's a huge goal, but there's even more resources and things that need to be leveraged and utilized in order to reach everyone truly across the world with access to clean water. So I'm just going to quickly touch on a few other things related to these goals here, and then we can shift discussion a little bit. But I just wanted to call out, when we're talking about accelerating, we talk a lot about the Finish the Job campaign countries, Rwanda, Zambia, Honduras, and those programs have taught us a lot, and they've accelerated. They've certainly done that trick in terms of what we're wanting to do is accelerate. They've accelerated learning. They've accelerated reaching universal coverage across a number of districts. But we also have 50 districts that we're currently tracking progress towards universal coverage on outside of those Finish the Job campaign countries. And so it's not just those countries, but it's everywhere where we're working, where we're focusing efforts and resources in prioritized districts, and we're tracking progress towards universal coverage across those. I actually am not aware, I don't think of any other organization right now that has such a pipeline of effort towards universal service coverage across 50 districts. And so it's certainly one thing I think we're very proud of at World Vision. It takes an army of people from the partners and the communities and the governments to the donors and the runners and World Vision staff and everybody else that's involved there, right? And I also, so moving from accelerate to deepen, LDR, I had to throw this on the screen here for you. But so I know you guys, Women for Water, you guys are raising money for our Wash Beyond Access in partnership with our Strong Women, Strong World programming. And so this is an area that we knew we had to deepen our focus in at the beginning of this business plan. We've been fortunate enough to have strong donor partners to help fund this work, but we have this project where we're trying to focus everything. You know, it starts with water, it starts with wash, but it's really a women's empowerment program, and it branches from there, right? And so these three things are associated with the project: dignifying an enabling environment, finding opportunities and developing opportunities for women and girls to learn and to use their skills, and developing resiliency and growth for women and girls. I wanted to say something that I feel is important about this project that probably we don't even communicate enough on, but this is a great program that showcases a number of the different type of programming models that World Vision has. And so when we talk about a dignifying, enabling environment, we're utilizing empowered worldview. So if any of you have been part of World Vision and have heard of empowering worldview, part of this program. Savings for transformation groups, part of this program. When you look at the opportunities for women and girls to learn and use their skills, we're incorporating Wash Up and Girl Talk, educational things as part of this. We're incorporating nurturing care groups, which I'll touch on in the next slide here. And when you look at resiliency and growth, we're incorporating microfinance as part of our WASH work to enable financing for economic empowerment generation opportunities as well. So a great program, right? And something that we're looking to try to capitalize on. And as we look forward as well, how do we take it to scale even further? How do we go beyond the 4 countries that we're working in to even more places? Excuse me. When we're looking at demonstrating. So I talked about nurturing care groups. Alan did so much on monitoring earlier. I wanted to just take a quick focus on some of the research and learning that we've been doing. So these are all behaviors. These are all behaviors that have been tracked in a community where we've implemented a program called Nurturing Care Groups. That program, Nurturing Care Groups, is part of Beyond Access. It's also part of a number of other area programs where we're doing wash work. And this Nurturing Care Group program is really a program where we're training women who are training other women who are training other types of community participants and members on different types of behaviors and ways that as a community they want to improve upon in their households and in their communities. And you can see the orange lines all have significant trends to them. And not to go into any detail here, but to see that in this Nurturing Care Group program, through research and through learning and being able to do some data collection and analysis on that, we see huge results in terms of reduction in E. coli in water, in terms of increasing and using soap for hand washing, in terms of decrease in the unsafe disposal of menstrual hygiene pads and so forth. So, and then finally is leveraging, right? And so just quickly to say, this is kind of a new area for World Vision. Like, this isn't something we have a long history of records on. Doesn't mean it hasn't been happening, but we're getting better at understanding how do we collect this information and then be able to grow it and showcase it, learn from it, and continue to do better. And so you can see even the first year we started collecting this information, the first 2 years, we were seeing 13 million, 14 million of co-investment funding happening across our programs. But you know, even last year we saw almost double what we saw the first 2 years in terms of 24 million in this area. And this is a continuation of growth that I would like to see, to where we're seeing 50 million, 75, maybe even $100 million being co-financed as part of our efforts. So how are we doing? Global perspective on things. I mean, I think there's really a lot that I'm very excited about, very proud of, and yeah. And did you guys not see any of those?
No.
Sorry about that. No, we're having some technical difficulties. Jordan, it's so impressive.
It's
And
all right.
you reminded us that we did things like finish the job in Rwanda during a pandemic. That's amazing. I mean, I think our minds try to like get rid of the fact that there was a pandemic, but yeah, we were shut down for a while completely. But governments realized that what we were doing, what World Vision were doing because of our donor supporters, was essential to prevent the spread of the virus. So we got exemptions. We're able to open churches because we provided hand washing stations in more than 100 churches in Rwanda. Some really impactful things. And I love that you focused on our work in fragile contexts, not only in countries, but you've told me that we track down to the individual children that are most vulnerable, most fragile situations. So that is incredible at the scale that we have. They're able to focus in on the fragility of the single child. That's amazing work that you and your team are doing.
Yeah, and on the vulnerable child work, Greg, I mean, a lot of that starts with the teams in country, and they're tracking and indexing those vulnerable children. All we're kind of doing is coming alongside that, saying, all right, great, you've identified households and children that need more support. How can we ensure that the funding and the efforts around WASH are meeting those needs?
And one thing I have to say, the more that we've gotten to know each other and work together, it's been really fun, you know, over about the last 10 years, you know, getting to know Greg more, Jordan, getting to know you more. And then I guess it was 2021 maybe that you invited me out to the WASH team retreat, and just so your whole team could get to understand Team World Vision better, because we're fundraising for your work. And then you and your team, and Greg, you have as well, you've come to National Leaders Gathering, you've come on calls, you've had conversations with runners, even like you said, Christy Urick, your technical director that's overseeing our gender equity and social inclusion work, like you're talking about with Strong Women, Strong World, Beyond Access, has run Women for Women. You all have been in Grand Rapids running the marathon. What's been so incredible to me about this is the level of integrity and intricacy, like you said, around our work that our team has. You know, when Alan's talking about all of this data, but you really are tracking it down to the individual household and the individual child. And when I walked away from the Global Wash Forum in June, you know, with colleagues and partners from all over the world coming into Kenya to be together to learn, the goal really to learn and to inspire each other and to do better. I really walked away with the idea that, like, wow, we are research-based, we are data-driven, and we, like, the level of integrity and urgency with which we're working, it was humbling. I got on the plane and I thought, how am I ever, you know, because my job is to fundraise. You all are doing this hard work. And I thought, we need to up our game, because however I'm describing it, it isn't good enough, because you all deserve more and you deserve better. So we want to see those leverage funds grow. We want to see our dollars grow, because I mean, friends, that was just one question we had for Jordan. And you can see he's just skimming the surface for Jordan, you know? So there is so much more that we can be doing to fund the incredible work that you're doing. Because we do know, as you were saying, the future is more fragile, is what I hear you saying. Where are we headed, Jordan? Like, what do you think some of our future goals are? But with that, what are some maybe potential challenges we're going to face so that we can really be in prayer, but also we can work harder to raise more money so we can go to those harder places?
Yeah. So I think the way to look at, you know, where we're headed and the challenges is to see the opportunities in those challenges as well, and to, you know, we're already starting to have a number of discussions and be looking at how we're going to overcome where we're headed. We've talked about some of the you know, the challenges with the pandemic so far, but we also saw inflation, you know, over the past few years like we've never seen before. Right? We've seen certain conflicts break out in places that have been a little bit more stable in the past, in Ethiopia and Nicaragua and other countries as well. And so, yeah, those levels of fragility are increasing. And so we're trying to look at how do we modify, how do we adapt, how do we improve and kind of rethink ways that we're doing WASH given some of these new circumstances. There's the pressures as well of reaching the sustainable development goals, right? Or just the idea that there are still people out there that don't have access to water. There is a level of acceleration and rate that needs to increase, right, in order to try to reach people faster. There's pressures of increased levels of service. We want to be able to provide a level of water service and sanitation service because we can now, and because we know that those increased levels of services provide that much more benefit than a hand pump. And sometimes a hand pump is going to be life-changing and is maybe the best that is able to be offered to that community at that point in time, right? But with pipe water systems, we're trying to get higher quantities of water closer to people's homes, a better level of water quality in that, safer water as well. And so, those are some of the challenges. I think just to put a cap on all of that too, more fragile, more people, higher quality of service, but at the same time, really when you look at trends in terms of global availability of funding that have been going to the water sector, the sanitation sector, it's a declining trend. So funds are getting harder to come by. You look back at the past 15 years and that trend is not moving in a positive direction. So so those are the challenges. So how are we, I guess the question then is, you know, as we look forward and the challenges and the increased in fragility, what's kind of the plan, right? What are we looking at trying to accomplish there? I'll try sharing my screen one more time here. Maybe technology will agree with us here for a moment, but I will show this up here so you can, great. All right, let's hope it stays that way. All right, so adaptation, right? That it kind of begins and ends with this need to adapt to changing circumstances. And what we feel like we need in order to change and adapt are flexibility and kind of local level decision making. And those kind of find their way under this agility pavilion that I mentioned here. But it's also is important to talk about fundamentals. Fundamentals like I've got a list of them here of things that no matter what type of wash you're doing, wherever you're doing it, these are the things that we need to be doing as a fundamental part of our wash work, engaging community and local government. But two things to call out here of maybe even greater importance in these are staff engagement and growth, supporting the capacity in the skills and abilities of our staff, and really investing boldly and broadly in quality control and quality assurance. As technology has improved and solar power has become more available, and we're able to get more piped water systems, all the more important to ensure we have a very robust quality control, quality assurance association to our work. And so we're really trying to embed that into the culture of our teams and into the culture of the organization.
Jordan, can I interrupt you really
Yeah.
quickly? Around the idea of quality assurance and quality control, what's the average lifespan of a well or a hand pump by other charity? I know we've done a lot of research around that in the past, and really we work to try to, like you say, ensure quality and lifetime of these solutions and whatnot. Just, can you give us a perspective of what that might look like? I'm throwing you a zinger, and George or Greg, you can kind of fly.
You're asking for comparative in terms of lifespan?
Yeah, I guess what's the average kind of lifespan of a hand pump or a well, and what are we shooting for, you know, in that, like with technologies?
Yeah, so a typical water system is usually we're designing something for about 25 years. I would say on average between 20, maybe closer to 20 to 30 years is what we're designing a system for. That's, you know, in terms of total yield and production, all those things in terms of putting a life cycle costing plan together, the operation needs, the maintenance needs, right? We're looking at kind of a 25-year time frame in a lot of our work. I think where your question is headed to is like, then what becomes the functionality of a lot of water systems, right? We hear that sometimes systems, yeah, there are elements that make it make it difficult sometimes for certain systems to last, and so we're trying to fight through those. Everybody's kind of trying to fight the same fight, right? In terms of sustainability, functionality, reliability, even accessibility, like ensuring water systems are more accessible to different types of people groups or different types of disabilities and things like that. So, you know, we're actually working towards ongoing day-to-day kind of measurement of functionality and reliability, and we want to get, you know, as high of a percentage on that as we can possibly get. You know, I think the rate, the average rate across the sector is somewhere below 70%. Varying degrees of publications may say certain numbers under that. I will say what we're looking at is, you know, is above that, and you know, we want to get into the 90, 95, you know, and higher percentiles on that. So anyway, there's things that we're looking at in terms of even remote sensing and other types of incorporating technologies to ensure the best reliability functionality that we can deliver.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right. Yeah, let's see. Where are we headed? Maybe I'll just two quick other things here, and then I'll close up here. But just to say, right, I talked about agility and the need to really be flexible, local level decision making. Alan talked about getting data into the hands of our staff and that kind of flow of information. The final thing really is just on innovation, and we need to be willing to take risks. We need to be willing to develop creative solutions and creative ideas. And so these are kind of four pockets really that we're looking at in terms of innovation in the coming years: geospatial intelligence, financing innovation, connection and communication. How do we share information with even more innovation, and looking at analytics and potentially even analytics that help us predictive analytics around different benefits and costs and things like that.
That's fantastic. And Jordan, what I love about you and your team is this culture that you've created, a culture of quality, a culture of questioning, culture of continual improvement. It really is making a huge difference. We're going to continue to get better and better and meet these challenges in the years ahead. You had a great job of giving us the big global view. Can you take it down to maybe a country level now? Maybe a country we don't talk about very much. We talk a lot about Honduras and Zambia, Rwanda, but maybe a different country to say, how does this look like on a country level?
Yeah. So I think maybe two countries that are in different parts of the world too, to give an idea of kind of what does WASH programming look like, in some of these different contexts. So maybe the first one to talk about is Nicaragua. So we hear a lot about Honduras and the program there, but Nicaragua is another country in Central America. We've had a WASH program there for a number of years. We have great leadership there. Javier is a WASH manager, and he's been there for a number of years. And that program has seen growth, right? It's not a huge program. It's not multi-millions of dollars every year going into it, like we saw with Finish the Job in Rwanda, or like we're seeing in Zambia and Honduras. But for the program that they're doing, they're focusing on the needs that they have in their communities, right? And so a lot of where World Vision communities are in Nicaragua are in very dry areas of the country. And so the team there is making decisions, local decisions, on how to use funding and invest their funding that are helping in those dry areas, in that dry corridor, in terms of supporting more efforts than we see in probably other countries towards integrated water resource management, watershed management, helping to regenerate groundwater so that water continues to flow into their water systems. There's water quality issues as well in Nicaragua. It's one of the kind of pockets around arsenic in the world. And so the team is really devoted to ensuring better water quality and reducing and removing arsenic from the water, right? But all countries, no matter where they are, and this is including Nicaragua, is always looking around growth and improvement and what areas do we need to grow into. One of the decisions that the Nicaragua team made over the past year is to really focus more effort on women's empowerment. And so they went and they hired a gender equality specialist, as well as a menstrual hygiene management specialist, so that they could start focusing and improving their efforts in that area of work. And they're continuing to grow. I think their annual budget 6 years ago or so was about $500,000, and it's up towards about $3 million a year now, because they've been able to bring on additional donors in different areas of work in order to do that. So great program in Nicaragua. Jumping to the other side of the world, a country we heard a lot about a few years ago, not as much today, but Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a country we've been doing investing WASH work in for since 2016, with the beginning of the prior business plan. It used to be a really small program. The leader there at the time was really focused on building a library of data and information, and that's been used to expand and grow the program. The Taliban took over, and there were some really questionable times, and what is WASH going to look like? But World Vision stayed in Afghanistan. Our WASH program stayed in Afghanistan. It continued to implement and work where and when and however it could to reach people. And last year alone, they reached over 100,000 people with clean water, because they've been able to stay, keep a staff base there, grow their capacity. And again, what was a $300,000 a year annual budget for a program is now over $5 million per year in terms of investments in WASH. So these are the things that we're seeing at a local level, where they're making decisions locally. They're getting investments. They're determining, how do we grow? How do we meet the needs here? How do we expand upon that and become better day over day?
That's awesome. We appreciate your brilliance, and again, the strategy and the thought behind all that we're doing. Talking about 2016, second business plan. Now we're finishing out this one, and we're looking towards the next. for those that are watching right now, I mean, Jordan, you know, there's a lot of time to think while you're out there moving your feet. Can you connect this back to folks at home that are watching, maybe from even their offices? Like they've got people around that they can be talking to. What's their role? What's our role that we need to know, so we can keep the train on the tracks and keep the progress going?
Great question.
Yeah, great question. I want to, so yeah, Anthony said something that I wrote down earlier. I want to quote back. He said, as long as there's a need for clean water, I'm there, right? And like that is probably the most we can ask from anybody and those on the call here is, if you know, as long as there continues to be a need, that they're there and they're willing to commit and do what they can, you know, when they can. But I want to show just a little bit, just two numbers, two graphs here, in terms of what that means and what type of impact that means across our programs, right? So let's pray technologies on our side here again.
Yeah, looking
All
good.
right. All right. So this is showing our global funding trends. And last year we hit a milestone year. We had over $200 million invested in WASH last year. That's a huge milestone and a huge goal. And you can see the trends in years past. It was a slow growing trend over the past 3 years, though, since the pandemic in 2020 and 21, 22, 23. We've really seen great growth happening. And that's globally, right? That's all funds coming across the organization, across the World Vision Partnership, going into WASH. But when we break that down and we look at it a little bit further, we see how much of that funding is really coming from private donor resources. And if you actually include the sponsorship part of this pie, which is the gray part there at 28%, you see really over 60%, even closing in on 70% of total funds that are going towards all these efforts that you've been talking about all day and we just talked about over the past 30 minutes, right? Over 70% of that is coming from private donor funding. That's not big government funding, right? Those are private donors, individual donors, private corporations, businesses. And RTI was on earlier talking about how they give as a business. It's private foundations, family foundations that are making that change and that impact possible. And when you look at that 21%, even that US private donors, that is actually leading the charge out, right? Like that's the part of the pie that's really giving legs and fuel to the whole machine to kind of keep going. Because a lot of those funds are coming in at certain unrestricted levels. Team World Vision has done an amazing job at giving us that ability to have unrestricted funds to really invest in the countries and in ways and in areas that are really promoting this type of growth that we're seeing. So, you know, whether it's $50, $50,000, $50 million, right? I heard Ryan say, tell us what your needs are, right? We've got $50 million needs. Anybody out there, happy to talk to you, right? But the $50 needs, yeah, the $50 needs are huge as well, and they all add up. That's why I run, Lyndsey, you run, you know, so many other people out here and that have been on here are certainly doing their part. So like Anthony said, as long as there's a need for clean water, I'm there, and that's really all we can ask for.
It's really powerful. And I think one thing that's really important for donors, runners, walkers, one foot in front of the others, woggers, we call them, walk joggers, get-or donors, is that behind major donors, Team World Vision is the second largest funder of WASH projects, and we are the top #1 channel to bring in new donors into World Vision. And friends, we need everyone everywhere to be able to reach everyone everywhere we're working. And I hope that you've seen over the day, if not just in this last half hour, we have some of the best minds with the biggest hearts and the highest levels of integrity working to solve these problems. And if you can see, they're solvable. This is not a puzzle we're trying to still figure out. I mean, we're always trying to make it better. And that's what I love about Jordan and his team and Greg and others. Jordan's really leaned into us about Well, yeah, that number is going down for that basic access to clean water. But you don't want to walk outside to get water. You want lots of taps of water in your home. You want flushing toilets. You know, we want what's best. Good, better, best. So we want these solutions to be out in the most fragile places, but we want the best solutions to be as close to people to change their lives, because we really are, Greg, you said it earlier, we take for granted the invisible kind of lifestyle that we have that fuel us every day to be as safe and as healthy as we are. And we're trying to create those systems and structures so that people can thrive, not just survive.
And it won't happen without Team World Vision, bringing those new donors and bringing that flexible funding that we can multiply. So every dollar becomes $5 of impact. Jordan, thank you so much. As always, fantastic presentation.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing from your heart and from the leadership that you provide for your team.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. It's been a exciting day to watch. So I will be praying for your next 7 hours of doing this. While I'm enjoying my Friday evening off, I'll be tuning in there. But no, this has been great. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for doing this. Thanks to everybody who has been fundraising out there. All the asks that are being made to friends, family, the matches that are being made. It's really, I mean, ultimately, it's a very humbling experience to know that there's this community out here and we're all working together for these goals. So thank you all.
Thanks, Jordan. Take care. Give your best to your wife and your family for us.
All right. So next, the top of next hour, we're going to be joined by Doug and Jenny Garrison. They're National Leadership Council members, and they went on a trip recently to both Rwanda and Zambia, and we'll be sharing some really special times that we had, particularly in Zambia, where we really got up front close with extreme poverty, literally a couple at the end of the road, and saw how World Vision is showing up for them thanks to our donor support. So join us at the top of the hour with Doug and Jenny Garrison, and we'll see you then. Awesome. Hi, guys. That was Edgar Sandoval Sr., World Vision's CEO and president, shouting 1 million with Rwandan children. He could have been shouting about the fact that earlier today, we surpassed the $1 million mark raised for Team World Vision. But in this case, he was talking about the more than 1 million people that we reached to finish the job and reach everyone, everywhere we work with clean water in the 39 districts we're working in Rwanda. So I wanted to give an update on our fundraising. We are now at $1.2 million, and there's still some challenge funds left. So there's $150,000 left in challenge funds. If we meet that, that means if you total the challenge with what we might raise in the next couple of hours, we could reach a total with a challenge of $2.5 million. $2.5 million would be tremendous, because it's going to allow us to reach 50,000 people with clean water. Just imagine that. Right now, it's my pleasure to welcome two of our National Leadership Council members, my friends Doug and Jenny Garrison. Doug and Jenny, are you with us?
Yes. Hi there, Greg. How you doing?
Hey, it looks like you're in the RTI building.
Yes, we are.
Great to see you.
Living the dream in the
guys.
woodlands.
Yeah. Sorry, Doug, come again?
We're living the dream in the woodlands. We're here in Woodlands, Texas.
Woodlands and part of Houston. Well, thank you guys for being with us today for this historic event of raising funds for Team World Vision. I know you guys have been supporters for a long time of Team World Vision, but can we go back and tell us a little bit about what brought you to World Vision in the first place?
Well, maybe I'll start, Greg. I actually have to give some credit to some of the viewers of this live stream event. I've been a member of a men's group at our church for, I don't know, at least 10 or 15, maybe 18 years. And our small men's group decided one day to read The Hole in Our Gospel by Rich Stearns at the encouragement of one of our group members. And that sort of got us started. We read that, we got involved with doing microfinance projects. I was kind of the intermediary between the small group, the church, and World Vision. And so I started getting lots of emails from World Vision. And some of those contained information about the need for clean water, with videos of girls and women dipping their buckets into filthy water and having to carry it 3 kilometers or longer to get it home, and making themselves sick, and all the problems associated with filthy water. So Jenny and I decided one Christmas that we would give ourselves as a Christmas gift a water well through World Vision.
Nice. And
that kind of got us started. Then we got a phone call from a donor rep out of Washington, asking us if we'd be interested in attending a World Vision conference in California. In addition, this particular rep asked if she could pray for us, which was rather unique. We'd never had a charity ask us if they could pray for us. So we went out to California, attended an event, got hooked, really got excited.
Absolutely.
Hold it up.
When we met the people over there and we saw how not only they are believers, but they are also doers, we said, we want to be part of this group. And the rest is history.
That's amazing. Yeah, the conferences that we have, getting together with like-minded people who are crazy about helping the poor is really something special. And we're so glad you're part of our broader World Vision family. Let's go back even further. Jenny, you grew up in extreme poverty. You saw it and lived it firsthand when you grew up in Brazil. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I would say, Greg, that it was not extreme poverty, because I think I have seen extreme poverty now and it's different. Do you know what I mean? But yes, we're poor. And but at the time I didn't know any better. I thought that I was okay. And my family, we have very simple background, and it was with difficulty that we had to go on with our lives. But I think in terms of one of the parts that I think that touched me when I compare my life to what I saw in Africa, is really the problem with water. And that reminded me of my childhood. We had faucets, we had bathrooms and sinks and all this, but there was a time when we stopped having water. And the only way that we could get water, they would send a truck to a certain point in the neighborhood, and we would have cans, and we would carry those cans of water to the house. The problem is that we never had enough water. So the water that they had, basically, we recycled our water in the sense that the water that you had a shower, you use that to flush the toilet. The house, the water that you cooked, you washed your vegetables, you had to keep that maybe to wash clothes. So that went on. And that marked me in a way that we had to, I also, to have your shower, there was no shower. So we would warm up a can of, 4 liters of water, and we would have a little mug, and we would get that mug, water a little bit, and, use the soap, and then rinse again. And to this day, I have problem with showers running all the time. And I don't like, even at my house with my husband and my kids, they run the faucet, they washing dishes and the water is going. I get sick. I either ask them to please stop, turn off the faucet, or then I get out of the room, because water is precious, very
You really
precious.
understand it at a different level than most people, and you now limit Doug's shower because of it.
That's right.
Doug, I mentioned that you guys have been supporters of Team World Vision. Tell us a little bit about your investment with them.
Well, in our men's group, a fellow by the name of Brian Fraser came to visit us. He had worked in microfinance in India, left that organization, went to work for World Vision, and had a connection through the church with an aunt of his who was an employee of the church. And somehow we got connected, and he came and started talking about what World Vision does. And so we got a connection with Brian Fraser. And over the years, I sort of kept track of him. Occasionally would ask other World Vision people, do you know Brian Fraser? Yeah, oh yeah. And somehow I got on his email list and began to see all the crazy stuff this guy was doing to raise money, mostly for the Hood to the Coast runs, which I had great admiration for. I've done a few marathons in my time, very, very slow, but have an appreciation for these guys who are doing things that most of the rest of us could never do. So to support, and they're raising funds for a very, very good cause. So between an affection for Brian and admiration for the work of Team World Vision, we've been able to make some contributions over the years to help them raise money for clean water. It's been a pleasure.
Those challenge funds have been incredibly helpful for us over the years. You mentioned water, and we've talked a little bit about it, but directly, anything else to tell us about why you invest in water specifically?
I could go on for longer than we have today about the importance of clean water, but I'll try to be brief. Obviously, water is important for health. The kids that have to drink this dirty, polluted water are going to have diarrhea, dysentery, and a host of diseases that could be prevented if they had access to clean water. So health is one thing. Education is another. Seeing these young women and girls having to spend hours each day fetching water for a relatively limited supply of it at that keeps them, many of them, from going to school. And as we all know, education is the key to progressing. And if they can't go to school, they're not going to progress, and they're stuck in the rut that they're in. Access to clean water within walking distance from their homes, given the way World Vision locates water points adjacent to properties so that people can get it within a 15-minute walk or so, just enables them to be able to go to school. And putting water facilities in the schools makes it even easier for the girls to attend, because there are facilities then to be able to clean yourself or take care of yourself, especially for young girls when they're having their periods. I think investing is another thing. With access to clean water, you can raise a garden, sell extra vegetables, you can raise cattle. We've seen examples of that in our trip to Zambia and Rwanda. So having access to water enables the family to progress economically and use their creativity for the benefit of their family. I think there's an aspect of clean water that lends itself to spiritual growth. Not only do they have time now to go to church, but they also have this sense of gratitude, which I think is at the foundation of being grateful for all the blessings that we have. Also, I think it inspires community. The way World Vision has water committees established in the villages where you work, where you put in clean water, these folks need to get along with each other. They assume different roles and responsibilities. They're learning how to cooperate with each other, which is good not only to get the job done, but also for socialization. They're able to talk to their neighbors about doing a project that's beneficial. So those reasons and more, we're big believers in clean water, Greg.
Wow, that's amazing. You know, you summed it up really well and went into all the different ways that helps us understand that water isn't just water. Water is everything. They say in Africa, water is life. And you've painted that picture so well for us, from education to health to even spirituality. I love that, Doug. Thank you for sharing. Now, we've been blessed to be able to go and see the work. And we did that together, which was a blessing for me to travel with you guys. Tell the audience why it's important to see the work.
It's very interesting because when we joined World Vision, and you know, you guys were talking about, yeah, you should visit this place, see poverty and all this. And we felt that I had seen poverty. You know, I really didn't need to go any place to see poverty.
And I'd spent 3 years in Brazil with the Peace Corps and seen poverty in the Amazon.
But when you get there, it's a different story.
We'd seen poverty, but we hadn't seen extreme poverty.
Yeah. What you see is so beyond imagination. The lack of everything. And those people are there trying to do their best. I decided I would never have had the vision of poverty that I have now if it were not for that trip. That changed our lives completely.
And we were kind of dragged into it. We had originally signed up to go in, I think it was March and April of 2019, but I'd been qualified to give a kidney to my daughter who needed a kidney transplant. And my son-in-law and daughter were a little apprehensive about what going overseas to Africa might mean in terms of possibly prejudicing the ability of me to give a kidney donation. So we bailed out at the last minute on that trip. There was another one scheduled sometime in 2020 or 2021, but COVID got in the way. So we were finally able to make the trip, a little begrudgingly, I suppose, in April or May of 2023. And as Janice just said, it changed our vision completely of the work that World Vision is doing and what extreme poverty really looks like. For most of us, 700 million people living in poverty is just a number, but it changes when you can put a name and a face to it.
Yeah, we traveled to the end of the road. Like literally, it was at the end of this road, this bumpy road that took us, I think, half a day to bounce down. And Jenny, who do we meet there?
Yeah, well, what happened is that another thing that was very helpful was the people that we traveled with and the World Vision people that we met in the field. These are people that are totally vested in helping the people over there. And to see also the result of places with water and without water, what World Vision has done in places where World Vision has not been yet, and the difference in the lives of people. It's like day and night.
But to go back to your question, Greg, what did we see when we finished our long ride? We came to the home of Kenita and Alan.
We came to the home of Kanita and Alan. And Kanita, and there is, Kanita and Alan. And Kanita is much younger than my daughters. She's in her 20s, yeah? And there is Alan, a couple with 5 children, but she lost a child. She was trying to get to a place to deliver the child, but she couldn't they didn't have the help for her, and she had the child in a soccer field. And you look at her children, you ask one of them, he's what, 13?
Well, we arrived at their home, straw, dirt shack with a straw roof, several different, there was an outdoor facility for cooking, I think. The kids, 5 kids were gathered basically on the ground. Alan and Kanita were sitting, I believe, on short little stools, homemade stools.
Raggedy clothes.
Raggedy clothes. The children were dirty.
Emaciated.
The 13-year-old looked to us like he was about 8, stunted growth. They were sort of lackadaisical. You didn't see any hope in their eyes. Really tragic.
It was very sad.
But they welcomed us warmly.
It touched us so much that I immediately asked, the children here, do they all have a sponsor? You almost feel, I got to do something, so I'm very happy. We sponsor one of their children. But that visit changed the way we looked. We look at people in Africa, the people that are in dire needs. We don't have a clue. We would go back at night and all of us were just praying and all of us were kind of, what else can we do? And this group that we had was major support to us because they felt, I guess, in the same way, though they had been there before, some of them, but their belief in what we have to do was amazing and encouraging. And you, Greg, to be there with you and the work that you do and the way you address those people and the love that you have for what you do, it was just amazing, amazing.
Well, right back at you with that, Jenny. Every place we stopped, it seems like you'd already been there because you were instantly friends with everyone the whole entire trip. They loved you. People loved you, and it's so clear that you love them. And when we connected with Kanita, Jenny, you as a mother, and Doug, you as a dad, how did that make you feel that we're able to connect with them?
Well, I looked at a mother with 5 kids, a young woman. Yeah, here I am, a lady in her 70s, and here's Kanita in her 20s, trying to raise 5 kids. She doesn't have anything in the house. She cannot plant a garden. She cannot raise animal, chicken or goat or whatever. She can't. She's at the mercy and having to walk for how many hours a day to get a little bit of water. I couldn't do that, Greg. I couldn't. I had so much compassion, admiration. She inspired me. It was incredible. I had never seen that in my life.
In America, we talk a lot about self-made men. We forget about all the blessings that we have. I have water. I have parents who love me and education that was made available to me, infrastructure, health facilities. I won what Warren Buffett calls the ovary lottery. I was lucky to be born in the US. Alan is not had those benefits. He's living in a place where he was basically raised out in the boondocks. 54% of people in Zambia live in poverty. He's living in poverty. And for a man to who you want to support your family under those circumstances, I think it's pretty tough.
Yeah, it was amazing. Jenny, you mentioned this, but just to come back to it, they had 5 children. They had lost 1 child due to diarrhea from having the unsafe water. And when we were there, 2 of the 5 kids were sick. They were currently sick at the time. So yeah, the suffering from drinking the unsafe water was very clear. The walk for water was clearly exhausting. We did it with her once, but she has to do that twice every day. And I want you guys to describe, and I think maybe we have a video to show of the water source that she was walking to twice a day.
Buckets can be the size. Trying to collect water, but these cows are wanting water as well.
Cattle around this water source.
Hole goes almost dry in the dry season.
Limbs that
And
they
now
have
it's right
put
after
down
the
over
rainy
this
season,
open
so
well.
this milky contaminated
And the
water.
water almost
is
looked
all they
like
have to
cow's
drink.
milk. It was
3 of their
filthy.
5 kids are sick from diarrhea and pneumonia. And this
Yes. Yeah, that kind of water.
Yeah, we walked, I think it was at least a kilometer from their home to this open well. Some of the people and this is a well used by, I don't know, a number of people, maybe a dozen or so families.
But generally women, only women.
The women were there. I guess they'd heard we were coming. They'd put logs around the open well to keep the cows from falling into the well, defecating in the well, drinking from the well. Somebody had built a little area for the cows to drink and poured water in that to keep them away from the well. But the water itself was sort of a milky white, not something that you would want to drink. And yet the women, we saw what, a half a dozen women, just as the video showed, putting their bucket, lowering their bucket into the water, pulling it out, filling up their jerry cans with water, and then they have to take that home and give it to their kids, knowing that that's not healthy for the kids. And how a mother can make peace with herself. I mean, it's I guess it's just inevitable. That's what you got. That's what you do. But you know it's going to not be good for your kids. And the people along the dirt path sort of laughed at the fact that some of the men in the group, of which there were 5 or 6, were trying to carry jugs of water ourselves. And
they had never seen that.
And these are 50-pound jugs, 44-pound jugs. They're a little heavy. While I do occasional farmer walks at the gym, it wasn't with a bucket of water.
44 pounds.
44 pounds.
And they carried that on their heads.
And Kanita said she goes back once or at least twice a day to get water for the family. So that's like 5 gallons in each bucket, and 2 buckets would be 10 gallons. I looked at our March water bill for Jenny and me, and we average 100 gallons of water a day. I'm almost ashamed to say that, but that would be 20 jugs of water. We'd spend all day and then some fetching water if we had to walk a kilometer to get 5 gallons of water. Just amazing what these people can do, have to do, and what it prevents them from doing because that's what they have to do.
I'm glad you mentioned this unbelievable dilemma that mothers are faced with of having to give their children water like that we saw that looked more like milk than water. It's so filthy, so contaminated. Or the kid dies from dehydration. So it's an immoral choice that they're left with, and we can do something about it. We can make sure that women don't have to face this dilemma of having to have their kids die of starvation or die from diarrhea from unsafe water. And in that village, you were able to tell this Kanita and Alan and the people that were gathered at the well that they were going to get clean water, and they were hearing it for the very first time. I would love to show this little video of how the women, not Kanita and Alan, but these women that happened to be at the well, how they responded when it sunk in that we were bringing clean water after you had told them that we were going to get clean water.
So that's the song they've just crafted a song saying it's the last time we're bathing this day in water.
A few more months.
So these women, it didn't show in that video, but they cheered, they laughed, and then they grabbed the water and started splashing it on themselves. And we had to wait for the translation, like, why are they splashing this nasty water on themselves? And they were singing, we're never going to have to bathe in this water as soon as we get clean water from World Vision ever again. It was an interesting reaction to this news, and they did it in unison after it sunk in for a while. How did it feel telling this village that they were going to get clean water?
Just to see the joy, because that was, they did that. They were not trained. They didn't think about doing it. They just started dancing and glorifying the Lord and bathing in water, washing their face with that. But the joy and the relief that they felt, it was contagious. It was so gratifying to think that there are some other places in the world where people are having the same reaction, the same joy, and the hope of a different life. It was beautiful.
I'm sure I teared up again.
I think everybody was teared up to see that beautiful reaction. And it wasn't long after that indeed we fulfilled that promise, and Kenita and Allen and the whole community now has clean water, thanks to the wonderful donors like you guys.
And I think we will never forget what Kenita said, that she wished that we could see her heart because she had so much gratitude for what happened. You know, for a woman to come, a simple woman come in, I wish you could see our heart.
I wish I could open my heart so you could see the love that's in it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was beautiful.
It
So
was
poetic.
beautiful.
She was, and
yes,
the woman at the end of the road that would have that wisdom to share with us. It just shows you how we're all the same in many ways. We're blessed, as you said, by sometimes the lottery of just being born in the right place. But we're all the same in God's eyes. And we felt God's presence in that community, because Jesus tells us that we will find him amongst the suffering. And that's the beauty. The hard part about going these trips is seeing the suffering, but the beauty is that you feel Jesus's presence in these communities. So thank you for being part of that and being an answer to prayers for Kenita and Allen and so many others.
Yes. It was beautiful, Greg, to see the faith of those people. I have my faith, okay? I have a comfortable house. I have water, I have food, I have everything, but when you don't have anything and you still glorify the Lord the way they do, that's a different world.
Kenita said, these are just problems. Yeah, just problems.
Yes.
We don't have problems. We have inconveniences and irritations. We don't have problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a problem, had a problem.
Well, I'll give an update on what we're going to do next. But Doug, would you close this part of the session for us in prayer?
Sure. Please pray with me. Gracious and loving Heavenly Father, some 75 years ago, World Vision's founder, Bob Pierce, prayed that his heart would be broken by the things that break the heart of God. On this World Water Day, Lord, we acknowledge that there are still hundreds of millions of your children who live in extreme poverty. And this knowledge breaks our hearts as we believe it does yours. We pray that you equip all of us with compassion and courage to make a difference in the lives of these fellow human beings by helping World Vision bring clean water to quench thirst, preserve health, educate children, and promote self-reliance among those in need. We ask special prayers for World Vision staff and clients in Zambia and around the world. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Doug and Jenny, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, Greg. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so next, my co-host, LDR, is going to have an interview with the director of World Vision's Global 6K, Crystal O'Rourke. And then she'll talk with a pastor who hated running, yet ended up running and running and running. He started in Santa Monica Pier in California and didn't stop running until 5 months later when he showed up in Battery Park, New York City. Amazing story from Steve Spear, who now is on World Vision staff. So join us at the top of the hour, 5 p.m. Central Time for our next hour. And LDR will give you an update on how we're doing. When we started this hour, we're at 1.2 million. We had 150,000 left in challenge funds, and we'd love to reach our stretch goal of 2.5 million raised in total in the day to help 50,000 people. So thank you, and we'll see you at the top of the hour.
we all leave this place. Again, it doesn't matter how many medals you have and how many money you have or something like that, but that impact, it goes really far.
Hey, friends, we are back at top of the hour. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties as we jump in, so hopefully you can hear everything okay. Crystal, can you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear me? Awesome, fantastic. Well, welcome back to our World Water Day live stream. My name is Lyndsey Deane Ratchford. If you haven't been tuning in throughout the day, I am the National Director of Team World Vision, and we are a crazy bunch of folks who take on life-changing experiences and challenges to help end the clean water crisis in our lifetime. And right now we're going to kick off this hour, getting to have a little conversation with our very own Crystal O'Rourke, who is the director of the Global 6K. Crystal, coming in from California. How you doing, girl?
Hey, Lyndsey, doing good. This has been amazing to watch and tune in today, getting to see all the amazing donors chiming in over the chat. It's been really fun.
Oh, it's been electric from over here, and it's been so exciting just to hear more stories and get a better perspective on other people's experience of World Vision. But yeah, curious, what has stood out to you today? As leading the 6K, you've got lots of people out there moving and grooving and signing up and raising money. How are things going?
It's going amazing. I think that we have raised currently right now, I'm looking at my screen, and we have raised over $100,000 through the Global 6K for Water today. And we are at over 500 registrations and participants. So our host site leaders are doing an amazing job. And, you were asking what's the thing that's standing out. And I would say just to see how much really big effort people put into today. We've obviously seen some of our host site leaders even on this call today. They're launching teams, they're inviting people, they're getting donations, they're leading this call. So just seeing how much people care is really, really awesome.
Oh, the 6K fire is burning strong. The Woos in San Diego, like going for 200 strong. I was like, sign me up right now, Amy. Sign me up. Let's go.
They're great. They're honestly just such great leaders. It's hard when you lead virtually, and the Global 6K is such a virtual experience. And so we have leaders around the country, and every time that we get to communicate, whether it's over a call like this or over email, it's just really honestly a blessing to be able to see them and see all the amazing work they're doing and to see them highlighted across World Vision.
Oh, man. Well, and it was so inspiring to see, like they're saying, they were inviting friends from all over and mobilizing their church to come together. And it sounded like they had walkers and runners and stroller pushers, getting it done, 6K once a year, every year. That is a huge event for them that really mobilizes them to make a difference globally, but they're doing it locally. So Crystal, tell us more about how does the 6K work?
Yeah, I'd love to. So the Global 6K is an experience that people get to host. So oftentimes people will sign up as a host site leader and they will just gather their friends and family and get together maybe in a local park or a school. We see people do it at church. So big churches can go big. They like to invite their communities. They like to do some outreach, maybe some evangelism. I mean, there's a lot that happens at these Global 6Ks. It turns into a party. Like they have a whole after party. They bring in pizza and really celebrate all of the impact that's happening around the world because of what their people are a part of. And so when you sign up as a host site leader, you get a team page. Then you get to send all of your loved ones, whether it's a congregation or your school or just the people that you do life with, to that page, and they can click. There's like 2 buttons. It's either join our team or support us. So you can join the team or you can make a donation. And that's how you can get involved with the Global 6K. Of course, there's also opportunities for people to join in a team that they don't know the host site leader. So if there's someone on this live stream that they're thinking, I really want to be a part of that. I want to bring my kids or my cousins or my parents or whoever to be a part of this amazing movement. And maybe they can't run a marathon, but they can do this. Or maybe I want them to run a marathon with me, but I got to get their toes wet first. You can go to worldvision6k.org. We have a map function. Our project manager, Erin, is amazing. She builds out this entire map. So you can go in and search for the closest host site near you. And then every registration actually does equip a person with lasting clean water. So there's adult registration fee of $50. As you guys all know by now, that clean water handle that we use of $50 equips a person with lasting clean water. Well, it's the same for the Global 6K. Every registration will bring lasting clean water. And there's also $25 registration fee for children 18 and under because our donors believe in kids. And we believe that this is a great experience for families to get to use to really teach their kids about the clean water crisis and help their kids feel empowered that they can make the world a better place.
100%. So, and what's really cool is this is like basically our official launch of the Global 6K. World Water Day launches us into 6K season. So we've got a slide up on the screen. Can you tell us date, details, how do we sign up? And I know you even have a discount code for us.
We do. So May 18th is our official global date for the Global 6K. That's when people all around the world in the US will be walking, rolling, running 6K because 6K is that average distance that women and children have to walk or get to a water source by walking 6 kilometers. It's too far. So they will be being a part of that on May 18th. And we do have a promotional code of clean water for $15 off every registration. And as Lyndsey said, this is our launch weekend, which is a big deal, guys. We are encouraging all of our host site leaders to start inviting their people. I've been saying launch is just a fancy word for invite everyone you know to be a part of your team. And so they are kicking off their teams this weekend and getting the most people involved. This dollar for dollar challenge that we have going on lasts for the Global 6K through Sunday at midnight Pacific time because so many of our people are launching in churches. They're kicking off their teams in their church, and we want to make sure that we honor their time and what they're doing, their efforts. So we're going to go ahead and extend that through Sunday.
That's so good. So what I hear you saying is that every registration doesn't just get one person clean water, but every registration this weekend only will get 2 people clean water. And then if anyone chooses to donate to themselves or get donations dollar for dollar, that challenge is available all the way through till Monday morning.
Yeah, that's correct. So anytime like that you maybe got signed up at 2 o'clock in the morning last night, we're honoring that all the way until midnight Sunday. You will be giving 2 people clean water that lasts through your registration. And like Lyndsey said, it's this weekend only. We can say 2 people per registration will get lasting clean water.
That's absolutely incredible. So, and I've heard that we've got some pretty big news Over the last few years with the Global 6K, we really want to make this big movement really about moments and individuals and people. And we've followed stories of girls who've been walking for water. So Crystal, can you tell me a little bit about Mahana?
Yes. Oh my gosh. So yes, we do. We have this whole concept of a hero child. And what that means is that that child represents girls around the world in these communities that have to walk 6K often multiple times a day. And the past couple of years, that hero child has been Mahana. Mahana is a young girl. She's 9 years old now. She was 8 years old when this started. She lives in Niger, and there's her pictures, and she's beautiful. She's so precious. Mahana has to walk for water with her sister. Now, Mahana also is the only child, the only girl in her family that gets to go to school. So there's some extra pressure on Mahana. Her village has not had clean water. They've experienced a devastating drought. They do not have food. And so it's been really, really devastating for their community. They haven't been able to have the things that they need. In fact, her brother had to drop out of school because he didn't have food to take to school. And so, we made a promise, as we do in World Vision with our donors, making all of this amazing impact, that we would be able to bring water to Mahana's village and her community. And I will say that there is work being done. I am not going to give you all the tea. If you want all the tea, you have to register.
That's right.
And get that email that is coming on Monday. I have been working with our content team, our story team, to get all of the news updated so that we can give you the real-time news. And we're going to be sending out an email on Monday. So these lips are sealed until Monday. But it is good news. I will tell you that. If you really want that email, you want to know detail what's happening in Mahana's community, sign up for the Global 6K.
What we're talking about right there. And I guess before we let you go, also the Global 6K is so exciting, because again, it's not just a 5K, it's a 6 kilometer walk, because that's what women and children are doing to get out again to a dirty water source, not a clean one, but a round trip walk to a dirty water resource. And sometimes they're doing it multiple times a day. But what's really cool about the Global 6K is the bib. So Crystal, as we close out and transition, tell us about this bib.
Yeah, so we actually have a trademark that says that it's the bib that matters most, because so many of us that run for water, we have tons of bibs, right? But this bib's unique because it actually has a picture of a child in a community that is benefiting from World Vision water projects. Not only does it have the child's picture, it has their name, how old they are, and you can even get online and learn more about that child, their family, their community, and what their life looks like day to day. And you actually also have the opportunity to sponsor that child and start building a relationship and pouring into them. And honestly, I think all of us would agree that a lot of times we benefit more from that relationship, just getting to hear and be blessed by them.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing, Greg started off this morning with the story of Naomi, and we've heard, stories of a lot of lives that have been transformed. But when we talk about, billion-dollar business plans and raising, we're over $1.25 million raised today. And while that's incredible, really every number has a name, right? Every fact and figure are real faces. These are real people. And I think that's the power of World Vision, is that we believe in relationship. We believe that every person is made in the image of God and deserves dignity, and that broken circumstances shouldn't define who they are. And I just love that those bibs are real kids who are receiving clean water, who have stories and hopes and dreams, and we get to help just unlock space for them to really live those out. So Crystal, thank you for the work that you do, for the experiences you create, and just how your faith is so real every day. You are an inspiration, my friend.
Thanks, Lynn. And I just appreciate you. I appreciate our donors. I appreciate our runners and our host site leaders and everybody that's a part of this. Like you said, this is personal. And I do believe that we are in it together. And so I just want to say thanks so much to everybody.
Oh, so good. Well, from the West Coast to the Central Time region, we've got people an hour ahead on the East Coast. Thanks for being with us, Crystal. More inspiration to come, friends. So we have folks running 6K at a time, but now we have to tell you the story about Steve Spear. We've got a quick video to start. Well, it's actually a video that we're gonna play here in a second. But Steve was a pastor who hated running, and he's gonna tell you a little about that. But that pastor, as you've heard today, ended up taking a transcontinental run over 5 months from the Santa Monica Pier to Battery Park in 5 months to raise over $500,000 for clean water in Kenya. And you probably are asking the question, how in the world is it that someone who hates running finds themselves years later running across the country for clean water? So check out this video and this incredible interview I was able to have yesterday with Steve.
In 2007, I got roped into running my first marathon. I hate running. I only had 4 goals: to hate running less each time I ran, to train well enough to make it to the starting line, wanted to finish before they closed the course, and I wanted to raise $1,000 for clean water in Africa. I completed the marathon, and that was 5 years ago. So when people ask me, so why are you running a marathon this morning? Why are you running one tomorrow and one the day after that? Well, I tell them that I still want to hate running less each time I run, but this time it's different. I want to raise $1.5 million for clean water in Africa. And to do that by running 120 marathons from LA to New York so that 30,000 people in Kenya can have clean drinking water for life. So how did I go from running one marathon to now running across the entire length of America? It's definitely been a process. I started running about 30 miles each week. Now, sometimes I'm running close to 130 miles per week, equal to that of elite runners. And there's definitely been some great training days in this, and there have been some ugly ones as well. The worst training day consisted of an 18-mile run in the morning, 8 miles in the evening. And on that evening, when I was running that 8-miler, I feel for the first time I was running for water. I feel like I got a glimpse of what it must feel like for 1 billion people who don't have access to clean water. Children like our World Vision sponsored child, Winnie. She, like millions of other women and girls, travel 6 miles for water every single day. And you can't tell me that that's okay. I felt that on top of the physical and the emotional value that training provides in a person's life, for me, it was a personal calling. So I started with 1 marathon, and that one soon turned into 3, and 3 to 5, 5 into 30. Then there were some ultra marathons. I was gradually running more and more miles, and as the number of miles increased, so did the number of lives that were being affected. There are 1 billion people on the planet that don't have access to clean water. All they know is what it feels like to walk 1 mile after the next, 1 day after the next, every single day. So when people say, why are you running 120 marathons across America? My hope is to take some of the miles from Winnie and 30,000 people just like her and to bring them clean water instead.
Steve Spear, happy World Water Day, my friend.
Hey, LDR, and right back at you. This is the big day.
It is. It is a big day. And it's hard to believe is over 10 years ago now, almost 11 years ago now, you started your cross country run, April 6th, I do believe. Is that right?
It's April 8th. It's pretty darn
April
close.
8th.
April 8th. You know, it's one of those dates, you know, like how different dates get seared in your memory. that is one of those ones where you kind of go, I'll never forget the date, April 8th.
Yes. Well, and I have it as Steve Spear Day in my phone. So it reminds me every year. But yeah, but you have not always been a runner. You've not always been a cross-country finisher. You're one of very few, I believe, in recorded history to do so. But now, present day, National Director of Church Engagement at World Vision for a little over 10 years. But we'd love to hear a little bit of your backstory. How Steve Spear behind the red carpet. You know, how did it come to be that you're here today and that you started with World Vision and Team World Vision?
Well, first of all, LDR, one, just to ever be in any kind of a setting with you, talking about the kinds of things that we're talking about because of your leadership in your life and the way that you function, you know, under God's leadership, but then as you incite and motivate and inspire me and others. So just to be having a conversation with you is a ton of fun and a blast. So thank you to you. And even for humbling, you know, to be a part of the conversation, talking about a little bit about my story. So anyways, thank you, LDR.
Yes.
Appreciate you so much. And those that are tuning in and listening on this amazing day. So yeah, I mean, I was complete, you know, prior to 2007, I was a complete non-runner. I hated running. I wanted nothing, zero, like literally zero to do with running. I had a couple like poor experiences early on in life with running that just had left a horrible taste in my mouth. So I was like, why run? Why would anybody want to run? And one of them was I did at the age of 18, I did do what was called the Bay to Bay. I think it was called the Bay to Bay 6K. It was in St. Petersburg, Florida. I was living in Florida at the time. And I trained for and did the 6K, and it was a horrible experience. Everything about it was horrible. I remember training for it, didn't like it. And the notion though, that I lived with that this is in 1981. And it was horrible because my only conjured up thought of running is anytime you ran, you had to run fast, like super, super fast. Therefore, my training was, everything about it was awful because I didn't know anything about pace. I did it on my own. It was just a bad experience. So at the age of 18, I completely swore off running. And then roll the picture ahead to 2006. A buddy of mine ran the Chicago Marathon with World Vision. He was a fellow colleague at the church that I was serving at. And the day after he finished running the 2006 Chicago Marathon, he called me up like literally the next day. And he was like a really good friend. I didn't even know he was running the marathon. This big monumental thing in someone's life, running was so distant to me. I didn't even know that he was running. And I probably don't even know. I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't know if I would have cared. It just was that far removed from my life.
Right.
And he literally called me up the next day and told me about the amazing experience that he had and the training. And I felt kind of bad that I hadn't even checked in with him on his training. And this is terrible. And then he said, you need to do this with me next year, Steve. And so with that context of how much I disliked running, I said, you're nuts. No.
Shut the door on that one pretty quickly, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Very quickly.
So how many times do you think you said no before your no somehow became a yes?
Oh, at least 4 to 5 times. You know, he would bug me. He told me all about World Vision. Of course, we knew World Vision. Francis and I have been sponsoring children ever since we first got married. A month after we first got married, we sponsored our first child with World Vision. So we knew World Vision really, really well. But just the notion of like running on behalf, I mean, it's like he said, oh, it's with World Vision. I said, great, we can write a check. Mm-hmm. He told me about the community that happened because he was doing a smaller group run with others that were running in 2006. He told me about the community. He said, oh, Steve, it's amazing. We do these longer runs together and we have this amazing community and talk and catch up on each other's life. And my first thought was, who talks when they run? Like that was just, again, because of my horrible experience in 1981, where you just ran as fast as you could run, you didn't talk, or it just, and so his selling points weren't landing with me at all. And then literally he had tried I mean, again, I'm not proud of this at all. I mean, it was 4 months of him checking in and asking and re-asking. And it was finally, April. It was April. I remember it was April of 2007. The family were gone. Nobody was home that day. It was on toward early evening, and I was in a room where I had like a desk and a journal and those kinds of things where you kind of maybe spend some time every day meeting with God, talking and praying and whatever. And I received this little bit of a whisper or an inclination that simply was this. You know, I'm pastoring a church at the time, and it was, Steve, all the time as a pastor, you're always inviting people to go beyond their comfort zones. You're always inviting people to step beyond their fears. And then the distinct, again, it wasn't a voice, but the distinct thought was, why are you so unwilling to train for and run the marathon? And in that moment, I knew this was a Holy Spirit inspired directive. And I didn't have a good answer for it. And in that moment, I felt called to do this. And so in that moment, I said, yes, Lord, I'm in. I don't get it, but I'm in. And I remember calling Paul, my buddy. I feel like I called him that night or the next morning. I said, I'm in. And he said, what changed your mind? I said, the Holy Spirit, 100% Holy Spirit. I said, you couldn't get the job done, but the Holy Spirit did.
Sorry, Paul, not you. So 2007, you crossed the first finish line of the your first finish line of the marathon. Maybe first finish line other than 1981's horrible Bay to Bay experience.
That's right. Right.
Yep. And then you're coming back for more. So as a pastor, I mean, I guess what in that first experience really hooked you or changed you that then you ended up inviting your church into this transformational journey?
Yeah, I mean, it was what I think so many of us that are listening to this right now have experienced, or others that are listening to this that haven't, but you will, because we know that you're going to say yes if you haven't already. But there was definitely something that happened physically and spiritually and relationally in the training. I trained with Paul and with others. It was a smaller, things were still early on for us at Team World Vision, so it was a smaller group run experience. But I did indeed enjoy community. And one of the tactical things that I learned, I know it sounds so basic to many of us that are listening to this and watching this, but I learned about pace. I learned as you run that you need to do it at a pace that you can carry on a conversation. If you're running too fast to not carry on a conversation, then you're probably running too fast. And as you grow in your running, you can run quicker and, elevate your ability to do a conversation. But that was quite transformational to me, because it added to the group run community side of things that I felt and saw. And then there was something I definitely, had enough runs that were solo and by myself, and I allowed God to speak, and I had really great moments with him. And it was the experience of the solo runs, the group runs, obviously why we were doing this, for the cause of water, which began to become very much a part of who I was. And then meeting amazing people, our founder of Team World Vision, Michael Chitwood. I mean, I got to know Michael, and that became, fast friends with him. And there was something special enough to where when Michael asked, would we consider being the first church to launch a marathon team with World Vision, would I consider it? And enough had occurred for me to say, not necessarily yes right away to doing it, but certainly yes to considering it.
Yes. Yeah. So it's funny, all the things that you said no to Paul about did truly become reality for you.
Right. Exactly. It's what, it's what we always thought, oh, this is what you experience. Again, when people are far away from saying yes to it, they go, I'm not sure about that. But then when they do, you go, yeah, you're actually, you were right.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's hilarious too, as you're talking about when you're learning how to pace, you do find space that you slow down so that you can talk, but it also in a way slows you down so that you can hear.
Yeah, that's so insightful and true. You're right. And it is, you hear things.
So when did you hear this call? I mean, from first marathon to first church team, and then watching your church be transformed to then years later saying yes to this invitation or call to run across the country. That's, from zero to marathon is a leap that most people in their lives never take. let alone marathon to cross country 5-month journey with your wife in an RV from California to New York. When we say, you know, you can learn how to talk and learn how to hear, you must have heard some very clear words for that to be your reality, you know, for this story to unfold.
Right. Right. Well, very, very true. And, you know, I think after that first marathon, you know, again, so much encouragement, as we do with Team Real Vision. When we say yes to something, part of our language, part of our ethos as Team Real Vision is not to just, after you said yes to one thing, it's like, well, is God inviting you to say yes to the next thing? And it's that next step. And so after that first marathon, of course, ran a few more. And then this concept of an ultra marathon came into the existence. Like I was fascinated by, I honestly, after I'd done several marathons, was like, oh, there's a thing called an ultra. What does ultra mean? Well, basically anything more than 26 miles is an ultra. And so there was one in Chicago called the Lakefront 50K. And yeah, I ran that a couple of times, like, oh, that's interesting, you know. And then through a series of conversations, Michael Chitwood invited me and a few others to run the Comrades Ultramarathon in South Africa in 2010. And so that, again, went through the same reasons why I shouldn't do that one, even as that first marathon, of all kinds of excuses and reasons why, but God moved past those. But then after Comrades, which was in May of 2010, it was in November of 2010, that fall, that I was, Frances and I were at her mom and dad's house just visiting, and I went out on a 6-mile run, just an innocent 6-mile training run. And again, you talk about, it's interesting, you talk about that listening piece and how important that is. And it just happens. Sometimes the miles just allow you to listen. And at mile 3 of that 6-mile run, it was on Route 40, US Route 40 outside of St. Clairsville, Ohio, where I literally could take it. And I visit the little patch of pavement regularly when we go back to Ohio, because it was at this little patch of pavement as I ran where I heard something. And again, it wasn't audible. It wasn't a voice from heaven, but it was as real as you and I sitting here having this conversation marking World Water Day. And all the voice said, again, not audible, was, Steve, you're to run across the United States for the good of others. Word for word, that's exactly what it said. You're to run across the United States for the good of others. And yeah, it was a marking moment. I didn't know what to do with it when I heard it, but it was like, I heard it.
Say, did you keep running or did you stop running in that moment? Was it like was it a drop in your stomach? I mean, I can hear and see the emotion. We can hear and feel your emotion.
Well, and you know, reflecting back on it, I'm like kind of going, wow, that was powerful. In the moment, it was just like, what the heck was that? I think I may have just, you know, stubbed my toe on. I mean, I kept moving, but it was very real. It was very pronounced, and I couldn't shake it. But it was like, that was odd, weird. Like, what do I do with that? And I just kept running, you know, maybe thinking it would go away. Of course, it didn't.
So fast forward, you hear this invitation or instruction. When did you have the courage to share it with anyone?
It took me literally 2 months to even tell Frances about it, because it just felt so darn weird. I mean, like, so you say something like that, and at first blush, you go, well, okay, even if we were to consider that, what does that mean logistically for life? But it did take me a couple of months to tell Frances. I did.
Logistically for your life. Yes. Yeah,
Right.
you had to figure that one out before you just tell your wife.
Well, sure. And you know, Frances is the ultimate supporter. So when I remember like telling her, and she said, babe, you could totally do that. You could totally do it. And so she was like, but then neither one of us really kind of lived with it enough to like actually think about it. Cause I just tried to not think about it. After I told her, I was like, great. Okay. Told her, little passing vision. You tell your spouse, you tell a good friend, and then it's like, okay, on to the next thing. Or whatever, on with life. But the vision wouldn't let me go. The vision didn't let me go. The what I heard, and so it kept. I would try to, you know, one of the images that I'll often use with this is, you know, whenever we are in summer mode, which we won't be, Lord willing, from too long from now. you go to the beach or a lake and you push a beach ball under the surface of the water. And of course, what happens is it pops back up again. You push it down, it pops back up again. And that's what I did do with this for the next 8 or 10 months. Anytime it would surface in my life, I would just push it down and tamp it away because I wasn't sure what to do with it or even how to talk about it. But finally, I did get to the point where I said, Lord, you are completely doing something with this that I have to pay attention to. And so at that point, it was in early 2012, January of 2012, is when I began to go, I actually think there's something to this. And then I began going beyond Francis and bringing in a trusted circle and having them pray over it and think about it with me, before making some big decisions like resigning my position at the church I'd been with for 16 years. I mean, there's a lot of things that you do before you go really serious. But between January and April of that year was a series of kind of concentric circle type of conversations that each conversation brought more ownership and a little bit more investment into the idea, which ultimately led to just reorienting our lives and our world around the vision.
I literally can feel the anxiety and excitement in myself as you talk about, because we've talked about a lot about this run. I mean, I had the honor of being at Santa Monica Pier when you started it. I saw you out on the run, but I don't think that I've ever heard you really talk about the fact that, from that moment in that place on that patch of pavement to 8 to 10 months later to then even the following year, just how much time it makes sense that would take, that the Lord would bring and birth this thing out of you. I mean, I'm thinking everybody that's listening to this is feeling that journey with you to some extent. But then to come to the moment that you literally audibly say it out loud, that you say yes. Can you remember that moment?
Well, I think the one moment that I remember the most that had this thing feel the most real was, the church that I was pastoring with was a larger church, had multiple campuses. I led one of our campuses in our senior pastor. I remember meeting with our senior pastor and actually reading the word, saying the words out loud in that meeting, because when I put them out there, it actually had time frames and dates, because once the vision landed, it was not like this is something that you're going to do 10 years from now. If there was an immediacy to it, once I got to the place where I was like,
oh yeah,
at peace. And so I remember saying the words out loud, talking about what a transition would look like, and then kind of going, you're nuts. Like, you're ridiculously nuts in this point. You're putting the words out there in the airwaves for you to resign from a position at a church that has just been such a joyful experience for you. And you're not knowing if you're going to come back to this church. It was a very real moment. And that was in early April of 2012 is when I had that conversation in our senior pastor's office. And that's when it became like super duper real. I came home and told friends, I said, babe, I think we're doing this. And it was like, so.
Wow. So it's over a year of really prayer and decision-making and deliberating to planning. And like you're saying, this is then a 5-month journey across the country. How does one plan for that? And what did that mean logistically for you and for Francis and your family?
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you did resign from a job and almost you really like a missionary in a way.
Right. Well, yeah, because you don't know exactly. I mean, we started doing it, in that first part of 2012, start doing research on transcontinental runs. How many people have done them? What does it take to do one? How long do they take? Would I be the oldest person, which I wasn't? Would I be the first pastor, which I wasn't? But you do all this research.
That's interesting. Other pastors have run across the country.
Well, that's what I thought. You're looking for all these identity markers. Like, hey, could I be the oldest person? Well, the oldest person was like in their 70s. All right, can't check that box. Could I be the first pastor? Nope. A pastor's done it. But what you did find out, there's just not a whole lot of information out there on transcontinental runs, training for them, doing them, what have you. I started talking to a few people. I did read a book. The book is called Running on Empty. It's about a gentleman who tried to break the master's record in a U.S. run, which would equate to running 62 miles a day for 59 days in a row to break the master's record. The book is called Running on Empty by Marshall Ulrich. I read the book and it completely freaked me out. Like, holy crap, Frances read the book. She was freaked out. So these are the kinds of things that we started doing to kind of get oriented around the world of a transcontinental run. And then only to realize, okay, I'm not going to be the oldest. I'm not going to be the fastest. And I'm not going to be the first pastor, but maybe we could quite possibly raise the most money for clean water from what we knew of any transcontinental run at that point. And so we did tons of research, and then that just kind of led to planning the logistics. If there's anything around Marshall's book that helped us at least think through the logistics of a U.S. run. And then we just started planning everything from routes to sponsorships to, how we would live. Just again, there was almost as many, probably more logistical hurdles to get through. We had 2 kids in college at the time, more logistical hurdles, how long it would take than there was to the actual run itself, which was interesting.
So Steve, you're talking about all these logistics. In the end, what was the plan? How is this going to work? And how long did you train to just get to the start line and just begin the journey?
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, I think a few things that kind of came fairly early on once we kind of settled on the logistics is, one, it felt to me, you're always looking for like a tagline or a sizzle line. And it felt to me like that I wanted to run a marathon a day. That felt like to say, what's the vision of this? The vision is to run a marathon a day in order to raise the goal was 1.5 million. We came in at 500,000, over 500,000, but the goal was 1.5. But it felt like I wanted to say, hey, people that might support this or get envisioned around this, the vision is to run a marathon a day, across the United States, which if we were successful in running a marathon a day, then it would be done in about 5 months. So that gave a little bit of a window to say, well, again, Lord willing, we're going to start in here, we're going to end here, 5 months of running. And so that we began orienting around a 5-month journey with the run schedule, and so that became a thing. We established that I wanted to run Route 66 from LA to Chicago. That helped from a routing standpoint. And then the shortest distance we wanted to run through Chicago. It actually, it could have been a shorter U.S. run if I hadn't come through Chicago, but of course we want to come back to our home church and speak and that kind of a thing. So that was an early on thing. Say, okay. And then once we kind of established that, then the training just began. I literally approached, and I talked with some pretty successful ultramarathoners in the ultramarathon world about how to train for this.
Yeah.
We had a professional trainer. No one had a clue on how you train for running that many months in a row, day after day after day. Like there was like none. And so I just actually used the same thought world that we say in marathon training, where I knew I needed to run 26, I needed to run, my run schedule was 35 miles a day, 5 days a week, and I did 2 non-running days. On Sundays, I would speak in a church.
So just to pause you there for everybody listening, you ran 35 miles a day, 5 out of 7 days in a week. And then one day was off, I believe was like a Thursday. And then Sundays while you were off, you were still speaking at a church. You were on your feet speaking.
Right.
Talking with people.
First, we called that an off day, and Frances said, "Babe, let's just call that a non-running day because you're not going to be off if you're speaking a service or two and then greeting and talking to people after the service. That's not a off day." I said, "Fair enough. We'll call it a non-running day." Thursday was an off day. So if I needed to do whatever that is, 180 miles a week or whatever, 175 miles a week. I thought if I can train, when we do marathon training, we do a 20 miler and we trust God for the gap. You know, we run 20, but we run 26, which I think is about 0.78 of the total distance. So I thought to myself, well, if I can train up to 0.78 of 180 miles, at least I'm gonna get a good shot at making this thing work. So that was like, okay, let's train up to doing 120 miles. I think it was 120 or 130 miles a week. So the whole focus of the fall of 2012 was to train to be ready. We did what was called a test week. I did a test week the last week of December 2012. I did 5 marathons consecutively, you know, a marathon a day for 5 days in a row. And so the training in the fall led up to that. And the goal, this is my goal. My goal was to run 5 marathons in 5 days and get up on the 6th day and not feel like a pile of poop. That's exactly how the goal went. And I figured, well, if that's the case, then we can refine how I felt, what we learned in January through March of, you know, because we'd already set aside that we wanted the run to start on April 8th. And so then it was like, okay, let's just do that. And then we'll fine tune the training in the beginning part, the spring of 2013, and then kind of go from there.
So you worked yourself up to the 5 days, like you said, and then in reality, when it all came to be, you actually had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that you ran in a row. Thursday was an off day. Then you went Friday, Saturday, and then you had your other off day. So you're averaging about 35 miles a day.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And some days some days, you know, my longest day I did 45 one day. You know, some days I might stop at 31 or 32, but we definitely averaged at that 35. And so the actual average, you know, we say about a marathon a day for 150 days in a row.
So was there ever a moment or more than a moment in your training and or out actually on the run where you thought, I just don't know if I'm going to make it?
The training, I think, there probably were some tougher days of some of the training days. I know some days I would do an 8-mile run in the morning and then an 18-mile run later that afternoon, or vice versa. There were some of those double days where it's like, this is tough, you know, and then doing it in the middle of Chicago winter, there was definitely some tougher. There were some more character building days in the wintertime with some longer split runs. Then on the US run itself, there were a handful, you know, 4 or 5 days that were just horrible, horrific, crappy, you know, pitiful. This I'm not going to do another minute more of kind of days. I mean, there was definitely some really horrible moments, and then there were some like really, really, really horrible moments.
Well, you know, I mean, we all know in life, you don't even have to necessarily have a day that you're physically burdened or challenged. Just mentally, some days just aren't good days, you know, spiritually just aren't good days. And I can only imagine, you know, they actually say that running is 80 to 90% mental. While you're moving your body, it's really a lot more about your mind. And I can only think, you know, how was your spirit and your soul and your mind as you took on those miles, knowing that your goal was to take the miles away for women and children in Kenya?
Well, I mean, you know, I think it's true with you. It's true with you. It's true with all of us. Again, you say, even if you weren't running, there's those roller coaster highs and lows moments. And that was very true. There are times where I felt I was out there and I felt very, very close to the cause, very, very close to God, very, very close to the move. And then there are times where you're just kind of going like, I just need to make it to the next telephone pole or the next little bit here. You're just, you know, one of the challenges that I felt was the futility. There were so many times that I just felt out there on the road where I'm kind of going, you're the biggest bonehead on the planet. Like you're out here, you know, you're just out here and there's so much loneliness. I mean, we figured I did about 80 to 85% of the run completely solo. So there was a lot of very dark moments and like lonely moments.
Yeah.
But yet there was always, as we find, God revealed himself in very, very special ways at very needful poignant times that would remind me and to remind us in the midst of any of our times of isolation. He is there with us and reminded me and reminds us of that. And, you know, while so grateful, God's provisions and protections and providence was amazing.
So real talk.
Yeah.
How did you eat? How did you poop? How did you sleep? Like, how did this work, from the highs and the lows to the mental, bonehead moments in reality? I mean, Steve Spear, 35 miles, 5 days a week, like you said, how do you train for that? But what do you eat? And then how do you go to the bathroom? And where did you sleep? And how did this work?
And we said, while we, all of the, I kept a diary journal through the whole run. All that's been transcribed, where there's like a daily chronicling, and I've expanded on it. So if the Lord ever willed a book, and even if we never know if a book would even have all the chronicling of what happened over 150 days. Francis has said, babe, there just needs to be one whole chapter of poop stories, just poop stories. In the book, both maybe literal and figurative poop stories. But yeah, there's so many, there's definitely some, I definitely, the US run was 3,081 miles through 14 states. There's definitely poop stories in all 14 states, and multiple poop stories in 14 states. So pooping was like, anywhere and everywhere, sometimes there was shelter. Sometimes it's like, hey, there's an individual over on the side. I mean, you just learn to be very tactile, or whatever the word would be.
Everybody watching knows we run for water, sanitation, and hygiene. So we run for bathrooms, dignified, clean, hygienic, safe bathrooms, just as much as clean water.
That's right. Frances was pretty. One of the things she, at the end of the whole thing, she was going, I'm actually surprised you never got like, some kind of a, not that you can written a ticket for like, but like, she said, babe, and he said, honey, I can't.
A citation of some sort.
A citation. You don't know when nation's going to call. But anyways, great. We were gifted a 39-foot diesel RV for our family. A very generous couple gifted it was unbelievable. We had a second RV that was gifted to the run for anybody that might want to come along and crew or be around for the ride or that kind of a thing. Food was, I needed to consume around 5,000 to 6,000 calories a day. So it was just a lot of, and like, there were times cravings would come and go, different things would come and go as cravings. One of the standard things though of the run became either blizzards or McFlurries, where I would typically down 1 to 2 large blizzards at the end of each day, because it really helped cool my core. And interestingly, because I don't have any aversions to dairy, it actually stimulated my appetite so that I could eat enough in the evening. So it just was a weird sort of a dynamic. So I was grateful. God bless blizzards and McFlurries or any kind of a dairy treat like that. That was amazing.
Oh my gosh. Well, there you go, friends. If you want to eat more McFlurries and blizzards, just run across the country. It's no big deal.
That's right.
Yes, I do have a testament to when Steve and I started working together after the run. We were hired at the same time, so almost 11 years ago, over 10 years ago. We went on a few different trips, so like out to Federal Way to headquarters for different trainings and things. And those first few trips, every night, Steve wanted to go to McDonald's and get a McFlurry. And friends, you can't say no. You don't say no to that, like you just got to honor it. So it was a moment. I've had many a good McFlurries, and Steve Spear can teach you some tricks about how to get more Oreo.
That's right.
In your McFlurry.
Yeah, there are secret back channel ways.
So at the end of the day, Steve, why in the world? I mean, God called you to do it. You heard the voice, you answered the call, but why? Where did that come from? And looking back on it, is it as clear as it was before? Did the why transcend or evolve?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, God had been growing my heart for the globally poor just in beginning and running in 2007. And So he was doing a work, but it's when I met our sponsor child. Her name is Winnie. In August of 2012, I went to Kenya. The decision had been made to do the run. We're now in the preparation period, and Michael Chitwood said, Steve, you need to come to Kenya with me. And I'd not been to Africa with World Vision. And I went and I met our sponsor child, Winnie, and we met at their very humble home, and then we walked 1 mile to their water source. And when I saw the water source in which it's where they bathed, it's where they washed what little clothes they had. It's where I saw livestock around the perimeter of this little pond drinking and relieving themselves. And we filled a jerry can, an old vegetable oil container that they had. And the one that I had was a 5 gallons. Winnie carried a 1 gallon one. And I filled the water. And I knew this water source would kill half the kids under the age of 5 in Winnie's village. We all know this. It's the infant mortality rate. I was learning enough things about water. And the part that seized me and seared my heart for what we do was when I carried that container 1 mile back to Winnie's home, and it weighed 50 pounds, and I carried it on my shoulder. They tried showing me how to do it with a wrap around my head and carry it on my back. I failed miserably. It practically kicked me out of Kenya for that. But when I carried that container 1 mile back to Winnie's home, something inside me just broke and shifted. And I call it my second conversion, or first conversion to what it is that we're all called to do, because I'm like, wait a second. I was losing hope. And I was completely losing hope in this whole thing in the clean water crisis. And then the thought emerged in my mind, wait a second. If I can put one foot in front of the other, and if we can encourage ourselves and one another to put one foot in front of the other, then an entirely new future can be written for children like Winnie and communities. And my life would be transformed, and our lives would be transformed mutually together under the umbrella of God. And I was like, okay, God, I'm in. I don't care what you call me to do. I'm in for this. And that thought, that walk that carried me across the United States. It carries me to this day. And I'm very grateful for it. Very, very grateful, and grateful for you, Lyndsey, and who continue to stoke that within us, so that we stay moving in the direction that we need to stay moving in.
Yeah. Those moments that you have, those lines in the sand that
yes,
you can't let go of.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We were just talking about yesterday. I had told you that I was out on a run and then in the shower, and the Lord really convicted me that miracles don't happen to us. They happen through us.
Yeah. Yeah. Psalm 140 talks about how the Lord secures justice for the poor and upholds the cause of the needy. And you ask yourself the question, how does God uphold the cause of the needy and secure justice for the poor? And he does it through us. That miracle happens through us. That's how he does it.
It is. It's how he does it.
Yeah.
It's these stories of testimony. I think, as we hear your words today and we watch your witness, Steve, and that of Francis's, just the steadiness of following the call to be faithful to what's been asked of you. I pray that we all have those moments that we can slow down well enough to hear what God's calling us to, because he does want to change our lives, but he has so much more in store than just us. So much more.
Yeah. Yeah, so true. And even on this day, when we mark World Water Day, this is the day where it's a centering kind of a day. You need days like this to reheat the vision for what it is that we're doing. The reality is the world needs to hear from us on World Water Day so that they can spring into action. but we need a World Water Day to remind us we're not nuts. We're not crazy. We need a day like this to re-envision us for why we do what we do. But it's also a day where individuals who may be on the sidelines of this, who hear anything that might be said or visions that might be cast through us asking people in our lives to be a part of the vision that we have, and to actually not just run, but to give. I mean, we all know that running doesn't change life. Yes, there is a transformation that happens when we run, but it's giving. It is when people give. That's when the change happens. And so being very cognizant, even today, right now, as you're listening to this and as people are listening to this, continue to be bold. Continue to invite people to write the largest checks they've ever written to a cause. Be very bold. And even somebody that's listening to this right now, I have no idea who's listening to this, but maybe God has entrusted you with a level of resource where you can make singly the largest gift you've ever given. And God can do that, whether it's a $50 gift, if that's your capacity, or it's a $50,000 gift, or it's a $500,000 gift, or beyond. God has a way of just using those. So this is a day we need, right?
Yeah. And to remind us that God can use those gifts and multiply them.
Exactly.
John Metal, our really good friend, used to always remind us that Jesus took what was offered to him, right? He took the bread and he blessed it. And we so much say, God, take my life, take my life, take my life, bless me, bless me. But God wants to break you. And because through the breaking, there's a multiplication and there's a freedom and an outpouring. And like you said, even the little bits that we can give, God can do so much with and so much through. And it's on that currency of generosity that we live.
Yes.
That we all live. And it's days like this that remind us that I am inherently who I am because of who you are.
Yeah.
And that together we are one. We are one.
Man, LDR, you nailed it. As usual.
Yeah. Well, when you're hanging out with greatness, you only just keep up. So Steve Spear, thank you for your life and your ministry, for your friendship, for your graciousness, my friend. You talk about these things like they're no big thing, but God just continues to do huge things. You leading our ministry, leading our partnerships with churches all across the country, and your heart for the church and your heart for God is inspiring. So just thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
You're welcome. And you are very kind, and God bless you. And thank you for being there on day one, Santa Monica Pier. And LDR, one of my cherished photos is, I think it was like mile 5 or 6 on the day, like in Beverly Hills somewhere. We stopped and we got a picture of you and me and John Huddle's mother.
Yes. Yep. Man, I still got that picture. We're looking a lot younger, let me tell you, but
well,
the same spirit.
No, I know you're doing great. I'm the one who's the color of the hair has changed up here.
Oh, not at all. The spirit is young. It doesn't
spirit,
matter.
yes.
So, well, happy World Water Day, my friend.
You as well.
And for all of you listening, be inspired and be ready for the book. We can't wait, Steve Spear. Let us know when it releases. We'll bring you back on. We'll do a whole nother live stream because we want that book. We want to read the stories. We need that.
Keep it straight up down on your head, honey. Keep the gravity.
I'm trying. Pastors together talking about their passion for clean water. It's the never-ending story. What passion they brought to our work with clean water. Thank you, Steve and LDR. I want to give you an update on our fundraising. I'm Dr. Greg Allgood, the Vice President of Water and Health, one of your co-hosts for today's World Water Day event. And I wanted to give you an update on our fundraising. Our original goal was $1 million raised today with a challenge of $1 million on top of that. We blew through that at about 1 p.m. And now we're currently standing at $1.3 million. And we have $60,000 left in challenge funds. We have 3.5 hours left. So please help us break the threshold of 1.5 million raised on the day with a $1 million challenge. We'd be at $2.5 million, bringing clean water to 50,000 people. Well, now it's my great pleasure to welcome National Leadership Council members Jim and Sherry Funk and Steve Brannon to our session now. Guys, are you with us?
We're here.
Oh, hi. Well, thanks for waiting for us. Sorry, we went a little over on the time, but appreciate your patience with us, and we're really looking forward to this session. I've had the pleasure of knowing you guys for years. You're dear friends and faithful contributors to World Vision's water work. Before we get started, why don't you tell us a little bit about your retired, semi-retired now? What did you do before joining this fight for clean water?
Okay, you want us to go first?
Sure.
Jim and I met at Shell Oil Company as two geologists. And while he continues to stay in the energy business, I have moved on to hobbies. And I like to do all kinds of things with my hands. So it could be pottery, it's crocheting, it's now knitting. I'm just learning to knit. And anything else I can do with my hands, painting or whatever. So that's kind of what I do at this point. Jim can tell you a little bit more what he does.
Yeah, like Sherry said, we're geologists, and I spent my career and still am spending time fighting oil and gas that kind of powers our economy. It's pretty important, but
yes,
many years ago we saw the vision or the gift catalog, and you could buy a water well or a portion of a water well. It says, "Hey, water comes from the ground." And
we've been drilling oil.
When we drill wells, we don't want to find water, but in this case,
yeah,
we want to find water. Yeah. And so we started our journey with World Vision Water many years ago, and we continue to do that. So I describe myself as a geologist and a water warrior, and a donor partner for World Vision.
And Steve?
Well, I was inspired by what we just watched. I want to go run across the country now. So my inner young person has come out again. So my wife, Sandy, and I live in the Seattle, Washington area. We owned a construction company for many years, have sold that and retired now. And shortly after I retired, I had the opportunity to be at a meeting at World Vision headquarters. And it really started a new path and a new calling on our lives. So glad to be here today.
Yeah, and we're going to hear more about your journey today. I see, Jim, you're wearing our Global 6K stuff. Why don't you guys tell us about your involvement with Global 6K? It's been significant over the years.
Yeah, Sherry dressed me.
I didn't.
Good job, Sherry.
But you got to use that orange shirt once in a while, right? We've been doing the 6K since 2016. I think it started in maybe 2015. Does anyone know when it started? But anyway, 2016, Jim and I did it ourselves, and we walked more than we ran, but we did do around the park a couple times. And after that, we've done it. We live in New Orleans, and Audubon Park is a 2-mile track, kind of beautifully under the oak tree. So it's a lovely place to do our 6K. So since then, for the past 7 years, we've launched it from our front porch. We get a crowd of about 25, 30 people here, and we mostly walk it because by May 18th in New Orleans, it's pretty warm. Some people do run, but most of us walk it. And it's a lot of our church members, our friends and family and neighbors. And we try to raise close to $15,000 each year to get one water point. So that's our.
Why don't you tell them how easy it is to do?
It's really easy to do, to host a 6K. If anyone out there has not done it or not participated, it is really easy to host a 6K.
Yeah, thank you for that encouragement.
It takes you right through and gives you all the info. And I've even got friends in California who are doing it at the same time we do it here. So that's kind of fun too.
Excellent. Yes, it's a great way to help us out by giving those flexible funds that we get from Team World Vision are critical to the mission that we have to reach so many people with clean water. So we traveled together in 2019. Sherry wasn't on that trip, but Jim and Steve were. And that led to some incredible support for our Finish the Job efforts. Steve, from your perspective, what led you to invest with us in Rwanda? It was a pretty special experience.
It was an incredible experience. Like I mentioned, shortly after I retired, I had the opportunity to join a group of business leaders at World Vision headquarters, and met with Rich Stearns, had a tour of the Welcome Center there. I'd always known what World Vision had done. We had sponsored children since I think, junior high son signed us up. Although he made me pay the bill, he didn't. But anyway, I was really moved that day moved to tears about what they were doing. And I'm like, I got to protect my ego here. I got a big shot. I can't be doing this kind of stuff, crying in the back of the room. So anyway, the long and the short of it was I had the opportunity to travel to Rwanda in the spring of, I think it's 2019. Yeah, I think 2019. And it was an incredible experience. I was looking forward to seeing how the Lord would lead us as to what our involvement with World Vision would be. So off I went. My wife has a autoimmune, compromised immune system issue, so she's not able to travel. So I had to go alone and with World Vision. But anyway, arrived in the continent of Africa for the first time, and I was incredibly sick. And I thought, what in the world is this all about? We landed in Nairobi, then flew to Rwanda, met the rest of the team, but unfortunately I kept getting sicker and sicker. And the team moved on the trip without me. I stayed in the hotel there in the capital, and I just thought the trip was ruined. I tried to go home, but I couldn't get my computer or my phone to connect with the airline to see how much they'd charge me to go home. So I guess I was stuck. The last day of our trip, we had gathered in a circle to share what we had gotten out of our trip, and people were saying incredible things about how the Lord had moved. And it came to my turn, and I'm like, I don't think I knew anything. The Lord hasn't moved at all. I was looking forward to really hearing from God, and I didn't. And I was depressed and down, and why did I even come? We all joined hands to pray, and then something occurred that has never occurred in my life before. I heard the Lord very specifically tell us to give a very specific and quite large sum of money to the cause. And my first reaction was, I can't do that. My wife's going to kill me. She's not even here. And I can't do that. So I had this probably 2-minute wrestling in my heart while people were praying as to what God was really calling us to do. So I finally gave in to what I felt like the Lord was telling us to do and announced it to the group, with the caveat that I may not live to be able to give the gift once I get home. Anyway, my wife was very gracious after I told her what had happened. She was fully supportive. It's been a joy to give and to help. I always tell people I'm fairly certain God spoke and I heard, but even if I didn't and got the message wrong, the worst thing that occurred was there is a lot of people in Rwanda that have clean water, and what a blessing to be part of that. So glad to be part of the cause, and just has been a great association with World Vision. So thank you.
Well, you surrendering to what God was speaking to you was huge for us. So fundraising had leveled off a little bit before that trip, but with your giving and Jim and Sherry's giving, and pretty much everybody on that trip was stepping up. As you said, they'd already said they were going to step up, and you said, it's not happening to me yet, but then it did. That created the momentum. It wasn't long after that we finished the funding. And last year, at the end of last year, we were able to go back and celebrate reaching everybody, not just finishing the funding, but finishing the work in all 39 sectors. That was a tremendous celebration, so heartwarming. Jim and Sherry, how did it feel to celebrate finishing the job after this journey that we've been on?
Well, there's nothing like it. There's just nothing like it, especially when, you know, you've seen the poverty, but then you've seen the joy on the faces. I mean, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, so I was on that trip with Steve. I was in that prayer circle, and it was extremely moving. There were a lot of people crying. We're all hugging Steve, but we were all moved. But the World Vision staff were also, they were in tears because they were so grateful for donor partners like World Vision US, from World Vision US, that they were worried that they were hung out there and they would not have the funding to do what they needed to do. And I know that gave them confidence that the Lord was with them and that they were going to be successful. And so they were successful. And we got to go see and celebrate the success of Finish the Job in Rwanda last June. So we went to see a water project where it's the capture of 9 springs up in the hills, which is typical of what you have to do in Rwanda. Wells don't work because the geology is bad. And I speak about that because I'm a geologist. I would not drill for water or oil. And so the springs are gravity feed downhill into a 200 cubic meter concrete tank, where it is treated with chlorine and then tested every 3 hours by the government utility, which once World Vision designs and builds one of these projects in Rwanda, it's great because they have a national water utility that takes over the operations and the quality control and the maintenance. And so these are very, very sustainable systems, which is great. And so, like I said, the water is tested every 3 hours in an on-site lab. There's people there, I guess, 24/7. And then the water is pumped back uphill about 600 meters, that's 1,800, 1,900 feet, so that it can be gravity fed into a pipeline system that's about 41 kilometers. That would be whatever.
Not sure how many miles that is.
About 30 miles or something like that. And it reaches, I said 41 miles, it reaches feeds 44 water points, which are where the villagers go get their water. And it's a cement structure with multiple spigots where they can fill their jerry cans. And it reaches 20 villages, these water points, and it reaches 15,000 people, which is, you know, this is the community. And I need to say that, you know, World Vision doesn't bring in outside people to design and build these systems. So this one was designed by a Rwandan engineer that had a bachelor's degree from a Rwanda university and then went to the Netherlands to get a master's in engineering. And he was very proud at describing this system, which is typical of the systems World Vision builds. Me being kind of person I know, we were told it cost $1.2 million. It's kind of on the plaque. And I said, well, okay, $1.2 million and you got 15,000 people, that's $80 a person. I said, whoa, to myself. And I walked over to Greg and I said, what's this all about? Is this just a little more expensive? He says, no, you forgot to multiply by the 0.6 the World Vision pays, and the Rwandan government pays 40. So World Vision spends 60% of the dollars that we give to do this project. And the Rwandan government, usually the local district, adds the other 40%. And guess what? That works out to $48 per person, which is $2 under World Vision's advertised cost per person. And I won't say I was blown away, but I was very pleased to see that. And this is to me, as an investor, you like to invest where you get leverage, where your dollar goes farther than your dollar should go or would go without the leverage. And World Vision is leveraging your contributions every day, 4 to 5 to 1 in the water space by using donor partners, which are other groups, foundations, governments, and we just love to leverage our money for the Lord, and can't think of a better place to do it.
Thank you. That was a great description of that very intricate water systems that we did to bring water from the valleys up into where the hills where people live. And when we were there in Rwanda recently, they told us the amount of total piping that they provided was almost 3,000 miles. We did the calculation. It would allow you to take piping from Boston to Key West. That's how much piping we had to provide to finish the job in Rwanda. And Sherry, we met the family, the woman who was the representative 1 millionth person that we reached, Serafina. Can you tell us a bit about meeting Serafina and her family?
Yes, after we visited that beautiful water treatment plant that Jim just described, we drove up the hill a little bit and they got us out of the cars and we hiked up a little dirt trail to their home, this family's home. And it was delightful to sit and meet them and have them talk to us about how they used to have to walk like 1,000 feet vertical down into the valley to collect water. Rwanda is very steep hills and topography. It's not flat. It's not a desert. It is a lush, beautiful country.
And if you're not going up, you're going down.
Yeah, there is no flatland. So the woman and her daughter would have to walk down into the valley to bring that heavy jerry can back up. And I think they said, Greg, that they would carry a full jerry can, but when she was pregnant, she could only carry 25 pounds, right? I mean, like only 25 pounds up 1,000 feet. I can't hike 1,000 feet up with carrying a small water bottle. No. So anyway, it was great to see her and how happy they were, because now the water point is like right behind them, right behind their home, which is what you just saw in that little slide. I was delighted to see that they have a little kitchen garden right in front of their house there, and it's full of beautiful vegetables. I think I saw cabbages and broccoli and even some sugarcane. For us in Louisiana, sugarcane is a big product, and so it was neat to see that they even have a cow in their backyard. They are prospering and they have all this extra time for living. Like they're going to be able to live a much more fulfilling life. Maybe she'll have a little bit more. Well, they definitely have more farming right in their yard. They can sell the corn and beans, and she may have some other kind of a business as along with it. So it's just truly exciting to see how much of a difference it makes when water is right in your house or right next door.
Yeah, it was great to see Serafina. Remember her daughter Vanessa had to go with her on these long walks to water. The younger sister Jean didn't have to do that. She'll never have to do that long walk. When they were doing the walk, they got up in the morning at 4 a.m. to walk down the 1,000 feet to collect the water. They'd come back up. Then the girls would have to walk a mile uphill to school. When they got back from school, they would go get water again. And on Saturdays, they also took all their clothes with them down the 1,000-foot walk. So it was just incredible. But what really blew me away is, and I like cows as much as the next person, but they told me that the cow was drinking 40% of the water. I had a big issue with that cow after that. But now the cow has all the water it wants to drink because it's right around the corner. And it's
probably
producing
giving a lot of
more
milk,
milk.
too. Yeah.
It's producing more milk because now it has the amount of water it would really drink if it could have as much as it wants. So just incredible transformation that we saw in Rwanda. And we wanted to celebrate finishing the job, but we know there's more work to do. So we went straight to Zambia as soon as we could get there after the big celebration. And we literally drove to the end of the road. And we met this family that was in extreme poverty. I don't think I've ever seen more extreme poverty than we experienced there. The family's the woman was Kanita, the husband was Alan. Steve, can you tell us about that visit with that family?
Yes. This was a family that did not have clean water. In the previous trip to Rwanda, I had missed the portion of that trip where they went and visited a family in that country that didn't have water. So this was the first time I'd actually seen the situation. A fun couple. Their children were very small, and I was surprised to learn how old they were. They were stunted. Two of them were much smaller than their age would have said. They had lost a child to, I believe, a diarrhea kind of illness. And you really got to see what the lack of water had done to this family. But along with that, the attitude that this woman had in particular was just inspiring. She said, "Well, there are only problems." I'm like, there's a life and death situation. It's only problems. We walked with the woman to, well, I guess the whole family, we walked to their local well where animals were there walking around in the water, and they dipped their buckets way down in a well, and then we carried it back. There they are doing that. We came back, and the interpreter, we sat down again. The interpreter asked the wife, the lady, if she had any questions for us. And it was the most sobering question that she asked. She looked at us all and said, "How far do you have to go to get your water?" And I was stunned. I maybe 10 feet that way, or I've got another water spigot 8 feet that way. I didn't know what to say. And I don't remember what was said other than, how do you answer a question like that? We've been given so much and they have nothing. It was a very moving experience. So.
I would add that woman was only 28 years old.
That's right. Yeah.
It had 6 children and one had already died. 28 years old. I couldn't get over that.
Yeah, and she couldn't make it, the birth of one of the children, she couldn't make it to the local clinic, which was like, I don't know, 2 miles away or 5 miles away or something. So she gave birth on the goal line of their little local dirt soccer field. It was like, wow, it's a little different than things are in where I live. So.
Yeah, it was a tough visit. We really saw extreme poverty. But as you mentioned, we also saw the strength, the resilience that couple had. And we felt presence of God there. We felt his presence. He tells us he'll be amongst the suffering. We felt Jesus's presence there. And I don't know if it was that or just the extreme poverty that we saw, but Jim presented us, the group, with an idea at the dinner table that night. Jim, will you share what your idea was?
Yeah, so one more thing about our visit with Kanita. Mutenta, who was our donor liaison and our translator, asked her if she would like to say anything to the group. She said, "If I could, I would open my chest and show you my heart for how thankful."
Because we had said we would get
Because
water.
we had told them that water was going to be coming to their community soon. And so God spoke to me is, why can't our group fund this well? It's a $15,000 water point. It'll be an easy ask of the group. And so at dinner, I know World Vision well enough to know you don't just throw that out. So I mentioned it to Greg, and he said, I'll check with a few people. And then he told me it'll be okay. And so I kind of polled the group. I knew what their answers were going to be. And so then I posted at dinner that we would jointly fund a well. And of course, everybody was all in. And we were very pleased to tell Greg, well, Greg was there and he actually contributed to it, that we've got a well here. And then not all that many months afterwards, Greg, I don't remember where we were, but you showed us a video of the well.
That group was, maybe we should say, was it 10 people or 12 people on our trip?
Yeah.
That came up with that.
It was,
I think so,
yeah.
yeah. That was special. And it was special to see that that we were able to bring them water. I think it was in Aspen at the bike ride where we.
Yeah, it wasn't very long after. Our trip was in June, and Greg had a video by the middle of July.
Middle of July, that's right.
But so that was very special that our group agreed to do that for Canadian Allen. But that wasn't all that happened that night. I thought that was going to be it, and that was a great thing that we were doing to help them get clean water. But then the Holy Spirit joined our dinner, and amazing things happened. Steve, what happened?
Well, it was kind of fun, actually. We all got to talking, and one of the couples got us started by sharing that they were going to fund quite a large amount, about $1 million, and that was followed by another couple that decided they would give about $750,000, and we kind of went around the table and we just kept kind of adding things up, and we raised. I wrote here we raised about $3 million around the table that evening through commitments and things like that. I had an inkling of what I thought God was suggesting that Sandy and I do, but I was a little smarter this time. I decided I was going to go home and talk to my wife first, which I did, and we have joined the cause also. So I think we raised about $4.5 million out of that trip, and I just remember thinking what we'd seen. How can you keep anything? It's just, we have so much. How can we not share what we have? This water is the key to really to life, So glad to be able to help, and glad to experience what God did amongst our group, and in kind of a fun and entertaining way. We were just kind of sitting around this little cafe diner place that was our hotel, and then we just kind of kept going around adding up money, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. And
the Golden Pillow. We were at the Golden Pillow.
Golden Pillow, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Center of the known world in Zambia.
It was an incredible evening. I do like to call it the dinner with the Holy Spirit, because God was definitely with us, and it would have been a trip beyond any expectation if it would have stopped right there. But it didn't stop right there. We had more that God was going to show us. And so we went to see a water celebration. Sherry, can you set that up for us, that time of, before you talk, let's show a little video of what we arrived to see when we showed up.
Yes. Uh-oh. We had driven, when you drive through Africa, it's called the African massage, because the roads are very bumpy and you're just like this all day. And so we had driven all afternoon, and we were supposed to get to this borehole drilling ceremony earlier, but it was practically sunset by the time we got there. When we got there, this community was really revved up. They had the drums out. They were dancing, 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 singing, dancing, dancing, singing. And we tromp out there into the field thinking, oh boy, this is going to be fun. So there's a big truck, there's a compressor, and what normally is supposed to happen is they're going to turn that thing on and we're going to have water flying through the air like a oil gusher. Well, we got there, we're dancing, and we are, and you know, I can dance. If you know me, you know I can dance. And I kept going and going. Finally, the Magenta said, I think we should take a break. So I think nothing was happening. The compressor was not working. It was simply not working.
We sent our engineer Steve down to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Steve was still down there working. And Magenta came to me and she says, Doc, I think we should pray for the compressor because it's broken. And one side of me is saying, okay. The other is saying, what if the prayers don't work? Because the whole village was gathered up on the hill looking at us. But luckily, I listened to Magenta. And so, yeah, we prayed. We gathered together and we prayed that God would help us to have the compressor work if it was his will. And then, Jim, what happened next?
Well, what happened then was nothing.
For a while.
For not very long, but
Yeah.
3 World Vision staff who had really excellent voices started singing, Be Still and Know That I Am God.
We have just a clip of that, Jim. Let's see that.
Be still, I know that God. Be still, I know that God.
And then I see this black smoke come out of the exhaust on the truck and the compressor starts.
Yes.
And we see the water
comes up.
And
ta-da! There it is.
And
Dancing.
then I went a little manic after having that scene.
And Greg was over there getting a shower and getting the video. And all I could think of is how great.
So we have water. We have water in Zambia. We're finishing the job and we're celebrating. It's so exciting that we've reached water.
Woohoo! It was great because the community was gathered there, and although they expected us to arrive and the thing to just start, it didn't. It wasn't that we showed up. It was that we prayed and that we sang, and then God provided that water. It was a real message to them of who was giving them this water, and so they are going to be grateful. And we learned something recently, Greg. We haven't had a chance to tell you this. Eric and Pastor Peary were with us a couple weeks ago here in New Orleans. And Eric said that after that event, now every time in Zambia when they are drilling for those,
every morning,
they pray each time they drill for water, and they haven't had any mishaps since. So it was kind of hit or miss before that, and now they're doing it every single time.
We all felt God's presence or knew he was there, but we wondered what the village thought. And, clearly they knew God was there.
Yeah. What an incredible experience. And Sherry, you really captured it well, that the community, the village that was gathered watching us pray, they saw that. I'm sure they thought these must be rich people. They've flown all the way to the United States, yet they're dependent on God. That they have to pray to have this clean water. And I know this story will be told for generations in that village, because that village will be changed forever now that we provided them with clean water. So what a blessing that is. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a postscript to this story. I'm sure Jim, Sherry, you probably know your donor representative, Robin Folkerts, was praying for our trip the whole time. And she'd just gotten a new devotional. and she had a bookmark. And that bookmark's verse was what she prayed every day for our trip. And it was the same thing the three young men sang, "Be still and know that I am God." That's what Robin was praying the whole time that we were there.
Wow.
God really showing us what he can do when we just let him surrender to his will. Well, Sherry, you guys invest in our water work. You also invest in our Christian disciple work. And so can you please tell us a little bit about why that's important to you, the fact that World Vision does our ministry of sharing the gospel as well as water?
Sure. Thank you, Greg. You know, it's not just the water that we're providing. World Vision likes to talk about transformative wash. In other words, it's the water plus the things that we also bring in the programs, and we help people to have a transformed life, not just another commodity, which is going to make their life easier. And when I was thinking about this a while ago, I was realizing that, of course, Jesus gave us the very first link between water and life when he met that woman at the well. And it was living water that he offered her. And that's what made all the difference. The water was one thing, but it was the living water that really makes a life come alive. And when we first got involved with World Vision at a bigger scale, we met Dr. Emmanuel Opong. He's a wonderful guy from Africa who was working for World Vision and a seriously wonderful Christian. And he had all kinds of stories about his personal family life and walking for water and so forth. But over the years, he wrote a book called Jesus, the Source of Living Water. And he was in Zambia at the time. And it's a series of Bible lessons that emphasize hygiene, sanitation, and living water, all the things that you would want a person to know when they've suddenly got clean water. But it also helps them to be discipled into a strong Christian faith. And Pastor Peary in Zambia, we also met on this trip, and he was showing us how his church has grown from 15 people to 700 while he uses this thing to attract the children, and then the children bring their parents. Anyway, it's truly amazing. And one of the reasons we love World Vision's water work is that it is decidedly Christian. They don't go anywhere without bringing a witness to whose water this really is. It's like I said earlier, it's not World Vision that brings the water, it's God that brings water. And every time we go to a village, I've noticed that they are always grateful to God for the water. Then they thank World Vision, but they understand that that's where it's coming from. So it means a lot to us that there's a holistic approach in giving water, to providing water for people, and it makes a big difference, I think, to Jim too.
Yeah, we like to say we support water in the Word at World Vision.
Yeah.
Well said.
Which also leads us to want to support Bibles, provide Bibles. So we're working on a project with that too.
Yes, thank you for that. World Vision is very deliberate in sharing the gospel when we share our water work. So when people are funding our water work, they're also funding sharing the gospel boldly, but humbly, and always appropriately. So we can always tell people that we are following Jesus's admonition to serve the least of these, to serve the poor, to provide clean water to the thirsty. So we do it appropriately, but we do it, and we make it part of our standard practice and train our staff on how to do it. Thank you for sharing that. This has been just a wonderful blessing, a wonderful part of our day for celebrating World Water Day. Thank you so much for sharing from your hearts. Thank you for letting me part of these trips with you guys. You guys are my friends, and we're so thankful to you for your love of the poor and your support of World Vision and also Team World Vision today. So thank you.
Next one, Greg.
When's the next one?
When's our next trip?
Let's do it. We're going to do it soon. I know the furthest out it will be January. It will be our next Watch Forum. We're
Okay.
settling on the
Okay.
date soon and we'll let you know. And
Have you figured out where it's going to be yet? No.
I think it's going to be in Dakar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's either there or Ghana. We're still deciding.
Okay.
We'll let you know soon.
All right.
Shay, would
Well,
you
to
close
anyone
this?
who's to anyone who's listening, there's no better investment than World Vision for water.
Amen.
I was going to ask if you guys have anything else to add.
That says it all.
That's it.
Shay, would you close this session in prayer and then I'll tell us what's next?
Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much that we've been able to be involved with World Vision, that they welcome us as donor partners, that we've gotten to meet so many wonderful people who are doing the work like Greg and Mutinta and Eric and Pastor Peary, as well as others like us, like Steve Brannon and the Garrisons and the Rogers, all these wonderful folks that have become our close friends. We thank you so much for that and for what you're doing through us for your most loved friends and brethren around the world. We just ask you to guide us and make us even more generous. In Jesus' name we pray all this. Amen.
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 Thank you guys. We'll see
Thank
you
you
soon.
all.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Greg.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see. I've lost all my feeds on this side, so I'm going to refer to my notes. Next up, the top of the hour, we're going to have Sheila Johnson. Sheila is running marathons, still running marathons at 72 years old. She won't stop. She's all in for Team World Vision, and LDR will interview her at the top of the hour. So remember, we're at 1.3 million. We have 60,000 left in challenge funds. Please help us get to that 1.5 million today, our stretch goal for the day. Thank you. We'll see you at the top of the hour.
I always thought running was dumb.
So I never wanted to run, hated running.
I am not an athlete.
I'm not a runner.
I never thought I would run a marathon.
Why are we doing this? This is hard. It's because we're saving lives.
I was sitting in a spiritual recliner. You know, the lever on the side of that recliner, God just pulled it and ejected me out and said, get to work. I need to move.
The clean water crisis is something that we think of very little because nobody here in the US has to walk 6 miles back and forth daily to get water. Because of World Vision's work, children are free to go to school. Women are able to go to work and build up their local communities.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't describe myself as a super athlete. Can I go run 26 miles? I couldn't when training started, but today I can.
I've had 5 knee surgeries. This is a total gift that God's given back to me. You need to do something with it.
There are people who tell me all the time now that they are grateful that they can donate because they feel like they're running along with me.
The Team World Vision family, it is a family. It doesn't matter how fast or how slow we run. These are all people who are changing the world with their feet.
I'm not running for myself. I'm running for someone else's finish line. And that's what keeps me moving.
Welcome back, friends. This is the first time I can see what I look like. And this is for you, Mimi. This is all for you. That's a little bit better. Get it in the front there. Oh, Sheila Johnson, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing well. You should have told me. I'd have worn mine.
Oh, girl, I should have. Mimi, I got some updates for you. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here it is. I have a special overall update as well as a special Women for Women update, you know, because I got to shout out my ladies, where my ladies at, you know? So here you go. We are approaching $1.4 million.
Wow. Awesome.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
God is good.
God is good. And get this too, over 7,000 donations today.
Wow. That's amazing.
7,000 donations, and we're hovering around approximately $25,000 left in challenge funds.
Wow.
So there's still a
Man.
challenge out there. And you know, anybody that has set an endurance $20,000 goal or above has unlimited funds for the rest of the night. But for those that haven't set that high goal, there is $25,000 still on the table to go get. So what's your encouraging word to them, Sheila, right now in this moment?
Keep donating, keep texting, emailing, calling people on the phone, run outside, tell a neighbor.
Go to get a neighbor. You can ask for a cup of sugar and a donation.
That's right.
So good. And then you know some of these names. So total number of donations for the Women for Women team. So this is our second year. Last year was our inaugural year. We have 65 women so far on the team. So if somebody wants to do a 24-hour relay and you are a lady and you want to move for the ladies, we have about 30 spots left if you want to get on this team. So you need to call me. And these women today, 65 women, have brought in 529 donations.
Wow, that's awesome. Way
Yep.
to go.
Woo! And leading the way with 40 donations is Karen Miedema, followed by Mallory Wood with 29 individual donations. Pat Eckert has brought in 22. Diana Nolan has brought in 21. And Elaine Reddy, has brought in 19 donations.
Wow.
There you go.
Awesome.
They get stuck in my wig? No. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have missed everything today, somehow people let me be in charge of things. My name is Lyndsey. I'm the National Director of Team World Vision. And this is kind of the vibe. We are crazy folks that love to have fun. We're the orange party bus, usually in the back. But the thing is about our next person that we're interviewing or speaking with now, Sheila Johnson, she's not in the back. She is a Speedy McGee, but has quite a story to tell. And Mimi, I'm just gonna blow the lid. You're gonna blow your cover. 72 years old, still moving her feet. If you think you can't and you're afraid, now is the time to be inspired. And if you, or you need to shut off your computer and not listen, but that's the wrong decision. Because this woman is pure fire, my friends. Sheila, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Those were my granddaughters running. I caught up to them. They were doing the half. I caught up to them and took a picture and then kept going.
Wait a minute. You caught up to your granddaughters, took a picture, and then kept going like you left them in the dust?
Yes.
Come on. So I think people are going to start picking up on why you're my hero right here. This is the life I want to be living right here. So, Sheila, though, you haven't always been a runner. So maybe let's start there. We've got lots of stories to tell.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
How did you get into running? Yeah.
Well, they don't even do a 50-yard dash anymore. I was a sprinter back when I was in junior high school, many, many moons ago in the 60s. And then my daughter started running cross country when she went to high school. Gina did, and she was faster than most of the boys. So the girls, I'm sorry. So I started running with her, and we really thought we were doing something. We go to Mammoth every year, and we ran. The longest we ever run was 11 miles. But then when she finished residency, one of her friends said, "Let's do a marathon." And so this is our trade. It always happens. "Hi, Mommy, we're going to run a marathon." And I'm like, "How far is that?" And she told me, and we're already physically active. So we did an intermediate with a guy, you guys hear, Hal Higdon. And we just trained for it. We just followed it to the T, you know what it said. And then we ran our first marathon in 2005. Started training October of 2000. That's us finishing together. And I have to tell you, that's an awesome picture. That's our very first marathon, 2005 LA. And at mile 8, we had trained together. At mile 8, Gina said, "I feel really good, Mommy, I'm going to leave." And I'm like, "Okay, bye, see you." Mile 25, she hears them calling my name, and she's been walking. She's foaming at the mouth. She's hit the wall. And she's like, "Mommy, I can't finish." And I'm like, "Gina, we have worked too hard for this." "Yes, you can." I'm offering her banana. "I don't want anything. Leave me alone." Anyway, long story short, we ran in together. So I beat her. My claim to fame is I beat her by 1 second. I ran 4:02:37. She ran 4:02:38. Turned out I qualified for Boston that very first. So I didn't know. I mean, we didn't know anything about marathons. Nothing. Who knew? You know?
And how old were you for your first marathon?
I was 53. I started training right after my 53rd
ran a
birthday.
4:02, qualified for Boston.
Yeah.
On a whim. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mommy, we're going to run a marathon.
Yes. So fast forward, in 2009, Gina was, I had known about World Vision. I had a sponsored child when my grandson in 99 was born. Gina was an ambassador for World Vision. So I sponsored a child in, I think it must probably been 2000. His name was Mohammed. He was in Jerusalem, but very shortly, maybe a year and a half into it, where he was located got too dangerous and they closed that area. So then they sent me another young man who was from Jerusalem, also lives in Gaza, and his name is Eslam. Matter of fact, so he was 10 years old. He just last year aged out, graduated, would write to us on a regular basis, said he wanted to be a doctor. It was just an amazing story of God's plan. So even though I don't know where Muhammad is, and I have no idea, he's now 26, he's on our refrigerator anyway, and I pray for him. He was like 4. So who knows? But, only God knows. So I continue praying for several of our World Vision kids have aged out over the years, but that's how we started. And then John Huddle, who you know well, and actually he wasn't the first LA marathon person, but it was John Huddle that really got us moving along the lines doing more than just marathons.
That's right.
Because in 2016, February, he called Gina and said, "There are a few spots left for comrades." So what did she do? "Mommy, we're going to run comrades." And I'm like, "How far is that?" 56 miles. Are you kidding me? Anyway, we trained, and a lot of prayers, a lot of praying up and down over those hills, but we did it. We were supposed to go with John
right
Huddle.
Behind you. The sign is from, how did you get that sign, Sheila Johnson?
I have 3. 2016. So those are the street signs they do. They take them down and give them to us.
I
don't know if they're supposed to, but they take them down, they give them to us. So in 2016, we were supposed to go to John Huddle to Kenya. He called and said there were too many people going there. So we ended up going to Simbi, Rwanda with, now you know who he is, and I know who he is now, but Brian Frazier, who I had no idea who he was, nothing. There were like 8 of us total who went. So we had a really small group and a really intimate time to spend with each other. And so got to know each other really well. And the rest is history on that.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you want me to tell you, but
it is, it's special, you know, when you put on an orange jersey and you start logging miles with people and you're living on mission with people and you're praying with people. And then, like you said, we'll get you, no problem.
That's okay. Sorry. I don't know
No,
why
you're
this one doesn't want to stay in. Okay. Sorry.
You know,
I
was just curious, you know, we talk about how powerful it is to know that our footsteps and our movement are literally changing lives on the other side of the planet. But while we're moving, God is doing something so special in us. And when we go on these trips, like you said, you're with smaller groups of people, you're meeting kids, you're seeing work, you're sharing life. And you and Brian, I mean, you really hold a special place in each other's lives. Can you share that a little bit?
Yes, that was his birthday one year. I think that was the second year we went. Yeah, so that very first time we went, I don't know, there was just something special about him. And by the end of we actually ate at the hotel where Rwanda was actually filmed, where actually was the hotel. And I was sitting across from him. We started talking, and over a short period of time, I kind of realized that maybe his mom had passed away. Anyway, she had, and we just started talking. And I don't know, I have 2 daughters, and there was just something special about that moment. And then 2017, as the years have gone by, he's the son I never had.
And it's so beautiful to watch your relationship.
He's just really just only God knew the plan. Yeah. And actually he'd said to me that at one point that you remind me of my mom before she got sick. So that, of course, you know, tears running down my eyes and that whole thing. So his whole family, I love his family, the kids. I had the privilege of staying with him last December after the Legacy Retreat. So he has an awesome family, and he's part of our family. Our family is, we're family. But there are lots, and there are other people. I mean, you know, LDR, I was thinking about this when on the call, and I remember one year you were running in Pasadena at night, and you were looking for donors, and I didn't know what you looked like. I didn't know anything about you. I just knew your name, Lyndsey Deane, right? And I think I donated $50 to your page. And just over the years, having got to know you as well, you know, you and George and little Thea, but it's just a family affair. It's just a great time together. But yeah, that time with Brian, you couldn't have told me that we'd be mother. And so sometimes he'll say, you know, she's my mom or whatever. And I said, don't you think you'd explain that to people? Because somehow we don't look alike, but
you do on the inside.
I love him.
You do on the
That's
inside.
Right. And it's the heart on the inside. I mean, I love him. I couldn't love him more if I'd had it myself.
Well, and I'm just going to out him right now. We've got a chat with the staff that just popped up on the screen. I can see, and he said, and she was the mother I needed. He loves you so much, Sheila.
Yeah. But I have to share, I saw Anthony helping on this morning, and I remember when they did that from Anthony's house the year that COVID.
Yeah,
and at the end of it, we were the last team. All right, I'll admit we're always the last team, but we were last, even virtually we were last. And Brian is crying his heart out, talking about people at the end, and so sharing that I had texted him every day, and I text him every Tuesday, and just a little word of encouragement. But I'm crying listening to him talk about it, you know. So it's been an awesome time. It's just an amazing time. But when we were in Rwanda, the young lady that I actually met, Yvonne, our sponsor child, they had invited, normally, you know, you go to the ADP and they bring the kids, but the family had said, we would like the person to come to our home. So I actually got to go to their home, which was awesome. Yvonne was 10 at the time. She's now 16. We still sponsor her along with several other kids. That was 2016. But I've had the privilege of going back 2017 and 18 running Comrades.
Yeah.
And
so
going to the field.
Pausing on that for a second. This woman has run Comrades.
Yep. I was 64, 65, and 66.
That's right. A 56-mile run through the crazy hills and valleys of South Africa. I think the motto of the race is, it will humble you.
Yes, yes. And it does. Lots of prayer. Lord, how am I going to get to the end of it? But the people are just so nice and kind. And they go back every year. Those who never don't finish, they go back every year. There'll be scriptures on the back of their jerseys and shirts and things, and just very kind people. And it tells you where you're from, so they're constantly encouraging along the way. And it's just an amazing. The World Vision staff there in South Africa, they're just amazing. It's just an amazing time. If you haven't done it, you got to put it on your bucket list. I think that's what Anthony said this morning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and so the 3 years that you ran Comrades, did you go to Rwanda to visit communities all 3 years?
We went to the second 2 times. We actually went to Uganda both times, and actually got to meet 2 other sponsored children, Colin and Matthias. And Matthias, I have to share with you, when we went the first time, he didn't smile at all. He and it turned out I've gotten because we still sponsor him as well. He has his teeth were rotted out in the front, and they were just gold and just dark and just hardly anything. But I'm going to say, since World Vision, the clean water, his permanent teeth have come in. He has the most beautiful smile now when I get letters from him, and that just touches my heart to see that. But the second, when we went to Uganda in 2017, we took my grandson for his high school graduation. Gina and I actually missed his graduation because we were on a plane to South Africa. But he and Curtis, my husband, came, and it was awesome for him to get to see the community, and the boys were just following him around, and just an amazing time to be able to have one of my grandchildren see the work that World Vision is doing as well. And Curtis, that was his first time having gone with us. And then the third time we went back, just Gina and I went back to Uganda again, and we got to see those 2 sponsored kids. But we got to see medical clinics, a woman, there was a woman nursing her twins, just sitting out on the porch. We got to see, which I thought was awesome, girls and boys making Kotex. And we actually got to help make them. And this was 2018. And there's no shame. I mean, it is what it is. There's no shame. There's no laughing. The boys and the girls, they just do it because they respect each other. And it's needed. Absolutely. And so that was a really awesome thing. And then we went to some schools where kids were singing and dancing, and got to dance with a couple of the kids, and they were singing songs to us and in English, saying, "We welcome you here to our school." And just I got to they showed us how to. I'm going to just show you this cup, which we just got this year. They ran out of it before, but this is in some of the areas they get 1 cup. This is 1 cup of clean water to start out with. And the kids have, and this is 1 cup, but now they're getting many cups of water. But I was able to actually pump water from one of the wells that were there, and got to go on I think all 3 times we went on vision walks where you see where they used to get water from. Unbelievable. I remember trying to pick up the jerry can that the young lady that took us on the walk, and I got it about this high up, and that was it. She puts it on her head, and this is what we do. And I'm like, she was I think she was 10, maybe 12. I was like, wow, that's humbling. But they now had clean water, but we saw what they did is they skimmed off the top, thinking that what they saw on top was dirt. But it's this, it's the bacteria, it's the other things that are in the water that you don't see that make you sick, you know?
Yeah. And that's the thing, like you said, I mean, some water you can look at and this is not okay. Then there's other water that, to the naked eye, it seems fine. So there are communities that they don't necessarily know right away why they're sick or what's happening. And it's really been incredible to see how World Vision really respects the dignity of human beings and comes alongside and does a lot of listening and empowering and educating. So when we get to the place that there's clean water that's coming in and schools are growing and building, people are really, I mean, you've seen it, are transformed.
Yeah.
And are able to really take onto their lives to a whole new level. It's not a laziness, it's not a stupidity, it's not a lack of education. Just people need access and opportunity.
Right. And what you don't know, you don't know. Even the fact that in the communities where they now are building their routines to go away from where the clean water was, or putting their dishes outside in the sun on a rack that will help clean them. Just things that we take for granted that are simple solutions to things. But we heard stories from moms who, they've been sick and they can't go get the water sometimes. And they send their little kids, mostly little girls out So the girls aren't going to school, they're not getting an education, and they travel, 2, 3, 4 times a day to get water that's going to make them sick. What I really love about World Vision is the empowering of the community. We went and saw an area where there's a finance, they were actually having a finance meeting. So people may pay only 4 cents to use the water, to get the water out of the water spigot or whatever, but that is, you're not giving me something. I'm able to, I feel like it's ours, it's the communities, so those kind of things. Or even the boys carrying these water on a bicycle. I don't know how you carry 4 or 5 jerry cans on a bicycle, but they do. They do what they have to do, but it's clean water now, and not very far from where the communities are. So it was very heartbreaking to know what was, and so heart-filled to see what is now. And the last time I was there was 2018, but we have about a dozen sponsored kids in different areas now, like Nicaragua, DR, Haiti. We've actually gotten to visit a couple of our sponsored kids in Haiti prior to what's going on now on mission trips with my church. And we just contact World Vision and they set that up. If you let them know 6 months ahead of time. And so purposely, I've been trying to sponsor children that are in areas where World Vision is located. So if we do go on a trip, prayerfully, maybe get to see, and it doesn't matter if I never see them, I write to them, they write back. We get reports all the time on what's going on. It's always heartwarming when you hear about when they start writing it themselves. The interpreter will write it in English on the back, but it'll say that they write, or even the little kids, they'll draw pictures.
Yeah.
When the year we were chosen, Akeem, he said to us, and it was the first year, Rusty had gone, and he said, I picked them because they look beautiful and they look like they were nice.
Oh.
And it was a picture of Curtis and I in our World Vision jerseys, and just things like that. And I think that chosen program is awesome because it's kind of like being adopted. They chose me because they wanted to, instead of me saying, I want you, or you, so it's been an amazing program. And then when they had the program in Honduras, we sponsored a little girl. She was like 1 at the time. Several of our kids have aged out over the years now because we've sponsored for such a long time.
Yeah, and it's a hard thing, but it's a wonderful thing. Because we were even saying, Anthony and I were talking earlier, our job is to work ourselves out of a job.
Yeah.
And even as a parent, while we love our kids, you want your
them
kids
to go out and
grow and
take care of yourself. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So great thing.
Yeah. I think you can hear with the one. But what happened in Farla, one of the young ladies in Haiti, we had her since she was like 9. At 18, she was actually going to go to college. And so she aged out, and she'd wanted to, once they age out, you really can't stay in touch with them, but she'd written us a really nice card, and she spoke English and French and Haitian, but she was able to commute. Lovely young lady. And we watched her grow from this 9-year-old to this beautiful 18-year-old. And some you may never see your sponsored child, but we've been privileged to see 5 different ones of our kids, but it doesn't matter. If I never see them, I pray for them anyway. And I've got my refrigerator, my wall, at some point it gets to be hard to try to keep up with all the different things on them, but I have their names and I pray for them. God knows God's plan is better than any plan I could have for any of them. So I'm just grateful to just have a small part in the lives of Curtis and I to be able to sponsor kids,
Yeah, it is. And
it's a blessing.
When you really think about that, what a privilege it is to get to be a part of someone's life and to encourage them, support them, pray for them.
Yes.
And the fact, like you said, with Chosen, that they're choosing you.
Yes.
And then you can play that role and just be that support. We all need that in our lives. We all need somebody cheering us on and encouraging us. And that's been so formative to me over the years, and to know that we can do that for other kids. And now even like Thea knows about our sponsored child, Maureen. She knows we've got 5 different kids, and she's got all the pictures, and she knows who they are and where they're from. And it's expanding her worldview, but it's also expanding her understanding of the world and geography and culture and generosity and faith. And
well, I say I have we have a dozen kids. We may not ever see them on a regular basis, but God's plan is, someday heaven, we're all one big family.
Amen.
Really, so it's just been a really, really awesome. You couldn't have told me at 72 that I'd still be running marathons, but I'm grateful. And I looked back just recently on I guess the post I'd done several years ago, and I was just saying how much I appreciate Gina and us being able to run, but that I've said this to Brian before too, that if God gave me a talent to do something, I want to do the best I can at it. I'm not competing with anybody else. I don't want to be fast or slow because I'm chasing somebody else. Like I think Anthony, when he was talking about the Kenyans this morning, I don't want to. I wouldn't mind running that fast, but it's whatever God has given me. And so last Sunday when I ran, I did the half for the second time because I've got a knee injury, but I did Chicago in October, and I just prayed through it. I'm like, Lord, and interesting, last Sunday, my knee was, it's the downhill that bothers my knee. And the first 5 miles of the half are downhill. And every time I in my mind, I was like, I just want somebody to pick me up. And then I'm like, Lord, whatever you want. And I'm not kidding, a breeze would come along or some shade would come. And I just kept on running. And I always try to remember to say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord, that I'm able to continue. So, yeah, Gina and I are running Sydney in September as a do your own thing, right? DIY.
DIY, yep.
And then this year, I'm going to do something different other than just running, because I'll do Hood to Coast again. It'll be our 8th year doing Hood to Coast, but I'm going to actually attempt, God willing, to do Rim to Rim in October.
All right. Look at
so
you.
We shall see.
Okay.
Now, hopefully Gina's not looking at this because I sent Anthony a text this morning saying, I haven't given up on doing an Ironman, but don't tell Gina. I would love to do an Ironman. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see what God's plan is. Kaylee's always saying that too, that don't tell Gina that I talked about an Ironman, but I just want to do whatever God wants me to do, however I can, to raise money, to care for others. And this has been an awesome, and I'll run, walk. Last year at Women for Women, I was on a cane and I walked 1 lap around, but I love everybody I meet. I love running in different states, different areas, because you just meet different wonderful people. And you as a staff, you guys are just awesome. We love you guys. It just takes such good care of us. And I can't say enough about it. People think I work for World Vision because I wear World Vision garb almost all the time. And if they don't know about World Vision, by the time they finish talking to me, they do.
They will.
And I've had people sponsor who I've asked for years, and then they finally sponsor.
Yeah.
Or somebody will be at the park and they're like, oh, I just want to give $20 now or whatever. You never know. You just never know. So you just got to keep asking and asking, because it's not the exercise I get from it and the help that I get from it. That's great. But it's the changing what we can do to help change lives of those who have the least. And that's what God calls us to do, for the least of these. And so it's just been I shouldn't say been, because I'm not done.
That's right. It is.
Yeah. And next year it'll be 20 years that we've been running LA Marathon. So my prayer is that I'll be healthy enough to run the full next year. And I'll just keep running till I can't anymore. And then when I can't run, I'll have to walk or crawl or whatever those things are.
And this picture, that last picture that was just up, actually was LA Marathon took that picture of you. You were on their social media like just a couple days before the race.
Yes, I remember that because I was done and I was so happy. And I don't usually take very good pictures at the finish. I really don't. So I was like, ooh, I must have been felt really good that day, because somebody else showed me that. But yes, it was crossing that finish line. But the finish line we really want to cross is for the water crisis, the clean water for everyone in the world, really. And so in my lifetime, that may not happen, but I'll keep running. And my legacy to my grandchildren, which my grandson's the only one who hasn't run it yet. And I told him yesterday, we're going to get you out there. But my son-in-law, my brother, my sister-in-law, many of our family, if you get too close to us, we're going to get you to run.
Don't look.
Yeah. Even those who say they'll never do it, I always say never. Never give anyone the opportunity. You have to invite people in. Don't just assume that they're going to say no. and just invite people into it. And if nothing, the biggest thing they can do, even if they can't financially help, I always thank people with thank you for praying for me, for encouraging me. And that's, I mean, it's God's plan.
Absolutely.
It really is. I found people who have the least are willing to sometimes donate more than those who could donate big. But I appreciate all the prayers.
Well, you, my friend, are a gift. Really just your walk of faith, your boldness and your audacity, your steady, consistent presence, from prayer to miles to donations to invitations. Sheila, really, I was just saying to Ann Gibbs, our director and producer back here, you know, Ann from Women for Women.
I'm excited. She's going to be on our
and
Hood to Coast team.
yeah, and Hood to Coast team. Shout out. That's right. I was just saying, you're it, man. Just thank you for your faithful witness to the kingdom and to God's love in the world. And friends, you know, Sheila's never going to tell you, but between her sponsoring and her donating and her inviting and her mobilizing, $1 million worth of impact, Sheila Johnson, that you've had over the years, and then with your family and others. But like you said, you don't let anyone sit on the sidelines. You're always inviting people in, and you have changed so many lives because of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, when I saw Wendy this morning, I realized it's the Wendy that I met when we ran New York. And I didn't know her name then. So when Wendy had run that New York many years ago, I think it was 2018, she had a broken toe. And she walked the whole thing. And at the end, she came. I remember her saying that my donors would not mind if I didn't finish the marathon because the donation's already there, but I am going to walk and finish it. And she did. I didn't know her last name. I didn't know anything about her. Many years later, when I did London, she was there with Jerry. And I said, "You're that Wendy." I said, and so now I'm friends with her on Facebook, but how God just works in different ways. I would share her story so often. I said, there's this lady named Wendy who ran New York with broke toe, but I didn't know anything about her. And many years later, I met her, and then I saw her again this morning. People inspire me all the time. You don't have to be 72 still running to be an inspiration. There are so many stories of what other people have done. When I think it was Brian Fraser and Josh Fly did 50 miles on a treadmill one year, many years ago. You know, there are so many people that inspire me, and I am encouraged by the younger generation, which is why my prayer for my children, my grandchildren, that they will pick up and they'll keep staying with World Vision. They'll keep running. They'll keep pressing on for the mark. And the generation after that people see that we can make a difference, one child, one person at a time, because that $50, one person at a time. You know, Mother Teresa said, if you can't feed 1,000, feed one. And so there are things like that that encourage me. We just have to do what you can do personally, but you have to do something, because to do nothing means in my mind, means you don't care.
Yeah.
To just sit and do nothing. So you do what you can. And if you have to walk, that's fine. Walk. You know, when I look at the wheelchair people or the people with prosthetics, I'm like, really, Sheila? Keep going. Or the blind, you know, there's all these different people who are out there moving their feet, and in spite of things that go on. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the people that I've met. I'm praying that I'll be able to do Texas again next year.
All right.
But it's, you know, we did Chicago. It's been an amazing ride, and I'm not ready to get off of it.
Nope. And
I want to be like those 80-year-olds that I see.
Yep, you're not done yet. We're not done yet. God's not done yet. We got things to do.
That's right.
So,
yes.
Well, our beloved Mimi, thank you for being with us. You are a true gift. Will you pray for us before
I
we
sure
hit
will.
what's coming
Sure.
next? Okay.
My
That'd be
pleasure.
great.
Yes. Lord, we are so grateful for World Vision, Team World Vision, Lord, for the staff, for each one, Lord Jesus, for those who say they're going to walk or run, Lord Jesus, or swim or bike, for those on the other side of the planet, Lord, that we may never see. But also, Lord, World Vision is here, right here in the United States, one of the first things to hit the organizations to hit the ground when the disasters right here in the United States. So, Lord, right now, I just pray that you just continue, Lord Jesus, to bless each one of us, Lord Jesus. Give us the courage to be bold, Lord Jesus, to be bold in asking. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the donors. We thank you for everyone that has been on this call, Lord Jesus, and that World Water Day that $2 million, Lord Jesus, or more is a start, Lord Jesus, but there's so much more work to be done, Lord. So I just pray that you just keep it on our hearts, Lord Jesus, that you will just, Holy Spirit, come and guide and direct us and just lead us on, Lord Jesus, as we continue the cause to that the poverty will be ended, Lord Jesus, and that every human being on this planet, Lord Jesus, will have fullness of life, Lord. We give you praise, honor, and glory, Lord. We love you. In Jesus' precious name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. And
Thank you
amen.
so much, LDR. Always good to see you.
Always
Guys
good
are
to
awesome.
see you.
Can't wait
Yeah.
to hear that report of it's over $2 million before the end of the day today.
Amen. Amen. We're on the march. We're on the march.
All right.
And we just have, so this was the 7 o'clock hour Central Time. I know it's only 5:30 West Coast. But so we have 2 more segments tonight for the live stream. And fundraising goes all the way through 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. So we are on the move in the next hour, about 20 minutes from now. We will be approaching some holy ground, my friend. Greg Allgood will be talking with his fellow water boy, Jerry Rogers, and his wife, Jennifer, and we'll get to hear about some of their experiences recently in Rwanda and Zambia. And we have one more update. Anne, our director, is keeping me on point. Sheila, you are going to love this. So Cece Fanko of Michigan. All right. She is a 12-year-old and she started running at 7. And she has a goal to run all 50 states, run in a race in all 50 states by the time she is 20. And today, brilliantly, she has been asking to try to get a donation from someone in every state in the country. She's looking for 50 donations from 50 different states, and she's got 22 so far. All right. So we will probably put in the chat and it's right here on the slide, which states have donated already. All right. So if you are in a state that she has not gotten a donation from, shoot it up or shoot this text message over to a friend that lives there and invite them to give. Friends, we want to support CC and help her reach her goal. So we are so excited for her and for her big vision and her dreams. I love it, right? Love it. So, all right, my friends, we will see you again in about 20 minutes. Have a good one.